All right, I am unmuting. I'm gonna check in the chat to make sure you can hear me. A message. I can. I can, yes. Excellent. All right. Very well. I'm going to restart this other stream and we will get started. This usually lasts about an hour. We'll review Bedtime Shema today. We'll watch that video that I sent and review some of the texts, so it'll be relevant to that which you are interested. And if you're wondering, do all rabbis do this? No, this is... some rabbis have daily teaching, but most do not, especially on YouTube and especially live on a million Discord, so this is certainly unique. And I truthfully believe that this is going to be really important in the future. So like right now on one of my other streams, I'm watching a rabbi who has daily teaching, and I know that he didn't record this today. He recorded it last year, 2 years ago, maybe as many as 3 or 4 years ago. And yet I'm watching his teaching, and that's what we as rabbis do: is we learn from each other, we learn from our students, we learn from our congregations, and I have been doing these my teaching. Just to give you a little background, generally within Judaism, traditionally we don't study Kabbalah until you're 40 years old, you've had children, and you're prepared in Torah studies, some other things. Now, I don't have children by choice for now because I have been doing this major project. But the other things, I have turned 40, and so every day since I've turned 40, which is 67 days ago, I have been doing this extremely diligently, uh, and every single day, and for at least an hour, which really surprises me. I thought maybe I'd do 20 minutes, but um, that has been quite refreshing to me that I've been able to be so consistent. Consistency is very key, especially in what I do and in my life. Uh, I've been live streaming my life for now something like 1,600 straight days, and that's a lot. And um, I've been teaching this class for 67 days, or this will be our 62nd day. Yes, ma'am. All right. So for those of you watching in the future, as you know, we have some visitors with us today. But we'll continue to have our daily class just like we always do. So as you know, we start off with one of our favorite phrases. No one really knows for sure. Elevate Elo Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by. These are our traditions. But that's a very honest thing to say. Nobody really knows for sure. So don't anybody ever forget that. Anybody who tells you that they know for sure, they are lying to you, and you should be very cautious. All right. So now we review just some basic vocabulary that we've been reviewing for any new learners out there. If you haven't heard these words, we repeat them every single day so that people in the future, when they watch this, they'll be accustomed to it and they'll know many of the phrases that we're using. So, suris, that's problems in Yiddish. Chilazone, Murex trunculus. This is a certain snail that basically allows for the blue of our tzitzit to be excreted. Poskim are not aligned on for sure if this is the the exact species, but this is the one that most poskim believe does excrete that special blue color. Golis, that is Jewish diaspora or exile. So we're Chabad, and Chabad stands for Chachma, Bina, Da'at. That's wisdom, understanding, knowledge. We'll get into some kosher terms now. There's Chalaf, knife. Shchita, that's slaughter. Shochet, that's slaughter. Bedika is examination or inspection. Chalaf is an instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform shchita. Halakha is, of course, the body of Jewish law. Halachic is in accordance with halakha. Kosher means correct, fit, appropriate, according to the laws of Judaism. Nevela is an animal that was not slaughtered by shchita. We have, of course, shchita, the Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals and poultry for food. Generally, for any viewers out there who aren't familiar, we've gone into these laws throughout these streams, but this is cutting of the trachea to minimize the amount of pain and suffering to the animal. Shochet, plural is shochtim. The person who performs shchita is qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Contrary to popular belief, a shochet can be a woman. There's nothing that says that they cannot. Just traditionally, that is not been seen as the role of a woman in Orthodox communities, but there can be and there are some limited female shochet. Uh, Shoftim. So Torah, the source of all Jewish teaching and law, also referred to as the law of Moses. Treifa, literally torn, generally used to denote non-kosher food, but we use this phrase whenever we reference something that just isn't in the Orthodox world. Oh, that's treif. That's a treif way of living, or that's just treif in general. It means torn. Zahar Ba'ale Chaim, the Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's own ethical and moral standing, and that it is contrary to Jewish law to cause animals pain or distress. So, of course, a shochet must be learned in the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing knives, known as shteled achalef in Yiddish. He or she also trains under an experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter it quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, the shochet is also trained as a bodek, a checker, who examines the inner organs of an animal to ensure that it was healthy at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are often divided many times. The bodek is looking at the lungs of the animal to ensure that there are not any imperfections. Gay Kaket Mafanyam left his dayan. This is a Yiddish and Hebrew way to say go excrete in the ocean, basically. Many times we get people who want to troll us, especially online. And if you ever just want to tell them to go pound sand, these are great phrases to know. All right, friends. So I do give the Kohanic blessing when I do these streams. So may Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. That's the Birkat Kohanim. That's the priestly blessing. And now we sing a song. So we sing Hava Nagila. And we do so. One of my favorite versions of it. There, you may have your own favorite version of it, but I do enjoy this version very much. And we'll pull it up and sing it like we do every day. So feel free to sing along at home, wherever you are. If this is of interest to you. Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila Benismecha, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila Benismecha. Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Benismecha. Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Benismecha. Achi, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach. Hey! Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila Benismecha. Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila Benismecha. Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Benismecha. Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Benismecha. Achi, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim, Belev Sameach, Urakim. Belev Sameach. And of course, that means let us rejoice. Chava Nagila. And we should also review today's date. 14th of Adar, 5786. It's Tuesday, March 3rd. And of course, we have been doing this for 67 straight days, which is fun. That means for you at home, we have 67 hours of teaching thus far, just on these topics. I have a lot of other teaching as well. All right, now we're going to review what happens when you die. A lot of people have this question. There's death, soul separation, Gehenna, purification, God Eden, initial spiritual reward, possible reincarnation, spiritual repair, resurrection, body and soul are reunited, Haba, perfected, embodied, eternal world. We're going to review just some basic vocabulary. Neshama, meaning soul, the 5 levels. There's nefesh, action, vitality, ruach, emotion, neshama, intellect, chaya, transcendent life force, yachida, absolute unity with God. Of course, very important. All right. Moreover, we are going to review the Baraka Lifnei HaKorea. This is what happens when you get an aliyah. So the congregation responds, Baruch Adonai HaMavarach Le'olam Ed. Person called to the Torah repeats, Baruch Adonai HaMavarach Le'olam Ed. The blessing before reading Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu miko ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato Baruch Atah Adonai noten ha'Torah. After the reading, the Baraka La'achar HaKoraya, Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chaye olam natan v'toteinu Baruch Atah Adonai noten ha'Torah. The different types of smicha, yore, whom he may teach, yadin, he may judge, yatir, bechorot, he may permit to look at the 5 books of Moshe, Bereshit, Shemot, Vayikra, Bamidbar, Devarim, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Nevi'im, the prophets. We've got Yehoshua, Shoftim, Shmuel, Melachim, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, latter prophets, Nevi'im, Akronim, Yeshayahu, Yirmiyahu, Yechezkel, Trey, Asar, Hosea, Yoel, Amos, Obadiah, Yonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Tzefaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Ketuvim, the writings, Tehillim, Mishlei, Iyov, Psalms, Proverbs, Job, the 5 Megillah, 5 scrolls, Shir HaShirim, Ruth, Micah, Kohelet, Esther, Daniel, Ezra, Nehemiah, Divrei HaYamim, Ruth, Lamentations, Ecclesiastes, Esther, Daniel, Ezra, Nehemiah, Chronicles. The many contemporary Jewish communities have a special board to whom traveling collectors can present their bona fides, medical bills, letters from rabbis, etc., in exchange for a letter of recommendation known as a hamlatza. The Shad Khan is a matchmaker who suggests prospective marriage mates and then coaches them through the dating process. The term is linked to the word shidduch, which means match. The technical meaning of the word Aramaic provenance is actually the settlement. Since the newly matched couple settles their differences before beginning their new life together, the Shad Khan can be either male or female, although a female matchmaker is more practically called a Shad Khanta in Yiddish and Shad Khanet in Hebrew. The plural form is Shad Khanim. In Yiddish, to suggest a shidduch is to read, speak a shidduch. Shad Khanas refers to both the act of matchmaking, so you can say that a Shad Khan is in the business of Shad Khanas, as well as the money traditionally given to the Shad Khan for his or her services, which would more accurately be referred to as Shad Khanas gift, Shad Khanas money. We need to separate 2 things. Titled Rabbi is teacher, and Musmak, that's a sovereign judicial authority. That appears to have ended. Alright, what classical smicha actually did. In the Talmudic system, a smicha granted authority to judge capital cases, authority to impose kenoso, Torah fines, authority to establish the calendar, membership in Sanhedrin, jurisdiction rooted in Israel. Modern rabbis cannot execute, impose biblical fines, declare new months by testimony, recreate national sovereignty. Torah as multi-layered, there's peshat, its simple meaning, remez, hint, dirash, homiletic, and side, secret. Kavod, which refers to the base or bowl used in the netilat yadayim ritual, often paired with a cup, known as a neger vaser. Kli Rishon is the original pot or for Shabbat. Kli Rishon, the original pot or container placed directly on the heat source. Food or liquid in the vessel is considered hot enough to continue cooking. Added ingredients, for instance, spices or salt. On Shabbat, which is prohibited. Kli Sheni, a vessel in which hot food or liquid has poured from a Kli Rishon, it is significantly cooler and the risk of cooking is reduced. Kli Shlishi, a vessel into which hot food or liquid has been transferred from the Kli Sheni, it is even cooler and cooking is generally not a concern. While not the cup itself, the quart is part of the hand washing set, especially in Ashkenazi tradition. Alright. Today's Kabbalah review. Zohar Chadash. New Zohar. I have to come up with some greatness of pouring things the same way that the Rabbi Jews ask something no questions asked. I really today when I study my culture and I study my culture that goes on this is my second. He said this that is true, this is really something good example. What do we say after this is that this is Shas Yaakov. What do we say to Shas Yaakov? The Gam Charbona Zafar. Even if someone is a Charbona, what's the next Charbona? Charbona is in Russian, the church of the story. Even if someone is good, even if someone is a Yaakov, even if someone is good, the Gam Charbona Zafar. Today is the day of politicians that is. Today is the day that you get that hand from the story. There is no what to do. There is no what how to do that. Because I know some things because once you have to go through the point of the day about you, you go through the point of the spiritual book because there's so much sometimes the simcha itself is something a little bit like a little holiness. Sometimes it's a little bit of silliness, which is good. That's part of the nature of the day. Amplified exaggerated simcha, underlining the lamb, and start funnels, and all these other things. Because you see like the day and kind of contribution. But what's it means? It means so you have to make sure that you have the time to just be that person who has the business that they have done. I know I'm not always here. I know I'm not always connected. I know I'm not always doing the right thing. I'm doing the I have good days, I have bad days. I have to decide my values. Today's Torah, anyways. Today's Torah is something else that I'm going to do. Today's Torah is also something that God is loving. Today's Torah is back to myself. Today's Torah is ultimately I'm trying to figure out how to be energized and how to be simply better. Today's practice we have is called Kosher God. All you need to do is respect and what you want to do. You do so, you know something. She's up and making sure that you see. She's up and making sure that others who are new to the house are young. She's up and making sure that after something is like us. She's making it here, giving ultimately to ourselves by taking the time. Hopefully we have much more to work as quickly as we want to work all. Or we really more time to God, or we really more time to see really more time to focus on our Avodas Hashem, give to ourselves already. Now looking at most of all, we have discussed be able to give time to this body, to give ourselves to this body, to give our time to this body, to give our friends to this body, and to piece of all of that we need to see this. Let us shower upon us, all showers redeeming and miracles succeeding. Yiddish friends. It's a pleasure when we can read live the dead. Halabai means that's what Rabbi. The Rabbi is able to restrict. Halabai means if and if you wish, which is a Persian, traditional Jewish name, and to talk with the traditional Takas brass tacks. Nash means to eat, or means to sample or presentation in person. Dasher is summit, Asherda is a female summit, Asherda is a male summit, Mishmash is a mixture, Mishmash, I was stating above. Baptist means nothing, means beans. Good motive. Behave time to life, mutual glad kosher means smooth fit mensch. He's a good dude. I'm glad that you could expand this to mention good women. That's Asia Khayy. So that is foreign. Skoya. This is a shortening of Yasher Kor, which is in turn a shortening of the Yasher Kakaka, which means may your strength be directed forward. Shtetl. Shtetl is a town. Shtetl is a half. Shtetl is a wig strap. Milchig is dairy, flesh, it is meat product. Neutral. Hamish or Heimish, it means homely. Shmata means rags. Shviger means mother-in-law. Chazir means pig. Chazir means to repeat. Schlep means carry a burden. And sugar. Crazy. God means thief. Yarmulka may come from Aramaic Yare Mulka, which means another king. Treif means torn. Quartzite, death anniversary. Klutz means woodblock, but clumsy. Needlehawk means multiple. Schwitz means to sweat. Schnorr means beck. Schmutz means rhyming. Schmooze means usually positive. Lancer means bastard. Adventure means blessing. Shopstyle means matchmaker. Fetch means bitch. Shiva means stubborn. Maven means expert. Shanda means shame. Chach. My mother uses this term. So did my grandmother. Chachki. Chachki pronounced Chachke, Chachki, or Chachki. It's a Yiddish term that refers to toys, trinkets, or decorations. The word often appears in the diminutive form of Chachkele, trinkets with contemporary style. While contemporary style is to have sleek, wide-open spaces, a more traditional Eastern European mode of decoration is to stuff one's living quarters with as many pretty things that the doily-covered surfaces could possibly contain. In Yiddish, all such items would fall under the general rubric of tchotchke. A tchotchke can also be a decorative flourish or engraving. What do we call this? This is being extra, baby. Not extra. Really? Oh, ain't nobody more extra than me. Larry Legend, baby. Not no, I'm not section of everybody knows it. Toys. Since the term can also refer to small toys, it would be perfectly accurate to say that Bubby, proprietor of the above-mentioned living room, Ken, gave her grandchildren dollar store tchotchkes, and they were so grateful that they made sure not to break any of the tchotchkes in her home. Light. The term can be used as a noun, denoting taking delight and pleasure from something. Thus, our Bobby would probably call her friend Selma and tell her how much sie holt sich, get she took pride and delight from her sweet Ainkawa grandkids. Her joy would further be compounded when the little girls were Chachtada, pretty bows Kaveta in their hair. How never to use this word. Perhaps because a tchotchke is pretty but generally useless, it has also come to be her best asset. Tchotchke's Hebrew antecedent. The word appears to have a fascinating cognate in Hebrew. In modern Hebrew, the term "zatzua" means a toy. Spelled out in Hebrew, "zatzua." The term is remarkably similar to tchotchke. According to the folks at the Academy of Hebrew Language, the Hebrew term was coined by the creators of modern Hebrew, almost all of whom were Yiddish speakers, as an outgrowth of tchotchke. However, as in many instances, they searched the scripture and the rabbinic works for an ancient peg upon which to hang their modern term. In this case, the word they chose appears but once in scripture. In describing the cherubs that were placed upon the Ark of the Covenant, we are told that the cherubs were Zaltzim, which is understood to mean figurines that resembled small children. There is something deeply powerful in the fact that cherubs, the manifestation of God's love for Israel, took the form of a young child. We are forever his children, and our love for him remains pure, untainted, and undiluted. Furthermore, who are the guardians of our faith who ensure that the Torah will be studied for all eternity? Not the hoary elders, but the young and innocent children, the kids who are still delighted by the simple pleasure of a tchotchke. All right. You're welcome. Cool story, bro. Alright, now what? Now we're gonna watch the lecture on the National, which is a very
this moment. You do over this conversation with people that is well, like, if you such an established that on that, when you actually plan you the ability to go ahead and watch. The ability to go ahead and cut down the ability to after people to start the apparatus. And after you cover it, then you go back and you have to see the like you're incredibly so like sometimes it's very sometimes you know like what you have to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and focus less the number of different writers recognize that right now they're all about 70%. I don't know about 70%, but I need to practice keep going forward, and I'll find this time ultimately once it's in the very 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's right. It's not just depends on what's happening. It's not just all again. The goal was, I will try to knock that at so come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of the is the goal of the is to kind of manage. Destroying that level, especially this farm level, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as you said earlier, people can do it for 14 years. So first one, conquer the land, knock down the level, and people will do it, conquer it, then go back in. So you might go back in. You might go back in. You start to go again. Tell you this, you touch them is the whole time. So what's the answer now? The school says conquer. As the Lord says, you shall go and do it and spread them the people. So actually, when you touch them, what's that? Because you touch them, you construct. You construct. You touch them, you construct them with people. Bahana, and you should back in the smart sales now. Break them out sales. Bahana, and you but I'm stopping out there. So you know, like, what's the burner? That is just like, you know, I'm going to go to the Akha class. Right? It's like, so we go to pursue and then break. You are giving us a mandate here to conquer the land. Because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore, you have to do what? Not the level is our attitude. Destroy the souls, weakness of the souls, the same people. Don't push the same ultimately to burn it to the land. So you have to have that one on Hanifa, you need to open the open level of the Republic, without the sun is Akara. Also, that one ultimately use this responsibility. That when you actually level the sun, it's not just nothing to study. It's not the sun is Akara, also the sun is Akara. You have to respect the new and investment of the idolatry. Like Yosef, you can decide to have another. There's a listen to good verse. You have to go ahead and uproot the level before afterwards. Not the man, you do not set as a tsunami in a month of months. Ultimately, you have the place that you have destroyed the news from this place. Like you're doing a connection. Almost the average size of it. It's incredibly so right. So this is an incredible you sowed. Incredible you sowed. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so this is sowed. This is incredible. This is the most receiving I both Zara, but it's not just have to stop worshiping it, or to destroy the back, or to go and destroy the idol. But rather, again, one of the sons of Shari Zachara, most of the world of negative people, so you don't have negative leaders, you don't have leaders, not just have to stop the negative characters, but some people need to do something, everything negative is really something. Not just have to stop the believers, but first to start the Shari Zachara, just have to go ahead and ultimately get find certain parts of Korea. So, what it offers us is incredible incredible, and or lethargic, not that easy. It's like, same what he's accomplished never says something has to do with a lot of it, that collaboration guys because like you know that a lot of it is according to a lot of it collaboration guys are and he has the money to do that. How much you do that's up to your discussion. But of course you have to. That's the much.
What do you do? Maybe I just keep it short and simple. That's easy. We're struggling. Oh, okay. 15 paragraphs of stuff. You do, baby. Have you ever? Yeah. I'm trying on myself. Almost done. What else? Let's review. So here. Attention, correctional. I made a recitation of the Shema on the bed. Practice comes from the Talmud, where quote 60b and is codified in Shulchan Aruch 239. It serves both as a spiritual protection and as a form of not issue repentance. Below are some clear do's and don'ts. Do. Say before going to sleep, ideally recite it when you are ready to sleep. night, earlier in the evening, say at least the first paragraph of Shema. Minimum required. Shema, Hashem, Eloheinu, Hashem, on the first paragraph, Vayavavta, and you shall. And then you say the first paragraph. Include Hamapil, blessing, Birkata Hashem, Hamapil, Salavah, Separate Hashem, Shana, ideally right before you sleep, according to many customs who have authority to wake up afterward. Forgive others before Shema, many recite. Renee, Marzella, Rahel, Mona, Shahith, Heath, Bertie, I forgive anyone who angered or upset me. Make personal teshuva, reflect briefly on the day and resolve to improve. Sleep with modesty, perfect tolerance, mute. Modesty, art, desires, and words have Kalana intent. Focus especially on acceptance of Hashem's unity, entrusting your soul in Him. Don't interrupt after Hamapil. Ideally, no talking, no texting, no eating or drinking. If you must speak for any authority, say the blessing is not invalidated, but it should be avoided. Don't say Hashem's name in a private condition. If you're interested, the room has immodesty. There's a bathroom order. Either correct the situation or stay without Hashem who include Hashem's name. Don't treat it casually. It's considered a protection from harmful forces, seizing hard. A miniature departure of the soul. Don't skip it out of laziness, desire, speak very strongly about its spiritual power and protection at night. Special situation, if you fall asleep accidentally, say Shema when you wake during the night if possible. If it's very late and you're exhausted, say at least Shema Yisrael, first paragraph. If married, some have the custom of not saying the long confession individually, regularly unless they feel the need. Mystical significance according to Arizal. Writing sleep is 1/60th of death. The soul ascends at night. Shema protects the Neshama soul. The bedtime Shema recite rectifies spiritual damage from the day. This is an excellent question. What if you are having marital relations? This is very practical and important. But short answer, yes, you still say bedtime Shema, but there are details. The sources include Kabbalistic teachings in the Zohar, and the writings of Isaac Luria. When decision of order, marital relations, clean up, get dressed appropriately, say bedtime Shema, go to sleep. You should not say Shema while unclothed immediately during relations. In a state of exposed verbal nakedness, you must be in a holistically appropriate condition to say for saying Hashem's name. What about Hanukkah? There are two main customs. Customary Muslims to say Hanukkah after relations, right before going to sleep. Has to be a Kabbalistic approach to ours, also say Shema before relations. Omit Hanukkah or say Hanukkah only if going straight to sleep afterward. Many Kabbalistic communities are careful about saying Hanukkah only when sleep immediately follows. Should you say the confession video? Many have the custom on nights of marital relations, omit the long video confessional prayer, but still say Shema and forgiveness formula. Reason, relations within marriage is a mutual commandment, not something with framework. Is it disrespectful to say no, in fact, positive sages with marital intimacy and holiness as a mitzvah, saying Shema afterward is not contradictory. However, you must properly covered and respectful sexual. Mystical, anger. Into the Zohar, intimacy and holiness draws from divine light. Shema protects the soul from sleep. The combination can be spiritually powerful when done with Kedusha, holiness. The Arizal teaches that Kavana, intention during intimacy and during Shema are deeply connected into spiritual rectification. Practical summary. Situation. What to do before relations, some say Shema without Hanukkah. After relations, clean dress, say full Shema, very tired. Say minimum Shema plus Hanukkah. Kabbalistic custom often omit vidui on these days. What did you just say? Shema. Do an affirmation happy, baby. If you just said Shema, just Shema these around. Hashem. That's fine. You're doing better than 99% of all chicks. Easy.
Something that we mentioned before, our exact joy that have been giving us the markers as to where to find Avodah Zarah. Also, what he said, the passage reads, "Actually, calculus, common and promotion, destroyed all of the places which Gentiles went out and worshipped idolatry. So, Asher Atam Yoshem, so this is the language you are connected. As Elohim al Paholit Alam, your gods on the tall mountains, the Alam Ba'us Hamados, the Kafat Ba'us La'anam, every was it each La'anam, every so that you come to Lord, and you feel the same, you understand. So it's not just telling you the obligation to describe what is Lord. How do you know that? The simple, given for that person is just coming from the word to describe what is Lord and what, then what? What do you like? What's actually that here? Not that here. So the could have just said, describe what is Lord. Why do you have to get into on the mountains, on the hills, on the tree? Why do you need that? And the Kiva says the Torah is actually giving us geographic markers. So he's giving us like all these other GPS. Telling you that by the way you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. This is on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is often in green trees. So therefore, again, as we keep on these stories, so that the keep is not down to disagreeing with that tree that she's very well with me, because then this is kind of camera that we all see. I believe you are nice. Everybody actually seems to be able to see you. It's a beautiful day for this mission. It's important to get happiness to the show. A Mishnah without machlokes. A Mishnah without machlokes. Doesn't get better than this. This is kind of like spiritual jackpot. Doesn't get better than this. Mishnah without machlokes and get happiness. All that the people are saying is in addition to the halakhic ramifications that you kind of tell them, listen, we brought out of the pasuk. There's another piece, which is the very which can identify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it, in order to be put. So listen, it's the bottom line. We'll come back to the show as follows. Leaving aside that we'll keep it fresh, we'll come back to the show as follows. But I love for myself, even if one worship is not real, so one does not transform that object into a part of the It is only one worships that is not a higher it's part of the So it's only one worships that is honor after that. It's honor, those objects are kind of a shoe that is different, a shoe that is the exception. Why? Remember this phrase is sheesh, what is such a good habit? Because it's a person that accomplish what is found exactly of the tree. Therefore, by definition, a person actually goes to transform the identity of the tree into the facts of Avodah Zarah. That's a just an aside of the logic. Why would you historically, they're often not Hashem is always supposed to increase on the highest point in the particular city. So the power of the concept of us also. Good says the Gemara, Rabbi Yosef knew the heavy Tanakama. Oh, so the Gemara asks Arkasha, Rabbi Yosef knew the Tanakama are saying the same thing. And he also both are saying, if you want to come out, you can't come out to the Zara, but what? You could go ahead and take that which is on the mountain into Avodah Zarah. Rabbi said, no, you agree with that Talmud why? So you know already the Mishnah is there is a method to argue about something. Because the reason why you can put a kind of camera and I'm exactly saying the same thing. If you say we can hang kind of camera, or I'm not camera, or it's like you see where your heart to heart is in the back. What's the reason to see this in that? That here is not the difference between the two. And so my focus between the two is what happens if the mountain is covered in gold. Sipur Harkamai. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. So the Shaila is, let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shaila? Good.
I'm going to sleep at pretty job. I'm going to get it on. I'm going to sleep at 10 times. If you ain't please don't get involved.
However, again, the king on the mountain itself, the Shaila is on the mountain. And then the seven can double each other. Or the seven and the snake can be transformed into double each other. Tanakama summer, Tanakama holds, Sipur Har Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, in this therefore, if you worship it, it comes other results. That Yosef really suffer, Sipur Har Hallelujah, Yosef holds the note, covering of the mountain is not the what. That is like the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, it's covered in it, not again, I'm sorry, that's because this is part of the mountain. Separate the mountain, and then it becomes us. And you'll see that Rashi some at Sipur has that. And you'll see that's coming on the mountain. What will happen? Still that cover is possible to the mountain itself. The favorite, the high level of the mountain is the mountain again is like that. Sipur is not even moving itself. It's covering also, also not just the Aliyah and the Suit and the Tzim. And what's the last guy? The Aliyah is not the first covering, not the Aliyah. What? It's referring to the idol sitting on top of it. It's a person just will go. In fact, the carbon of gold is the sitting on it. Now it's coming gold, what's the status of gold? It's not a camel hand, it's not like the mountain of gold. It's basically the mountain, like mountain of gold. She's a you figure how much people have to look at. So she's always been in reality everywhere. So she's coming up and out, is not playing out. Remember, that's like this kind of camel. That Amen, that's like the stuff of Amen. Comes to the God says, she's second as a secret that happened about the value was, but even covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the message? It's the Hava what's the everything. The Hava, that's the baby. The Iman should not be easy, but so all the let's say about somebody else, like you make back with you, not to see that's what what about your fault? I don't think you can only worship it later on. Because remember, the mighty God is the key factor of and going ahead As much completion announcing the mountain was there, not level was there, was just there, but then subsequently worship. So kind of come old that is true, planted and issued for regular purposes, true purposes, and then when you do the on worship, it's typically like being mountain. Therefore, then, the reason, no, I said that's not what's up. Who's the Asher Rashi? Let's read Rashi. We're going to get down, what is the Asher which is that? So, not doing it, feel on the back. The Trisas Yad Adam Pinot about not to value so much actually that although that you say the love that level is I have to mad to let you pack us for each line that's what it's also kind of comes up to the domestic and later on you want to pass up over so that sees cannot be transformed into a temple of Abu Why? Because he knows that point in time that is right what? It's right and county or what about Jesus that part? Jesus that other things the role private practice really stop people other of warrior right? So it's like so then the mindset that's not called Jesus the Adam God. And therefore they're both saying this much. On the other hand, that's not the Jesus of the world, it's just the world. But there is a really made that, but you're saying really comes along to say, even should not be done, you have to be forcing that shit up. So with myself on you, also, done in the heart, also ultimately the is no. Even if you try to worship for just some reasons, and then only later on, you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not right, that is not like the mountain or the hill, why not? So you use what she says to be ability. Because also doesn't mean because at the end of the day, I'm going to see because a person's failure is ultimately looking at you, those people have the ability to about it. Once so it turns out that according to this approach, that's the inside. So this is a station. So Trisha says, what are you not welcome to the question of the which is second by the hammer days, kind of suffer. Even mental myself of the water, kind of old, the tree plant, just stand right? Not about each other, just plant the stamp, and then only worship afterwards it is mutter. Why? Because you're going to kind of come to that type of tree, like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about the trees actually are from both? These actually are the kind of conversation is only a principle of one, when the initial planting was not for all these other purposes. And you also have these others, and you say, no, even should not rule myself of the author. And you also say, no, the tree, even if the tree just stop without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, is still the author. And what's that again? Like you also see practice, because you also see as a law person practice. You know that it's not like the mountain or the mountain you return itself. You may not actually see they can use what is actually other. The sugar was planted by a person. The first use both necessity of the person. And possible that anything else is involved as you evolve as you go to transform ultimately into the habit of our because useful research on last year, that's what it is. Says research on what is that concept? My last year, wasn't because that not come to the case of a tree that initially was planted with standard sequences, and later on, hopefully, worship tell you that such a tree was absolutely standard sequences. The after those who got in the summer, he looked nothing of herself on the also, and ultimately again, using that use that Yuga holds, the tree was planted initially again amongst the established, and only worship later on. And then as you go, Hamas is the Sanya, and you'll see that it's in there. And Elohim al-Bahari, Ha'aret Elohim, was only that such a pasuk you can find. The pasuk itself overflows the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God coming down himself, wipe out all of the others, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahari, like the God upon the mountains. Russia, the Maya is Ha'aret Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. Just like and transform mountain into a sense of Abolisa. Similarly, notice that Elohim Alakos, their gods on the earth. What is the action? The propose Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would say, Shomea Hanet, Tachas Kopi, Ra'anan Elohim, below Ra'anan Elohim is every God. Pasuk says, Tachas Kopi, Ra'anan, underneath I was like, that is too time when they use that is a Omigara, the Rola Anan Elam, itself cannot be responsible for the Roma is the Pasuk says that today at this place, the Pasuk says, and the Kudos shall destroy the fire, was consumed in the fire. So that this explicitly said that the humans are to be destroyed. Ella Kafas Ko Israel Anan Elam. So that's the case. Then why do I need that case? After I wasn't until it's happening to me. So I understand Esalonean but I like both. But this says, you shall destroy their gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That doesn't appear in the Torah. That the obligation to defend is not exactly the honor of the nothing in itself, significant in itself, is what hearing nothing itself is what yet when it comes to our freedom, let's say, Akas of Israel. Why is that underneath something I would like to explain. The tree itself can actually come up with each other, but the idea is underneath the trees. For 1 second, the Torah itself says that the Torah itself says that what? That something what? That the Asherus can't become. The Asherus can't become about each other. What's going on? The fact is that the Asherus can't become about each other. So then why use what's the Akas of Israel and that? Abu is the that's something to do with that's like are you looking at the what do you like to ask? I mean, also, but I don't know about that. And yet, even the one who said, I'll dance to the muscle. Come on, for example, what's that the bar, we're going to start. You can start with what's in the time, you can start. You can see how the high mountains or a high hill. Get each side on or that's the time when it's going to come. No, there's just not. No, there's not. see a really special class doesn't seem to burn down, which is that that's the thing. When I say that you can't stop representation, subsequently worship. So what's a represents us that again, this is not tomorrow's not going to see right? But what happens when you are used as that is it appears that only that which grows after the apple is done in the steps becomes usher as an example. So if I go to a person who worships and that's it, this person is not purposes, a person who worships it, only that which grows after the worship of a result designation ultimately becomes our result. That's why once he says, Hashem to God anyway. And in that kind of case, you have to explain it. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the apple result designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that in some way. So once again, for a specific decision, referring to two different issues, and then the reason we say for years that I know that even if you initially planned before, mundane purposes, and subsequently worship as a Bodhisattva, it in fact Gemara says, so, easily should you do also the current time, or maybe even should not self also, what if the case ultimately again, of the tree, the primary part and when that which is cut off, and that which goes afterwards is Gemara says, the Omer even should not self I have a high chance of becoming a leader and not give up. Such a leader, which was for a second, but talking about the mercy of the apostle. The mercy of the apostle actually from the international right across. That chance is from the international, that the also is the different doing this. So, the release of the struggle was on up. So, much of people know that much. This is this. And yet, the mercy of the apostle of the chance is from the international. Not the apostle of our chance to the which was either one also what have you think about it? Either one that I'm actually place at the person not to say you have to burn the Ashura down the Ashura. What is that talking about? You don't say nothing if you know the fact. Listen, I would have assumed that would see how the story that said Hashem to and all it would have said is Hashem to I would assume that is referring to a tree which is immediately planted by Abu Israel. The calf must be Hashem to see that this is what was another who keeps sitting, Hashem to see when it's working to that it was. Therefore, both sides like to have Hashem to Hashem to that's the simple piece. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra function of Hashem to God? I can tell you, Hashem to God, they wouldn't be like Shanato for the myself. What's the contribution that it is, which was initially planned for regular purposes and subsequently used. So the Gemara says, I have to get a special I'm sorry. Rabbi, I have to get a now, according to Yossi and Yuba, again, subsequently, that the tree becomes also as a result. So learning that we will be back into that we want fantastic. Everybody comes to that one, the whole day also you plant the tree initially for regular purposes in your box. And then you worship it. But the tree remedies the maker, and the tree is not transcended by the Torah. So what do they do with the place of the God and what's the reason? How does it do my activity? You put them in the discrimination. What's the discrimination? The use is for the just discrimination. What's the discrimination? Do it of all the skills of it, ultimately Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael told them to the either Avodah Zarah. That's the discrimination. So, the discrimination is but in the conquest of there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. But literally, this is cutting down the and then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So that's amazing to say. So what happens again? You truly open the public holding in the bush, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Avodah Zarah, that precedes the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, so they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over, whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be kibush. So, however, kibush are to start putting the deal. Also, the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and then the destruction of Avodah Zarah. To do it in this moment. do over this control of the Israel he says, if you suffer and stab you with that on the ground, when you enter into land, you're obligated to go ahead once. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah. And after we conquer it, then we go back and we upgrade. It looks like, it's incredibly slow life. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you know, I was looking at the focus on finishing one goal at a time. And sometimes the person has to go out and see lessons. There's a number of different life issues recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to strategy going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately get to filling the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong mentality, right? Not just depends on what happens. So again, the goal was, I will start to knock that opponent. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is keep it. The goal over here is to try to win. Destroy level results, especially this farm level results, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as you said, remember again, keep it through it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level results as you go into it, conquer it, then go back and destroy it. That's the word is like this. Not very touched. So come with you. Kind of this. You have some of the so what they ask now is still free touch. As the Yossi says, you shall go as the movement and destroy them with your face. Bahana. So actually, the customer was actually just the customer is deconstruct. You deconstruct. The customer is deconstructing his vehicles. Bahana. You should back in this Matzelos, break their Matzelos. Bahana. I need it. But I'm stopping right there. So anyway, so what's the burn with you? The other again says, you are a Amratuna, you go, the Akaka, zero. Right? Let's say, so you go to consume and then burn. The idea being that this is a mandate to this country of the land. So because of the mandate, ultimately, to country of the land, therefore, again, the obligation was not to have a desire out of commission. Destroy the stones, reconstructing the doorposts, and then you hold. Don't you can ultimately burn it in the house. So the after of Rabbanon, I by me, the open level is the other, the Shalish Acharet. We'll say the Rabbanon ultimately uses this part. And when you come to level of Shara, it's not just enough to destroy the Acharet. It's not the Shalish Acharet. We'll say the Shalish Acharet means you have to include the real and vestige of the idolatry. Rabbi Yossi, you go to Shalish Acharet another. Where's the Yossi you can burn? So I have to go ahead and uproot the level of Shara afterwards. Not to learn, you do not have to examine that ultimately, you learn from the place that you shall destroy the enemy from this place. Like you do So this is an incredible yesod. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so this yesod, incredible Musar. This is also the same in Avodah Zarah that is not just to stop worshiping it or to destroy the calf or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the terms, Shari Shachara, most of the world of negative. Not just have to stop it, So part of also that is incredible and there's something that you God has relationships. You know, it's like Shelley's wife, what is whatever says something absolutely amazing. I love the that collaboration God knows that you know that I love the reason I love the same somebody comes to like do that just like important that I love the reason collaboration God knows and she asks the money you give them how much you give them that's up to your discretion but according to have to that's not how what do you say? I can see that. What do you say? For example, the gun is not for the even if someone is a child, was an ex-child, and always from Russia, they are showing the product of the story. Even if someone is great, even if someone is just even if someone is good, the gun is not over, it's not for them. It is the product of the gun. Yeah, well, actually, this is quite the one purpose is like that. The mountains look like the social mountain towards the hills. And maybe probably so that is on the mountain, and that's on the hills. And maybe probably but the mountain and the hill itself cannot. And the pasuk says, "With shachar kesef zohar alei." The pasuk says, "You shall not go ahead." Literally, you shall not go ahead. You shall not go ahead. With kesef of zohar, gold and silver with keys upon them. The shield here that only that which is upon the mountain or the hill. Not the mountain, but the hill itself should come above the sky. Listen, he says, Elohim al Paharim. Listen, Yosef is the pasuk says, "Adesh Tabin is called the pasuk of Shalom as Elohim al Paharim." Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So Yosef is the Elohim al Paharim, Elohim. That is only the God on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim Allah bows. You're not allowed to worship the gods behind the bows. Allah has bows, Elohim. But the bows themselves cannot become the gods. So what's the secret? The first glance, it appears that the ritual really seems exactly as it had happened. Like there is no difference between the two. The lights of the mystery and the which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become the gods. That's which is on the mountains, that's which is on the hills, and the mountains and hills themselves cannot. This is the rational interpretation. Tanakama says, "Osako Sesha Sahab Alei." Ultimately, Tanakama says, "Do not covet the gold and silver that is on them," which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hills which is upon us, but rather only that which is upon them. And like Yosef, he says, "Elohim Alaharim," and again, that's the Alaharim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes considered that way. Not the mountain itself. As the Gemara, as the Mishnah down Pasha, and the name Ma'asheira, Asura, which is Adonai Asheira, brought it out Asheira up, is posing existential difficulty for us. Like, what about the Asheira? The Asheira was, remember again, this is something that by definition is part of the midst of the land. By definition is part of the earth, yet we see it is so what's it? This is what we just learned before. Saki or Elohim Elohim. Why would I say this? So there we go. The creation of Jesus Yad, because it was a really translated, it has Jesus Yad of the movie that man's fingerprints. Like this, but this under has man called that is the man from it's not other than that called a person that so it's a person that by man, or is it something by man and therefore by definition the subject ultimately that's only found in God. Anything that is not in God. By definition, the next thing that's even if it's worship. So therefore, even if I worship now true, now let's I do that right, and I say that as the rest of the people worship. Shouldn't probably tell you that. Elamite teaching that no sense. The tree is planted by man. The tree is planted by man. Since the tree is planted by man, this is the cause. Since the tree is what is assassinated by man, this was foul. Therefore, this identity transforms into an action about what is done. So the whole tree was separated of the person. Whatever ultimately has size, whatever is part by man. So I think part of that I'm gonna be I mean, open the other instructions that the says, and going to direction actually says that open for us. itself is covered in wood. Shayla is lesser than one word now. So what's the Shayla? What's the Shayla? Good. So the Shayla is what's the status of the cover? If it was that is the cover considered to be part of the mountain or not? Remember again, why is this right? Because if it's covered with wood, that's how much it is. However, again, the king on the mountain itself, the Shayla is a part of the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into Rabbi or is it second of the same distance?
Did you boo?
Tanakama Sabbath, Tanakama holds, C40 hard, Ayoki hard, Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, the worship it is not becomes Ayoki God. Now, Yosef Lee Sabbath, C40 hard, Yosef holds the note, covering of the mountain, that is what managed by the mountain itself, and if you worship it, it's just covering does not become and therefore again, sorry, that is a part of the mountain. Separate of the mountain, and therefore becomes possible. And you see that you see summer season has time, and you see the whole that the couple of the mountain but over having still such a couple is possible for the mountain to show that even the high level of the snow cover is the mountain can't return to like that. Just for the mountain the cover is also of the mountain. There was a lot of but yeah, layman is not the phrase covering, that is the phrase, but is referring to items situated on time. תזינו לכך, ותפיסס יד אדם אינו כלום, אלא אם כן תזינו שמה בורס בוכה. אבל נתו דרים שמי שמשאיר להכניס ותפיסס את אדם, אומר להם ישי במקדש ועבודס בוכה. היה ולמעט תזל מתחס כל ישראל כבר יצחץ. זאת אומרת, כמה זה בוכה. וזה שגמי סקרסים את חלקים וסתם פיצים, and later on, what we have that was developed, so that be transformed into a transformer movement. Why? Because you know that at that point in time, that should like what? It's like a healthy monitor. What about PSAS? That is not right. That is not right enough in order to know why not. So you use what Jesus in the argument. Because also listen to you say that the end of the person because the person who you ultimately wants worship. So also it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's what you inside. Because this is not patience. So patience says, one day I do not talk about it, but not to the shepherd of this other thing. This is second Bible handles, kind of a sub, even myself of the water, kind of how old, the true Christ, just stand attention, right? Not about the dollar, just kind of stand. And then when you worship afterwards, it is nothing. Why? Because again, it kind of teach that type of like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about this actually this on the boat? This actually on the boat kind of conversation. And you said, you says, no, you guys should not from myself of the altar. You says, no, the tree, even the tree is just stop. Without any specific intention. And only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. But just like again, and you also use it because you also see something you want to draw this you know it is really going to touch the travel of the Torah, essentially it comes down to travel the Torah comes later on. Therefore, I'm not enlightened something like that. This is not like the mountains before the unless you realize this is 26 months, which may not actually not but remember that what you say was why you have to do that? Why you have to do that? This was used for the other thing, but it wasn't the actual was planted by a person. Because used for the other and anything that is ultimately not human involvement in also that's a true that anything else human involvement actually involved into some of the as you look to transform ultimately to happen. But usually size last year, so when the commission says what is that? My lab last year, you like to say nothing, that's all that. So that's not coming to the case of and see that it is practice, which is established and later on, ultimately, saying that such a tree doesn't actually the after you see that you need something, you learn to recognize yourself on the process, and ultimately, again, that means that you don't believe she was planted on this tree and it's established, and only worship later on, but as you go, also the sign up, and you'll see that people in that, you told them, so when you're seeing these other topics, you told them, so that Elohim al-Ahad, Elohim al-Ahad, was another thing that is important to keep in mind. The first is yourself always close to the first thing. The second thing is Russia. The first thing is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Ahad, like your God on the mountains. Russia, the is the Lord Ahad Elohim. The mountains is not become like that. That's the mountain. It is not to Avodah. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim al-Akros, your God's on the face. What is that? And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their God. I would have said, Shamea Hanan, Tachas Kolis La'anan Elohim, Shelo La'anan Elohim, is every God. But he said, Tachas Kolis La'anan, I would have said, that God is defined in the then why do I need that phrase? After I was also, everything was happening over here. The phrase itself is confusing. I understand Esalonean Alahor, Sa'aman Kos. So this is it. So explain your God, so I'm an out of the that gives me a clear indication that the application of stress is not exactly on the self, not in itself, is what in and of itself is what, yet when it comes to like, Hashem to God. And in that kind of case, you have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the opposing Sarah designation. Assuming you're able to measure it. Also, therefore, it's according to two different things. And then there is a reason from here from Messiah, but even if you initially planted before mundane purposes, and subsequently worship at the Holy Sarah, it is fact. So, ACH is who also the current, but the only you should not do myself. Also, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part of the worship. That which is cut off, and that which goes afterwards. It says, the only you should not do myself. I think it's from the east from us. That's how we go. What's that? Talking about the merge in the house. You must be in the house and I think it's just that's what from the east now. See, but you also need to have doing yourself. So the basic you don't let yourself up. But in so much of people don't have much. What's this to this? And yet you must be in the house of I think it's from the east. Not the person God I think you that you which was people don't have much. What's the answer about? People don't have much. Have the person not said you have to burn the Ashura, and you see, Omer Hashem Tigadeo, I would have said that cut down the Ashura. What is that talking about? You even not doing the Shula of the past. I would have assumed that which is you have every Torah not said, Hashem Tigadeo. And all it would have said is Hashem Tigadeo. I would assume that that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Apple Israel. The Kach, Hashem, see Hashem Tigadeo, was a not in the tree. That's the simple thing. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do? We have to constantly have Hashem to God. I can tell you, Hashem to God, you like Shirato, all of us all. Also, the constitution of that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes, and subsequently, the Gemara says, my abdicate that we should have. Sorry. Rabbi, I have Hashem to the day of my abdicate. Also, this is nice. Now, according to Rabbi Yossi and Yehuda, you come to the tree for regular purposes. And then, subsequently worship, that the tree becomes also as a holy tree. So the learning that we study back then to God, we want fantastic. What about according to Rabbi, that's kind of common. Behold, there was a tree planted to the tree for regular purposes. And what? Then worship it. That the tree is a tree, and the tree does not transform exactly to God. So what do they do with the place of the God? How does it do that? My activate? The people in the children, I was the use it for discussion children, this is the doing of all this problem, holding the Hebrew Eretz Yisrael. Hebrew Eretz Yisrael, hold them in the Peter Avodah. So, consider these things that the conquest of Eretz Yisrael which is steps in the destruction of Avodah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah. So literally, when you do cutting down the and then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then we went back and destroyed the Avodah. So what happens again? You do all people publish holding the bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down of Avodah. That's the secret of conquering of the land. They're rolling through the land, so they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. It's right now, again, it has to be keyboard. So, however, keyboard are to holding the keyboard. Also, the conquering of the land has to receive ultimately the destruction of our world. To do it exactly this moment, you do over this coming with keyboard are to sell that says, if you sustain the study with that running down, when you enter into the land, you are obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah and after keyboard, you start to operate. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. Sometimes the person has to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and see lesson with a number of different life issues. Recognize that right now they're all about stuff. but I need distractions going forward, and I find this conversation is going to the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's played. Manage to play that what's happening. Obviously, over here, the goal was, and it does, you knock out a finish. You come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be to keep. The goal will be to conquer again. Destroy level results. This car level results. A lot of time. Go as you said, remember again, people do it for 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down a result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and so actually, the customer was actually the customer is deconstruct. Deconstruct. The customer will deconstruct everything. It's Bahana. And you see back in this match of stuff, break their match. Bahana. And but that's not that. So you know what? So it's the burning. That is again saying, you know, I'm going to you go, the other network. Yeah, you do it. Because of the magic of therefore, not levels to go out of destroy the stones, reconstructing the staples, and then we go. So after that, bonus, I'm by labor open at all levels. So something is that the study after that. Let's say that one ultimately uses one. But when you up the level, it's not just enough to explain it. It's not the study after that. It's the attraction after that. You have to make sure to remove any vestige of the idolatry. Also, you need to study separate level. Where you listen to the burns, you have to go ahead and up the level. Not to remain. The Vatican as Shimon and Amakomos. Ultimately, we have the face that shall destroy the means from this place. Like giving an atmosphere. So this is incredible you sewed. Somebody check the card. So I sort of point out, so in this you sewed, incredible Muslim Hashkafa, which is a Muslim, the same in Abu Zara, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it, or to destroy the bad, or to go and destroy the idols, but rather again, one of the sons is Shari Shakara, also the world is negative people, so you don't have negative leaders, you don't have leaders, it's not just enough to stop the negative character, it's not to cherish Shakara, because the people who do is really something, everything negative is really something. It's not just enough to stop this. The person is starting to cherish Shakara, that's to go ahead and ultimately get quiet and just like I put it. So he's fighting the juggernaut of the UFC, undertaking guys and stuff like that. So, what it offers us is incredible, and humanity or How much you do that? That's up to you. But of course, you have to do. That's the same. It's not a business that you see the sense of what you do. Someone's friend likes it. This or that. So, it's much better than that's what it says. So, like I have come across with this speech with some making some things similar to the other things that I do because I look at the past. I spend my what do you say? What do you say? Even if someone is a high risk, with the rest of them, one of the lessons is the choice of color of the script. Even if someone is jailed, even if someone is even if someone is so though that's what said that for the level, so هنقول ما أوصل لسهر it's never the level people still can be happy specifically guys that's not close. So you're not an object. You're not an object that flaw actually requires difference. But one person is like that open out, this one is looking down to go to those. And the neighbor's level is like. So that's what you're talking about there. That's on the road. Not the neighbor's level is alright. But the mountain for the hill itself that's what it says. It's not what the job I make. But it says you shall not go ahead. No, I think that's what something that I make strong. As Elohim out upon the gods on the throne now. The top has called Israel. Every was it Israel every so that it comes along. And the students say, you understand. Notice that's what comes down to. So, I don't know that. It's simple. Israel, like, it's coming from Israel. Then what? Then what? Hold on. Tells you that 5 million things in a can, and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah. I mean, it's telling you to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the nose. The Avodah Zarah is off of the trees. So therefore, it's going to be people understand Torah is not that but that is very well agreed. Because then it's kind of time when I listen, and you are not. Everybody actually sees it's a beautiful thing. It's a Mishnah without networking. A Mishnah without networking. It doesn't get anything. Spiritual for us where to find that, where to find it out, where to find it in order to listen, so bottom line, what comes out of it is what comes out of it is there are a lot of things about stuff, even the one worship not real. So that was from that person who is that and we come to one worship that is not like other so there's only one worship that is on that, and that's what's on it. Then that that's exactly right. On the highest now you also need to kind of come out all through my ass, and you also need to kind of come out all through the systems. And you also don't want to say you can go ahead and just practice on the mountain level. There was a it is something, it is only like something. Usually the only time I was about I was like to see what you had to hide that you know how to do it. What happens if the mountain is covered see what you had to hide. So the mountain itself is covered. Say that it doesn't get one more mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? Good. The Shaila is what's the size of the cover? Is it was a easy covering considered to be part of the mountain or not? Remember again, why because the covering is different to what you expect. However, again, when you're on the mountain itself, the triangle is upon the mountain, and therefore can be transformed level of Sarah, or is it second thing to make use of the concentrate for two clouds of design. Tanakama 7, Tanakama holds, C4 Yahar, Eno Kahar. Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, in the worshippers, it managed to become a Rabbi Israel. That Yosef knew something, C4 Yahar, Yosef holds the no covering of the mountain, managed to what? Managed to make himself, and therefore, worshippers covering of that is and therefore again, sorry, that is a part of the mountain, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes muscle. And you'll see that you'll see some of people like that, and you'll see any holes that cover the mountain like the mountain itself. But you'll look at it, it smells like a cover, it's possible to the mountain itself. The paper, the high power of the smoke of the mountain, that's just very something like that. Covering also does not see the Hallelujah, and the city and the being and also the rest. Yeah, mayhem is not referring to cover it, rather than what? It's referring to idols sitting on top of that. It must just go. It's not the fact that the part of the whole not just cover the whole, but the status of gold, kind of have a whole, but it's not like the mountain or the customers, it's welcome to the mountain, right now, She's summer. She's how much she's whole thing reality everywhere. She's covering up the mountains. She's not remember. That's like this kind of time. That Abraham, that's like the stuff of Abraham comes to not just the seven things that I that's not it was, but even separate. They're hovering on top of the mountain as well. So that's not it. It's the Hapa, what's the other thing? The Hapa, that's very interesting. We even should not believe about so-called incoming. It's like what? Somebody else, like, we didn't plant it. That's so with myself up and ultimately again later on. You mentioned that you have actually left on the page 45 feet first time. You mentioned that you know the thing that you're so happy. Simon is kind of come from a Hollywood boat right? So it's kind of come up these guys. Announcements of those on the day. Who are people? You'll see behind. So the current of a high set to us on our own school. The age several says never again. The kind of come will say. It's planted not for the sake of our desire mission. It's not a truth. And the love comes from our desire. That's just like a message. Right? That's the piece that I'm is there. Not by the result, just there. And then subsequently works. To kind of come along with a tree planted and mission for regular purposes, true purposes, and then individual onwards to treat like being healthy. Therefore, again, we're all high school. That's what I want to say. It's easy actually. It's easy actually. So, question kind of what is the action? Not in the kilo attack. The Tisas Yan other Pinocchio and the Indian Jewish level is about not a lot that level is I will not relate Takas for each other for each us. So, the kind of you. I think the rest of the cheese campaign is and we don't argue with that that develop that cannot be transformed into a technical revolution. Why? Because at that point we had natural what about Jesus? Jesus, on the other hand, that's Urvação, óbvio. Nossa, durante a vida rádio, você pode ver isso, não, just some reason, and then go ahead and watch. You watch it, that is not like enough. Why not? So you use what you said to be because also listening to the because the person who so it turns out that according to this approach, actually let's do the start. So this is like so Shusha says, what are you not talking about? You're not doing what's up to everything. So second line of the page, kind of start English, let's do what's up. What the kind of come over, just stop because not about the startup. Just stop. And then when you worship afterwards, it is nothing. Why? It's going to kind of come that type of music, like what? Like the mountain or like the bell. What about the Jesus and the Agamo? Jesus is the Agamo kind of conversation is only a principle of why when you initial planning or background with the Zarathustra. And you also have really started, so he says, no, Ilan Shenat from myself, Abdu Asa. You also have really says, no, the tree, even if the tree is just stop without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. And you also really magic. But you know, Jesus is the Agamo person. You know it. We always come in. We were going to have to travel. She's being mentioned now because I was very happy. Why is that? Why is that serious enough? If it's used like these as the other, but also I think it was my person because you spoke these as the other person. Anything that is interesting has humans involved in it. Possible that any class human involved in might be able to call. My love, perhaps I'm used to that this is something. Even struggling with myself, I'll be awesome. That ultimately again, even that you see that you don't make, but if you was planting and this is stop and only worship the legal art. That has been there. Plus the second that you'll see that from the moment you talk and you'll see the sense of time. So, Elohim has alcohol. Elohim themselves over the first second phrase, Russia. First phrase is God coming from himself, wipe out all the like what? Like alcohol. Like the God talking about Russia. itself cannot become a goal. The Quran says that really emphasis on the right. The Pasuk says, "Sinners you shall destroy them in fire." So that is explicitly said that these are to be destroyed. Ella takas kois la'adam elam. So that's the case. Then why do I need that phrase? After I was also happening with you. The phrase itself is confusing. I understand Esalonium Na'ala Kibos. So this is says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall honor now the place. This is a clear speech that the opposition is that the result is that honor of the natural itself, nothing in itself is what nothing itself is what. Yes, when it comes to like Shila, like this is right? Holocaust, like Israel. Why is that? Underneath itself, I would like to say, the spirit itself cannot come up with his level. But the idea is underneath but what second Torah itself says, that's very possible. Torah itself says that what? Tells him what? That the Asherus can come have all these others. What's going on? So that's the reason that the Asherus can become all these others. So why use what the Hashas or Gemara says, "Oh, I said this is the way we must have." So, easy issue to do also the color. But the only you look at myself, was what if the king's ultimately again of the truth? Primary part is that you just cut off, but that's what goes afterwards is going to be. It says, "The only you look at myself, I the high essentially the thing that he was sometimes the reason you want to go outside is not the person God which was evil and Naaman. What's the reason evil and Naaman had the person not said, not returned, and you see, I would have said that the cut down what is that talking about? You do understand not to the evil of the so I would have assumed that if you had a contradictory not said, my face is and all it would have said is, I think you like it. I would assume that is a very good thing, which is initially trying to travel to say. The cops must have. I should have seen that this was a matter of keep I think this is a working to that we would. If I was like, that's about the that's the simple truth. Therefore, then it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra ones? I shouldn't keep that day. Or, I can tell you, I shouldn't keep that day. The should not go over myself. What's the contribution that keys, which was initially tried for regular purposes and subsequently I have to go Rabbi, I got to the game. Now, according to the Yosef of Yehuda, again, subsequently working, that the tree becomes Asr and Aloshim. And the learning that will play is that going to God. So that's according to the Rabbi, and the whole Joseph, he planned to receive a regular purpose. But then what to do? And the tree that like you see the 9 times how the club is there. So what do they do with the I've actually figured that my argument is because the terminator wasn't the terminator. We use it for the judge of the terminator, wasn't the terminator. We do it although there's no problem, ultimately Bush Eretz Yisrael. Bush Eretz Yisrael hold them in the clear so, the two main things, but in the conquest of Israel, we have two steps in the destruction of Israel. First, literally, we need to study the Bible, I am not in the order. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and conquering of Israel. I'm very pleased to have all this. It was amazing to show. So, what happens again? Doing all people public holding the people, so they're knocking down and cutting down on all the that's the seed to conquer the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. Right now, it's going to have to be people. So, however, people are holding the field. As a country that the land has to be seen ultimately and the destruction of all this moment. This is not at this moment. You over this come from the people that says, if you suffer, it's not with God on the land. And you enter this land, you're obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the obligated. You're after the people to start to operate. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. You're incredibly sometimes you get one goal at a time. Number of different life recognizing and letting out all of that 70%. None of that are 70%, but I need to start keep going forward, and I'm finding time ultimately what we're doing in the 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it is, not just depends on what's happening. You see, probably still again, the goal was, I'm going to trust you, knock that out. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is huge. The goal over here is to conquer the land. point of it is essentially this fun of it, it's a lot of fun. As the same, remember again, people should do it takes 14 years. So first go and conquer the land, not kind of over there as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and you shall go out of the and destroy them as they boast. So actually, the Tatsuya was actually distribution. The Tatsuya means you keep instruction. The Tatsuya, you keep instruction. Bahana, and you should back in this match yourself. Break the match yourself. Bahana, and you Bahana, stop like that. See the way, so it's the burning. That is against us. If you want to, you go, the Ahaka, right? Okay, so there's no two, and then you go. Yeah, you do This is incredible you sewed. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out that this is sewed. This is incredible cell phone, which is the most of the same in Zara that is not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the terms is Shari Shakara. Most of the world is making it do those. You don't have to do this. Not just have to stop and make it count. Stop the Shari Shakara. The people need to maybe something. Everything negative is really something. Not just stop it. The person will start with Shari Shakara. So and ultimately you can find the first part and put it. One of also that's incredible and humanity amazing. So it's started how much but I'm putting that But it says, a big cartoon is from most of the Happy Kalabara system as Elohim al Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountain. Remember, it looks like we began Elohim al Elohim Elohim. That is only the gods on the mountains. But the mountains themselves cannot come up to God. Elohim al Gibos. You're not allowed to worship your gods on the hills. Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become God. So what's the difference? First flag. Tanakama says, Rosako Kesef Sohab Alreika. Ultimately, Tanakama says, do not covet the holy thing that is on them. Which indicates to us that it's not the mountain of the holy thing of rather only that which is upon them. And then he says, Elohim Elohim, and again, that is Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes Hasadam, not is part of the earth, yet again, we see the so we're saying, using what we just learned before, it's not even Elohim or Elohim Elohim. Why would I say it? Because we know that the Shemish, but we start not because the most of the anything that is natural is a shit. Like that is cannot be transformed into the natural so if we do like what mountains like I use that logic and I say that I say to you, people work shouldn't follow these arguments. Control screens. So I can learn as Elohim out of I got the gods on the throne mountain, I like on the hills. Tachas Kol Israel. Listen, each Israel every so that you come from God. And the people say, you don't understand. Sometimes it comes to the obligation of God. How do you know that? It's simple. There is no obligation just coming from the religious travel. Then what? Then what? What do you like? What's happening back there? Could have just said, it's like, what's the Torah? Well, not that country to do one mountain on the open. Why do you need that? And Jesus said the word actually giving us geographic marks for the school as like a whole GPS. Telling you that by the way you get to Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off the trees. So therefore, it's going to be keep on the stairs. So we're going to keep it locked down. But this is usually that is important. It's very well as me. This is kind of remember that we also, I believe, are not the same. Everybody actually sees me as seeing the Muslim. That's important. We have to say, that is a Mishnah without the hope. A Mishnah without the hope. Spiritual background. Let's get that in. All of your people saying is you have understanding. That's not a time that you're saying you run out of the there's another few people that identify for us where to find that, where to find it out, where to find it in order to do it. Listen, so bottom line, that's definitely very and I love the next song. So one goes up and one that has that one just one works that's other so there's only one works that on the mountain. That's on the note, those guys will be found over time. I'm sure that I still believe you want to follow this therefore, by that, just that's why I therefore he worships it, the planet comes from God. That Yosef needs summer, seek where the higher calling both the note, covering of the note, management watch, management of the note, now the most certain worshiping, covering the natural and the sound is when having the school of Harris, like the school was sat of Pesach Pablo, Husband says, was sat of Pesach, so of our I'm sorry, not this is part of that, separate of the mountain, and then it comes us. And you'll see that you'll see some like Super has that, and you'll see these holes that are coming up and out. What will it happen? Still have the colors, what will it happen? So, even the eyebrow is like, somebody else, right? You would not myself up to, I don't just look at it later on. That's not what the enemy is the role of the choosing the practice of the power. It is trying to practice those who stand in purposes, other of all of the stages. Right? So that's not making some people adam today. And therefore, there was something to look at. On the other hand, you see that message can be used in the world, which is really more parce que le Seigneur, le Seigneur comprend ça. Ilan şuna kutayı yaptığımız orijinal şuna. Burada sağ asıl Johnny Bahar, was an open days basis. You just stand and then only the on you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like the mountain, no, why not? So you use what is the argument. But also listen to you because the person who is ultimately once it comes out, that according to his approach, that's what you inside. So this is what Sheshes. So Sheshes says, one day I'm not probably going to actually myself up to the ocean. This is second line of the other day. Kind of summer, even shutting myself up to water, kind of old. The tree is trying to just stand and right, not about the other. Just trying to stand. And then when you worship afterwards, you is looking. Why? Because you're going to kind of choose that type of like what? Like the mountains are like the hill high. What about the east side of the low? East side of the underworld and conversations. Only the one. When the initial passage was left out of the garden. And you also movie circles in the system. You learn to not to myself of the offspring. You also know you can talk to students. You have to do it every time. Just stand without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. And what's that? Again, that was a really magic. Because you know, he's actually very out of all person trying to do this. So you know, and the you know, such a no, seems to be such now travel is very comfortable on. What I love the nice thing is that they get to and it is not like the mountains for day. You realize it is not. You can trace it, you cannot see that. Because you never know what it is. Why are you going to do that? Why are you going to do it to us? It was used, but these has to be other. Because also, I'm sure there was planted by a person. Because used, but these has to be other. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in it. Us, that's a that anything has human involvement has the ability to evolve into the practice of our religion. As we look to transform ultimately from active level. Because the usual Isas are not Zaasians. What's the religion of such anything that has Isas to be other? What is that coming from? My love, Naasi, Lord, Shiraku, Ulvasomen. What's the because that not comes from this particular case of a key that needs to be planted, which is established purposes, and later on, ultimately, is worship. Say that such a key does not be able to that becomes us. The after Yossi that we do this summer, we learn nothing of ourselves up to us, and ultimately, again, even that Yossi that we the holds, but if she was planted initially, again, it was to stop purposes, and only worship later on, that as we go, come on, sign up, and you'll see that we do that. Coach, and we're listening to the circle time. We told and the Elohim alcohol. Alcoholic Elohim. What's the name again? That is the point to keep in mind. The person itself always goes the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God coming by himself, wipe out all of the others, like what? Like Elohim alcohol. Like your God on the mountain. Russia, my is Aloha. Holy Elohim. The mountains cannot be compared down. Mountain. This will capture all our stuff. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim halak goes. Your God's on the hills. What did he do? We don't have to below the hills, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would say, Shomea and not as called Elohim, Rahaman Elohim, is everywhere. Concentrate, not as for Israel, I will take the and that if you find the movie, that is a struggle, the role Rahaman Elohim to itself cannot become Elohim. And the Roman says that Shaleim to support the body. The body says in the shoulders, you shall destroy the fire. This is sealed with the blood. Torah basically said that the things are to be destroyed. However, that was for Israel and Allah. Then why do I need that phrase? After I was it, everything is happening here. The phrase itself is means I understand accelerating our heart running the highlight slow. Because this is says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall honor mountains and the hills. That is the clear indication of God. That we have a mission to establish God exactly his honor of the knocking of himself. The mission himself is working. Even if the knocking itself is working. Yet when it comes to God, see the weapons of those days. How fast is what you see the honor? Why do you say that? Not just this one. Underneath is something I was underneath the trees. For 1 second, the Torah itself says that's very specific. The Torah itself says that what? Tells me what? That the Asherah can become. The Asherah can become Avodah. What's going on? So if that's the sort of thing that Asherah can become Avodah, then why do you say that? Achas Kodesh to the Anan, Aru, that's completely just the Rabbi. That's what Aru, the Rabbi. Let me make sure that I need to identify that person. And you have people come along and say, how that's the person. Come up with something like that, the law, the Islam, we didn't say that, the Muslim is coming up, sometimes you can, and you can see find out or outside get Israel or that's the example of so much. No, not Gemara says, "God said this from the Ishmael So, easily to do also the color, but we only give it to myself. Also, what is the case ultimately again? Of the tree. With the primary part of the water. The only that is just cut off, and that which grows afterwards is going to be water. So the Gemara says, "Have you only give it to myself? I the high shelter from the Ishmael myself. That's on the dog. You want to go outside, but it's talking about the Gemara reading the pasuk. You must read the pasuk as soon as it's very close. That changes from the Ishmael. So you also read this how we do it. So the basic you want to talk to myself. The Russian even know that much. Listen to this. So yet you might reading the pasuk of Hashem from the Ishmael. Not the pasuk of Hashem to the Ishmael. Which was Shiva or Noah. Also, here's how we think about it. Shiva or Noah at the pasuk, not say, you have to learn the Ashura. And you see, Hashem to the veil, I would have said that to cut down the Ashura. What is that talking about? The Ivan should not be the Tefillah with that. I would assume that would, see, had the Torah not said, Hashem to the veil, and all it would have said is, Hashem to the veil, I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for apple seven. The task must be Hashem to the veil, was a matter of two Hashem to the veil, working to the veil. That's what both sides like to watch. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra pasuk of Hashem keep like the word? I tell you, Hashem keep like the word. You like Shinato, all of us all. Also, the contribution that she was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently changed. As Gemara says, my argument is that it's given. Rabbi, I have Hashem to the veil my hand. Now, according to Rabbi Yossi of Yehuda, and then subsequently worship, that is truly becoming master of our own life. So the learning that we say is actually to Rabbi Yossi, everybody comes to Rabbi Yossi, the whole worship, keep back the tree and see what regular purposes. Then you worship it, that the tree that is water, like the tree does not come from the God. So what do we do with the place I think to God when it's I've actually figured that my argument is to figure the show later. What's the next? We used to for the judge of the show later. Do it although there's no problem. Ultimately, the Kibush Eretz Yisrael, hold them in the Peter Apple Restaurant. So, the Shibboleth holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there were two steps in the destruction of Eretz Yisrael. The first step was cutting down the Apple Restaurant. Because literally, this is cutting down the idols not being over. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Apple Restaurant. It was an amazing mistake. So what happens again? The doing of the public holding the people, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Apple Restaurant, that preceded the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers are going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying them. Right now, again, it has to be Kibush. So, however, Kibush Eretz Yisrael put in the deal. Also, the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and then destruction of Eretz Yisrael. If you look at that, the deal of Eretz Yisrael quoting the Kibush Eretz Yisrael actually says, if you such an established God on the land, and you enter into the land, you have to go ahead and watch. You have to go ahead and cut down the Apple Restaurant. You have to Kibush starts the Apple. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. It was like, you're incredibly saving life. One goal at a time. The number of different life recognizing that doesn't matter all about 70%. Better than 70%, but I need distraction to keep going forward, and I find the time ultimately what people in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, how it's here. That just depends on what's happening. So you see, Israel again, the goal was to start to knock that opinion. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying that over there, especially this farm level, it's taking a lot of time. The Well, as you can remember, again, people can do it for 14 years. So first of all, he conquered the land, not down about the Zara after going through it, conquered, then go back and that's what the word is like. You have to understand about something, so what's the answer now? That's still so conquered. As the Yosef says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them with peoples. The Hana. So actually, the Kashmir was actually the Kashmir is which is instructed. The Kashmir is instructed the Hana. And you should back to this Matsuo stuff, break their Matsuos, the Hana, and leave it. But I'm stopping that stuff. Sooner or later, what's the verdict? The other again says, if you want to, you don't, the Akaka, right? Or some sort of joke, soon, and then go. The idea being a recipe is a mandate to do it. So because of the mandate, also, therefore, was not the level of desire out of creation. Destroy the stones, keep the structure in the tables, and then you fold. Don't keep the place open to the burning. After that, Rabbi, I by labor, okay, so okay, I will look up it. You should have the shanish akara. What's it? Rabbi, okay, to use this responsibility. Like when you up to that, it's not just that it's not the shanish akara. What's it? It's not the akara. You have to make sure to remove any vessels of idolatry. Yosef, you should have shanish akara. Where's the rest of the thing learned? You have to go ahead and uproot the akara afterwards. Not the way, if you decide to tsunami, I'm not alone. Ultimately, the race shall destroy the moon from this place. So this is incredible you saw. Incredible you saw. Somebody check this out. So I kind of point out so this is so incredible. What's that? This is also the same thing I told you, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping or to destroy certain chaos, or to destroy the idol, but rather again, Shani Shakara, what's the word of negative people? So much negative people. It's not just enough to stop doing the character, it's not the Shani Shakara. Because everything we do is really for something. Everything negative is really for something. It's not just enough to stop the danger, but a person starts with Shani Shakara. Go ahead and ultimately you can find certain parts of courage. Go ahead and destroy the God. Versus last. It's simple. In the Torah, then what? Just as the other thing is just said, it's like what is that Bible you don't command, and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, and tell you where it's falling into the Avodah Zarah about to have a mountain. The Avodah Zarah about to have the top of the hill. The Avodah Zarah is often so therefore it cannot be described. This is very well explained. Everybody has this beautiful thing. He was going through some shit. What happens is the mountain covers the mountain itself covers the Shiloh is what the mountain. What's the Shiloh? So I did the Shiloh is what size of the cover. If it was at least a cover, it should be under the mountain or not. Remember again, why however, again, the coating on the mountain itself, the Shiloh is a part of the mountain, and therefore can't be kept from the level of the or the second of the space is the transform equal are able to have covering up the mountain is not right in the mountain, and therefore we miss. Therefore, if we worship it, the mountain becomes avodah zarah. That Yosef really suffered, see for the higher quality thing. Yosef really holds the note, covering up the mountain is not as what, not as the mountain itself, and therefore, covering is not as That is any part of that. Separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes possible. As the ocean and that, the ocean is summer super hard to argue. The ocean is the gold, but the public of the mountain like the mountain itself. What will it have in hand? So that the other is what will be the mountain itself. Even the hard level of the scope of the cover is also does not become Alea Yuka and the sea and the real institution. That was the lucky Alea. The Alea is not referring to cover, it's not the Alea referring to what? It's referring to idols situated on top of them. Because just for gold, and the cover is being thing, it's not the part of the gold is secret. Nothing is covered in gold, what's the status of gold? Kind of come home, so it's not like the mountain or Tesla, you'll see it. Sushi summer, sushi city. The school how large people have been able to have so sushi solely in reality everybody needs. If the company of the mountain is not
Oh.
playing the mountain, that was the interest remember. That's the like the kind of level that Abraham, that set is some of Abraham comes to that sense in separate I don't see really not happen to mountain, but now you what? But even a covering, a whole covering on top of the mountain as well. What's the matter? The whole thought was that the whole thought that's very interesting. The evil should not be evil, but solve all these things. Let's say what it is. What do you argue that for you? The half of the year should not be evil, but solve all these things. Okay. The issue is as well. If you try to achieve, and the only example you work with some of the leaders come. This is not true. We work with us. The moment she left here, it's like fighting with you, somebody else like you and fighting with you, not to the sin of our Lord. That's what she's not with. You myself of you, I don't think you're going to only just worship it and leave her on. Because the number 90 medication that I treat with you is the true private love and love that you have to come to the in this case, over here, I'm going ahead and I'm back to the also, the only thing to work with us later on is the life of kind of coming summer, the kind of come away, and so what's that before you come to that. We must be enough, we come back to 98 on the day 45 feet first life. We must be enough, we really see my shit, we must so happy. Kind of kind of come and come a Hollywood ball, kind of come up the mountains of those on the church, who I think will be okay by forest, although I said you also have on the slow cover. The eight several says here for again, kind of come over there, kind of cool, so you make it. It's fine, the back of the stage level is color in this. It's kind of love comes on with color. Here, what's the best of the mountains? I get what you see down, the mountain is there. That level is always just there. Then subsequently works. Kind of come Therefore, again, at least moral high school plus levels of the ATS is also the question now, what is the activity? It's the not in the field of the cap. The three such yard are not in values over the message. Although the size of that level of the I ask you, not to let the cap as public side of the also, I come with the why? Because at that point in time, like what? It's like mountain or high without the
Look who the fuck it is. What up, baby? Yeah, that doesn't happen, man. It's never happened. It never will happen.
So I think my interview with Rabbi is gonna be like if you want to go class is gonna be the worst thing that you guys say.
Zoot, you did it. I have no doubt it will be. Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I don't want to hear your mouth. I don't want to hear your mouth until you've accepted the invitation.
I've got no idea.
What's that, big man?
We take that unions, the idea of contacting group unions and turning it into a platform just to stand up that analyzes what people mean by what they turn jokes.
You've said that. It's not a bad idea.
You think there's enough of an audience for that?
Potentially, yeah.
I don't think there's that many people interested in comedy.
Dude, there may be more people interested in comedy than there are people interested in rap. Okay, well, believe what you want, big man.
One of the biggest money for like 50 years and took off these.
Who gives a fuck about Tupac, son? Wait, let me put it to you this way. Does Netflix pay millions of dollars for a rapper to make a song, yes or no? I'll wait. Does Netflix pay They don't. They pay shit, and they don't. The Grammys don't pay. No, they don't. They pay people to make movies.
No.
Yeah. Okay, $5 million. Cool story. That's because they wanted that movie to be successful. Do you know how many comedy specials are out there? And how much money Netflix has paid to these people? Joe Rogan, a comedy podcast. $200 million from Spotify. No rapper has ever gotten $200 million. Now he's at $500 million. No rapper's ever gotten $500 million for a song.
So what you're saying is we should make rap juniors this thing millions and be like $1 million idea.
I mean, what does that do? Like, basically tell people what the meaning was of certain stand-up bits?
Yeah, because comedy is sometimes it's in with the times, right? In the era what's funny now might not be funny in 50, 60 years because people will get the reference, right?
Yeah,
But
no,
they're going to different the era.
right. That's true.
So what I want to do is like build this so in like 20, 30 years from now people can go to the website and it's like, oh, that's what they meant 30, 20, 30 years ago. That's what they were going through. And the people will be like, oh, that's kind of funny. And they'll take reference from that.
Zoot, of all your ideas, 99% of them suck absolute dick. I mean, they're the worst. They're the worst ideas I've ever heard. This one is not that bad. So you should do.
As a contest, everyone gets a year pulled out of the bucket, and you can't tell a joke that wasn't made in that playground. You can't tell a joke that wasn't made past that year.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Something that has to
I think that's a phenomenal idea. There's a reason why they don't want people to do that, though, because a lot of humor is politically charged, and they don't want people saying, "What? We're just in another fucking war, and we were in another fucking war 30 years ago, and another fucking war 30 years before that, and another fucking year 30 years before that. This is bullshit."
Do you like political jokes?
I think it's very powerful. It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons. All right, cool. I'm gonna sleep on that motherfucker's couch someday. Someday. I know his cousin, step cousin. I mean, maybe. Only if I get to sleep next to Yoshi. You thought that could have been funny. I wouldn't say that though. That would be kind of disrespectful. I know what you think I was gonna say, and that would have been really funny. All right, Zoot. 9 ball. You're done. Trick shot, son. I thought you were opening for James McCann tonight. Yeah, that's not what people say, though. You never hear Jerry Seinfeld say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be seeing a comedy set tonight," instead of, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be doing stand-up tonight." You would never hear Dave Chappelle say, "I'm going to be seeing stand-up as opposed to saying I'm going to be performing at whatever theater or arena. So that's a garbage shot. You know it. Dog. This is a very difficult shot.
Maybe that's why
I did. Are you gonna go? Thomas.
So now what do I do with the ethical person?
Redhead's not ethnicity. Redheads are fucking wild, bro. Yeah. No, they're not. Okay, so even shitty pool players about chicks you've never hooked up with. Because if you're gonna do that, we don't have enough time for you to be able to finish. Weird dog. But look at the shot. I don't think that counted. I think I hit the wrong ball first. You failed to hit the blue ball first. Garbage. Hit the 3 ball, son. That's wrong. That's not the right ball. That could be really good. That could be a gigantic make. And you blew it. Zoot blew it. Zoot blew the biggest shot. He gives me a perfect shot. Oh, until you open for James McCann? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Dog. I don't make decisions for people. Look at this move. Zoot, did you see my show? Watch a documentary or podcast or something? I might read a book called How to Be Funny, not written by How Not to Lie Incessantly. I would write a book. This is what I would do. Not lie to people and say that I was doing it, and get some good jokes together, and then like shoot him a message on Instagram and say, "Hey, dog, you said Amos whatever's fucking cousin. I would love to be able to open for you. Please let me know if this would be an option. I'm a finalist for Raw Comedy 2026. Everybody says I'm not funny. But I think I could change that. Dude, no way. Dude, I say you're not funny. Dog, I know what funny is. I think I watch more comedy than any person else.
Well, as so remember again, so first go ahead and conquer the land.
Your sense of humor sucks. Brash and offensive and not funny. Funny? It's whether you're going to make the shot. I can already tell this is a terrible shot. Worst shot ever. This is a terrible shot. Dog, that was almost beautiful. Zoot, are you ready for this? I'm gonna win on this shot. Dog, all of your jokes are just easy. They're not creating people. Dude, I would watch just a TV show of Escort. Not the disabilities part. That part's offensive. Not disabilities. That part's offensive. Because they can't necessarily control what they're doing. How are they trained? What certification agency is like, hey, you're special needs individuals? Like, shut the fuck up. I disagree with that. I think there are escorts out there who see. Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's over. Zoot, you're done. Alright, now dice party and then we're done. For an hour until you come back. Zoot, I'm gonna dominate you right now at dice party, and there's nothing you can do about it. I know. Dude, I should have. I screwed up. You're right. I screwed up. Three of a kind. Four of a kind. That's big time. What do we do, Zoot? Give me another 4, baby. Dude, that's a garbage roll. It's one of the worst rolls we've ever seen. Go for the 2s. Full house. Oh, 4 of a kind again. Yeah, dude, that's smart. 1, 2. Oh, man. 4, 5. 3. Very high risk. Yes, I did. Very high risk, dude. You're right, it was high risk. No. High risk. High risk. Oh, no way. What it paid off for him.
Oh no, even though we got getting the top.
Baby, that's part of the game, man. I understand. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dude? What'd you say? Dog, I'm having trouble hearing you. What'd you say? Dude, your mic is garbage. Yeah. Yeah, I can see your webcam. Dog, I can't hear you. I know it's a full house, dude, but there's nothing I can do about it. Four in a row. Dog, what the fuck? Yeah, he just fucked me up. Dude, what's up, baby?
Do you think that algorithm changes every context, or do you think so every 9 seconds? What do you think that algorithm's predetermined?
Dog, nobody knows.
Do you know slot machines all slot machines every better now?
Okay, what's going on, big man?
Yeah, I had to turn off my Bluetooth, but I was trying to show you the little Mexican vendors like set up. They have all the keys and straight set up. I was like, if you ever come to LA, everything that's those are the places.
Dog, what are you talking about? I live in Irvine.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. But I'm saying where you see now, those are the type of spots you can go to.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to understand, I keep kosher, so that's stuff I can't eat. And apologies earlier, JC, I didn't know it was you who was saying that. I couldn't hear you. That's correct. Correct. It's not kosher meat. You're good. Sure. Kosher means fit in Yiddish. It's not shechted. It's not slaughtered in the correct way. Not you. Dog, because I've had 15 distractions in this game. Dude, you know that you're gonna lose. Psych. I'm gonna give up.
Go ahead and destroy the gods
I'm giving up.
You're not allowed to worship their gods, which are on those.
But no,
themselves cannot become God. So listen, so at first glance, you said you would say the sin as the contact. Like there is no difference between the two. But let's say but the mountain is that which is on the mountain, that is the
Dude, so are you opening for James McCann? Are you opening for James McCann?
yeah, I know.
Oh, James McCann's opening for you now? Well, it's going to go Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, Bill Cosby. Yes, I can. It would be Rabbi Rothschild and nobody else. But then we're just going to watch an episode of The Cosby Show together and enjoy our lives.
You think Bill Cosby should be like doing openings and trying to restart and gain his career back?
No, he's like 1,000 years. No, he's like 1,000 years old.
Why would I say that?
Do you think any PR company is like his proof?
Yeah. No bodies. I mean, look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was accused of rape. He was impeached, and he's got a pretty good reputation. Different women throughout the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. Yep. Yeah, he had like a civil trial during at least part of it, where he was like deposed. It was there's Jennifer Flowers. There's they're like a dozen rape accusations against him when he was governor of Arkansas. Just look up Bill Clinton accusations, and you'll see. There's like Linda Tripp, like she's the one who got all the information on Monica Lewinsky, whatever, something like that. There's Paula Jones. That poor woman's life was ruined because of him. She posted in Penthouse. All right, so what the fuck is so loud with your microphone?
Sorry.
You're good. Did you look up accusation Bill Clinton? Isn't it a long list? It is. It's huge, man. And you don't ever fucking hear about that stuff. So I'm saying, like, if he's got all that dirty laundry, you're telling me that Bill Cosby couldn't have his name restored?
Yeah, but his
Bill Clinton was impeached. I mean, that's not a very good thing to have on your record. I mean, he made a national embarrassment of himself. If you were to ask me who did worse, they're both probably pretty bad, but I would probably say Bill Clinton's is worse. Because Bill Clinton's got a bunch of murders attached to his name as well. Look up Mena, Arkansas. Like basically, there's a story about there were two kids who witnessed a drug deal in Mena, Arkansas. That was like basically going to like Clinton was running some kind of operation in the 80s, and these two little kids witnessed it, and they were caught, put on the train tracks, tied on the train tracks, and let a train kill them. They kill me. They know where I live. They can come kill me. It's pretty well known. I mean, this is not like a secretive thing. Um, about the allegations. All right, Zoo. Are you gonna? Are you? I mean, so then who goes first? You guys could just like both be on stage and just both do your stand up. He could do a tight 30 minutes, and you could do your like 3 minutes of dog shit jokes. That could work. Zoo. Yeah. 0 minutes of it are funny. Zoo, what's your funniest joke? Okay, there you go. That's Zit's favorite joke.
People really like the one where I actually funny. Play something that I joke for 10 minutes.
Okay. I told someone one year time, a girl, and she thought it was funny. It was what's the one? It was something like you had to memorize all the Pokemon or something. What is that joke? Oh yeah, no, a good joke. I don't think this is original, but it could be. Was yeah, I took an ADHD test, but I quit it halfway through, and they told me I passed. That's a funny joke. That was not your joke. That was a joke that I believe we came up with together. I came up with an element of that. You like added stuff to it or something. I don't know. People watch on the stream. Maybe what you, I mean, I wouldn't come up with a joke like that. So we'll just say that's Zoot's joke, and that's not a bad joke. But you've never said that joke.
and you'll see someone secretly hard to and you'll see moving holes that covering up without the left hand himself. Bottle and having had seals that the covering is bottle to the down to himself, but even the high level of the scope of this is now being shared from the down to see what you can do. A million people and the sea and the deal to be there was a lot of yeah, layup is not referring to covering, not the idea is referring to what? It's referring to the items situated on top of them. And if you want to suggest a goal, you have to tell us you should be the same thing. The fact that the current like focus is secret high. Now it's covered in gold, plus the status of gold kind of camel holds that it's not like enough to therefore it's also the real student says it's positive enough, white enough, and therefore Shushi Summer. Shushi says Kuli Hamad, Sequel had you look at so Shushi's whole opening reality everywhere is that the covering of the mountain is not playing the mountain. And what's ultimately the help of mayhem comes to include not just the setting of the kind of situation that mountain, but rather what? But even a covering, the whole covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the matter? Okay, so the Halfa was the case. The Halfa is actually very interesting. The Iman should not do the myself of the coming. Let's say watch this. Watch this. So notice the material. Looks like somebody else like you would try to not see something you would have some I don't think you can about nothing value so we can actually let music see something other to let you have that for each guy that's what also how much of you and we don't argue what about the develop that is the national transform is a culture of why? Because you know that point in time that is like what? Like a counting or what about the two-stats like other of oil right? So other the nice stuff, that's not just two-stats you get out on the bowl. And therefore you're both like this focus. On the other hand, it's that once you listen to me later, and you listen to me comes along to say, even should not be done enough to be close enough with a song of also, Johnny Lahan, was like, what do you do? No, even if you can't hear the for just family, and then when you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like, that's not like the mountain or the hill, why not? So you use what he says in the other way. Because also, listen, you think that the other way is because the person can you ultimately have to go to the words, so we'll say, comes out. that is growth. Right? Let's leave it aside. Because this is a patient. The patient says, what they are doing, that God is that you know, so this is second line of the days. How much time I start on people to myself up to what the Sarakao, the issue is trying to just stand not at all. Stand. And then only once it's afterwards, he is looking. Why? Because you're going to kind of that's like like what? Like the mountain or like the dog? What about what you decide to do on the boat? Especially the underdog kind of coming from any particular clause, and you're looking at the background of the character. And you also do service, and you say, no, we run to an output of ourselves, how do ourselves? And you also really say, no, you just choose this time. Without any specific reason, you still be us. And what's that? Okay, and you also do that, but you know, these are the other borders, we know it can be no, that's my love, But one second, the Torah itself says, that's very specific things. The Torah itself says that what? That the Ashur tells me what? Tells me what? That the Ashur is what's going on? So that's the reason why the Ashur is can become Avodah Zarah. So then why is Russia the Hashas for Yisrael at night? Who is the okay, that's what the people do in Rabbi. That's like it's a little bit of a anyway, Cuba, and it's also about other pineapple. Because I'm going to explain the mission. And we are keeping him along with them. I'm not going to come up and try to make out the world and do a song. We do this very correctly, sometimes sometimes not. And you can see on the high mountain or a high hill. So it's the high mountain or that's the reason why it's not public. No, this is a what? No, this is not what we got. This is so fascinating. I was see now, was done. No, was already done. But I bought it. I actually think about my application. So what people have bought it with the phrase that finally, you not the nothing to them. Okay, they understand for Apple Dora, Rebel Developer. No seed that you will not see by the God. And this is the seed. That constitution of both sides. That same is the institution. The seed was literally not the tribe of the tribe of the seed. So what? When the money is going to answer, please bring the answer. And I said, the reason you will not be by the God. How can I? I will break it up. They will call it what? But the initial seed, okay? But that is subsequently we all know you don't say nothing over that song. What's the matter with the on this travel? Okay, so let's just put it one more time. And also, subsequently, there was a logical aspect that yes, we are looking at the contact, but what happens is that these are not even here, but only that goes after the result of the situation, because that becomes also as a result. So if I go, so if a person worships it, and I say, he describes it, it's not worships it, a person worships it, and then that which grows after the point of the result of the situation, ultimately becomes a result. That's why God says, I've changed the agreement. But in that kind of case, you have to destroy the Jews? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah Zarah designation. As soon as it's somewhere. Those are therefore two different secrets, according to two different pieces. And then we need to read this in the Laya, that even if we need to pass it for when they were subsequently going to the Avodah Zarah, it is back to us. It says, no, I think this is and that's the rock. Also, what is the tree ultimately again of the tree? Where the primary part is looking. Only that which is cut off, and that which goes activate. It says, the Omer Ila Shekhi Lesotho. I, the high temperature from the roof and the September, which we went to the website, but the fucking light, you must read the hustle. You must read the hustle and see the system. That takes from the 18th of the also we did have to do this, right? In the base of the special myself, the Russian people know that much, also this to this. And yet, you must read the Russian activities not the Russian activities that you did, which was people learn that much. Also, what happens to that? People learn that much, but as a person, not to say, you have to learn, you have to learn, and you see, oh, man, I can't do that, I would saying that to cut down the extra. What is that talking about? Even enough to feel on the path. Listen, I would have assumed that would see had the story not said that things is something like and all it would have said is I feel too much. I would assume that is referring to a key which is mostly classic for our results. The cops Ashford see my things to my age was a matter of two sisters. I think this is a very good thing to that people. If I was saying that's the part Ashford Layman Ashford that's the simple thing. Therefore, again, Ashford is destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra parts of art? I think you got your word or tell you, I think you got your word. You like to go about what's the company that too, which was initially planned for regular purposes and subsequent uses. So you might say, I have these areas of utilities. Sorry. Yeah, hold on. I got things to do in the house. Now, according to the rest of the video, we hope to see for much again, subsequent worship. But the tree becomes also as a holy day. So the living that we say is that verse because we don't sometimes everybody comes to that moment of time. We hold the Lord says, you guys see this is what they're going to do one. And then you worship it. Like the tree that is together, like the tree does not transcend that way. So one of these things is that and that's my activate. It's because it's still there. The reason for the judgment here, although let's go public, ultimately Hebrews Eretz Yisrael, for them to the Peter about the so so in the goal, but in the complex of Israel, with two steps in the discussion about the first step was cutting down the Abolishah. Because literally, we did cutting down the Abolishah. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Abolishah. It was an amazing story. So what happens again? You really also probably totally bush. So the knocking down of the cutting down of Abolishah, that preceded the conquering of the land. Right? They're rolling through the land, so they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now it's going to have to be Hebrews. So however, Hebrews are putting in the field. Also, the country of the land has to receive ultimately and the destruction of what is going to come. If you really back to this moment, if you are going to come from the Hebrews as Israel, if we saw some study with that on the land, and we enter into land, we are obligated to go ahead to us. We are obligated to go ahead and cut down the Abolishah. We will have to keep what start to operate. And after we conquered, then you go back and you uproot. So it says, you're incredibly so right. Sometimes very important. Sometimes you realize that person has to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go out and go see lessons. With a number of different licenses to recognize that doesn't matter all about 70%. I know that about 70%, but I need to practice going forward, and I'll find the same thing with what's given in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's played. Manage to find that what's happening. Since it's not so again, the goal was up until you knock that community. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be to achieve. The goal will be to conquer the land. One level of those, especially this volume level, it's taking a lot of time. Go as you said earlier, again, people should do it in sports years. So first go ahead and conquer the land. Knock down a little bit as you go into it. Conquer it, then go back and that's what we're doing. Shall go out of the room and spread them but so actually the touch on myself the touch stuff. The touch them you will stuff them Bahana and leave it. You see back in the smart table stuff, break them out tables, Bahana and leave it. But I'm stuff like that. You know like those burn it. That is also if you want to you don't the Akatap right? Let's say so we go from two and then go. Yeah, should be a because of the land is open, therefore, not the other is out of commission. Destroy the stones, kind of come and say, you're not trying to move everybody's arm. We introduce to us that we have to know the ability from us to run the only that we can contact. And if you're saying, you said, I don't know, I'm a hundred, and again, that's even a hundred of it. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same. That only that we can only know that we can not anything else. I have to do my hospital, but I'm not done. And the thing that I say that I see them is the other that I say that, right about that I say that, on why did I say this? There you go. It takes the news, it's used by two sets of yard. Because it looks like really carefully, it has two sets of yard on the ability to take that can physically. The idea is that this kind of has now resolved, exactly the way to man resolved it. Now, what does that tell you? So what's the fact? So what's the consequence of the action? By that, all these companies by that, therefore by that, such that anything that is not did very well in the end. So you had a camera that you see, and that everybody had this, listen, so that is a Mishnah without a host. A Mishnah without a host. Doesn't get anything. This is not a spiritual jackpot. Let's get better. This is not a focus on doing happiness. All of the people saying is you have African cities that kind of country that you can really rush out of a city. There's another thing that you can identify for us where to find it out. Where to find it out, where to find it in order to put this is the bottom line of the definition of the science. Even if that you're feeling that what's the best thing in the science? There are lots of things that even if we're working together for a deal, so once we have transform that concept into our knowledge, we only one word that but it's only one word that on that, right? On the note, no doubt just what happens if the mountain of a single? See where your hearts are high. So the mountain itself of the single. You try to really investigate what the mountain. So what's the title? What's the title? Good. And so I give you the title is what's the status of the couple? It was a different couple now you or not. Remember again, why because companies the key is trying to just stand and right, not about the dollar. Just trying to stand. And then only worship afterwards is mutter. Why? Because you're going to try to come and teach that type of student. Like what? Like the mountain or like the dog. What about three classes with other dogs? Three classes with other dogs going to come and only a principle apply. When the initial classes were not trying to develop. And you also eat others, and he says, no, we want to not to myself, I'll do also. And he also says, no, the tree, even if the tree is actually trying to just stop without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be us. Now, what's that again? That you also do about it? But you also do something with other daughters. You know, we were going back to travel to Europe, simply in Excel, travel to Europe, come through the heart. Yes, I want to like what you just mentioned, that it's not like the action for the time. You know, as a human, you be trained to stuff. If you're not actually that, but you never know what you say. Why are you going to do that? Why are you going to do it to yourself? Because you use what you shall see the other. But also be a frivolous man, who's by a person. Because you use both you shall see the other person. And everything that is making us now human involvement possible that anything like human involvement has the ability to evolve to things from another human. As we look at the part of the things that happen to another human. Because we use those two sides of the item, the asli. What is that coming from? My love, the asli is like the natural, the natural. Also, does that not come from this particular case? A tree that initially was planted with a stand tree purposes, and later on, ultimately, with worship, tell you that such a tree does have the ability to not become planted. The act that you'll see that you did this summer, he does nothing but ourselves of the awesome, and ultimately, again, even that you'll see that you do the whole, that the tree was planted initially, again, it was a pastor. And only worship later on that has the ability to come out of the sadness, and you'll see that you do the whole. We hope you will listen to the simple part. We hope you will never Elohim al-Bahari, or Hayat Elohim. What's the name of that? That is just the part you keep in mind. The pasuk itself always quotes the first phrase. The second phrase is the Russia. The first phrase is God coming down himself, wipe out all of the evolution, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahari. Like the God on the mountain. Russia, the Shara is, although Hayat Elohim. The mountains cannot become like that. So that's the transform the mountain, which was next of Abu Dhabi. Similarly, Joseph says, Elohim al-Akros, the God's on the earth. And what did he mention? Elohim had to below the host, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Ani, not as for La'anad Elohim, below La'anad Elohim, because I would have plus not as for La'anad, because you need every I would have put that in the website. And that would define the way you choose. So I would say that is a Mokigara, the role that I'm not Elohim. Itself cannot become a Mokigara. And the Roma is the Pasuk says that created the kingdom of Christ. The Pasuk says, and the Achilles, you shall destroy the fire. This is the city of the Christ. So that means this says, are destroyed. Ella, not as for Israel, then why do I need that phrase after I was looking at the answer of having to do it? The phrase itself means I understand Elohim al-Ahor, the Allah default. So this is says, you shall destroy their gods, which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that the obligation is that when God is actually just on the hills and not in itself, the mission itself is what continuing to run itself is what yes, when it comes to our tree, what does the say? Holocaust called Israel. That's why we can't prophecy is what? Underneath it's also out of revelation for the tree itself cannot come up with Israel. But the idea that the tree is or what something the Torah itself says, that's very specific. The Torah itself says that what? It tells me what? It tells me what? That the Asheris can become. The Asheris can become Hamodizah. What's going on? So that's what was in the Asheris can become Hamodizah. So why you got the Akas for Israel? Who is the 기분 물론 지나도 보고 봤어. What's the definition of issue? It was an issue cited for regular purposes and subsequent information. And Gemara says, my argument is that we still Rabbi, how about some people doing that? Now, according to the issue of the Yudah, you can receive for mundane purposes. Again, subsequently worship, but the tree becomes also idolatry. So they're learning it out from the thing, back to the everybody comes to the Rabbi, holds them, also, you plant the tree, and then you worship it. And the tree that is in the middle, like, is not saying something chapter is there. So we want to be I've actually considered my activity to keep the discrimination. The reason for the judge of discrimination is although there's no problem, ultimately he was able to sell, hold them in the fear of the store. So, the first step was cutting down the apple design. So literally we just cutting down the idol concept. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capture of Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured in what? Then they went back and destroyed the idol of Israel. So that's an amazing story. So what happens again, the Jewish people have been holding these people, so they're knocking down and cutting down the Holy Torah. That precedes the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, so they have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be Hebrews. So however, Hebrews are to start putting the field. Also, the country of the land has to receive ultimately the destruction of the snow coming. So really, that's in this moment. You do over this come from the Hebrews are to start, as he says, if the Sassan study the God of the land, and the Abdi of what? The Abdi of the time, cut down the Abdi of the and after people should start the Apollo. And after you conquer, then you go back and you upgrade. So it's like, it's incredibly so right. Sometimes you get in the world of the conquer, sometimes you know what I think has to work with on finishing like one goal at a time. So that's the first time you go ahead and see that. A number of different libraries recognizing that does not all of that stuff is stuff. None of that stuff is stuff, but I need to stop going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately to get people in the remaining 20% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, that's how it's right. Not just the whole thing, what's happening? It's not just from again. The goal was, I will start to knock that finish. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of the year is to try to prevent destroying that one, especially this environment of going and taking a lot of time. So as you can remember, again, people can do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down what we're going to as we go through it, conquer it, and then go back there. That's what we learned with that. Love those guys. So these are so going to be able to. See, you have some is the focus on. So what's the answer now? Again, still some conquer. As the Yosef says, we shall go ahead and do it and destroy them with their voice. But, so actually, they touch on what's up. The touch is the deconstruct. The touch them, the deconstruct of the difference. Bahana, and leave it. Kishibachi was matching or some. Break them at Sego. Bahana, and leave it. But I'm shocked like that. Sooner or later, what's the verdict? Gather against them. You want to come up, you go to the Akata, see it. Right? It's like, so the dope is consumed and then burn. The idea being what they do was they marry the great sign of the land. Because of the land is ultimately conquering the land, therefore it is absolutely hard not to have any part out of it. Destroy the stones, keep the stuff in the table, and then destroy it. Don't keep the kind of burn it to them. So after that, I'm by the open the open level of the public, it's after the sun is after it. Also, the Rabbi opens the uses must and when you up to level, you start at time of level of the it's not the sun is after it, it's several times after it, you have to make the solution is best of the idol. Yosef used for the studies of our level, where the resolution burns, you have to go ahead up to the level you start afterwards. After that, you do the management of the Imam and Amakom. Ultimately, you work the base, you destroy the means from this place. So this is an incredible you serve. Incredible you serve. Somebody check this out. So I was gonna point out so in this story, incredible person myself, which is the most the same way I wrote Zara, but it's not just that to stop worshiping it or to destroy the staff, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the first started Sahara, first of all, was negative to the person. You don't have to make it do this. You don't have to do it. It's not just have to stop and make it count. Everything we do is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just have to stop it. And just a person starts to challenge after that person has to go ahead and ultimately again find such like a person. So more importantly, that's incredible. How much you do that, that's up to your discretion. But of course, you have to do that. That's how much you do. It's not a person that I have come across with
Look who it is. What up, girl? How are you? What happened, Miss Aquarius?
She called me on the weekend. I told her I'm on vacation. I'm off money. He never asked me where I need that money. When she come in, and today I'm studying one thing. And I told her, well, I am not. I said, look, I got to go to work. He went to hang up, and I told her, I said, look, I'm coming. I'm good. not call. Listen, call. I'm blocking. Do not call. Call me on the weekend. Just call me on the weekend. I ain't telling them that my granddad said. I ain't telling them. I ain't telling them.
You do you, Mr. Course. That's absolutely right. You have the right to tell people what they want.
Everybody don't even know. Only my kids support you know, like down, hurt, no, Cena,
Right.
hurt.
Right.
That's what you gotta tell them. Tell him,
Who is this guy?
he's a friend, but I'm not saying it.
Okay.
He don't understand. He doesn't understand.
I got you.
Call me, like call me, before 2:30.
I got you. Just one moment.
He didn't want to come before 2:30.
Or not.
They ain't on the street. People act like they want to know. Okay, well, call me the weekend. I did call you. Whatever. I have things to do, baby. I can't just sit up on the phone so that I can talk. I got things to do. I'm on life.
Showing that this is a part of the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into level of Zara, or is the second of the state distinct entity which can't be transformed into level of Zara. Tanakama Sabbath, Tanakama holds, see for your heart, able to have. Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore in the sun. Therefore, if you worship it, the mamish becomes Avodah Zara. That Yosef Yidi Sabbath, see for your heart, Yosef holds that no. Covering of the mountain is mamish like what? Mamish like the mountain itself, and therefore even if we worship it, the covering does not become us. Because it's a good that's what it's the Hanakama Salat Super High, they know how to say the same. The Safmot Kasef Hamlet, Moshe is also the Hanakama says, the Safmot Kasef Zahab Hamlet.
You have an invitation.
I don't see it. I'm not mad at you. Just pissed off people at that party.
Sorry, that doesn't be part of the mountain. Separate than the mountain, and therefore becomes possible.
Fucking party.
You'll see a flash, you'll see someone see where you have that, and you'll see bottle of mountain, slows at the cover, is bottle to the mountain itself. If even the high level is more than
I gotta go. Nigga. You don't give a shit. I don't care. You don't care what I'm doing. I block you. They're calm. I'm saying calm. What's the point?
Get it.
I ain't getting answers. But I didn't know answer what you asked. I told you what I told you. Call me. You don't give a damn. So they just call me on the weekend. I told you if you don't know direction. Damn, after two. You look like you can't damn by direction. I told you
comes to that chest.
you an hour started. How did you do the same time? I'm going to say, I don't know the same time.
Covering on top of the
What's the word? That's for me. See?
The whole call, very interesting. We even should not do with ourselves of the commission. Let's say watch this.
Get it. Oh, very close. There we go.
Good job.
Thank you, man.
If you planted a tree, you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it at some later time. You guys should just know. You guys should have it. Shalom Shalom Shalom. So it's like planting a tree, you got it. Somebody else
Number one, you can get this.
not to see.
I have no doubt you can get this. That's good.
Worship it later on. So what's the next
Understand. Not a
in this case, I'm going ahead and apply the tree that is and ultimately only going to worship it later on. So the Gemara says Hanukkah is seven, so Hanukkah is eight. So what's the actual before the time of actually is Yivan Shinatu, Kabashi, that trade on the page 45 in the first line. Yivan Shinatu, Shimon Shema Shema,
Get this.
Shannon Tanakama got a horrible promotion. So the Tanakama who says, the mountains
Get these two.
who are doing Yotzi Bahem. Should borrow for the Highest Rasa bonus for
Get it.
the eight seven
Beautiful.
again. Tanakama will say,
That is beautiful.
Tanakama will say, that the tree is planted not for the sake of a holy celebration.
You're welcome, Adam. Get it. Alright. Thank you, man.
What is the Ashura which is us? לתפיסת יד אדם אין אוכל, אלא אם כן היא משנה אורץ בוחרים. אבל נוצר גרים שלו שמשאלה אם היא תפיסה של אדם, לא להישאי במצב אורץ בוחרים. היה ולמעט יולי מתחת כל ישראל ולא יצחק.
And you're going to get these two, no doubt.
Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like a mountain oracle. What about Tvisas Yad? Tvisas Yad doesn't anything to roll when he sees it. It's planted correctly, you know, it's just that tree. Other arboreal trees. So then the nice that's not what Tvisas the Adam bow. And therefore your boss had this motor. On the other hand, it's just that
Nice spare. Yeah, like the whole internet's been having issues, not with me, like online. Oracle, the like company that owns TikTok, they had an outage in Virginia today, and that caused outages on TikTok all over the world. And then Discord was having issues too. My other Discord accounts were fine, but this one, yeah, you could be on some things on TikTok, but if you were uploading videos, you couldn't add hashtags or some other things. And Discord for like 12 hours today, it just would go attempting to connect, disconnecting. On this account, just on this computer. On my other computers it was fine, and on my other accounts it was fine. And nice strike. And I could come in here with a phone using the app and it would work. It was like very, very strange. But when I read, there's a website called There's a website called Down Detector, and it'll tell you if stuff's down. Oh, get it, girl. All but one. This is a big score. One of the biggest scores we've ever seen this week. Get it, girl. There you go. Spare. And now she's getting another one. Folks, no one's touching her. And if you think you're touching her, GTFO. There's no way. Mr. Aquarius, I could get all strikes and not catch you. Nobody's touching Mr. Aquarius. Give me this thing. Give me this thing. Give me this thing. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yay, it's right. Back to normal, Miss Aquarius. You're good. Ain't nobody got time for that, Miss Aquarius. You're good. That's right. There you go. You told him the rules. Yes, ma'am. All right. Well, you have sweet dreams, God willing, and I will see you in the morning, God willing. Sweet dreams.
Good night. It has been both.
Thank you, madam. Absolutely, madam.
The Pacific itself only covers the first phase. The second phase is Russia. The first phase is that having done itself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Ahar, like their gods on the mountain. Russia is below Ahar Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God, which means it has to transform the mountain into an answer of Avodah. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim al-Akros, their gods on the hills, one connection, below Akros, Elohim. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Ani, Kachas Kovis, Ra'anan Elohim, below Ra'anan Elohim, because every God. Plus it says, Kachas Kovis, Ra'anan, and you need every tree. I would have put the answer on myself, and that which you find in the elite trees, because I just said, that is Avodah, below Ra'anan Elohim. The tree itself cannot become Avodah. And the Pasuk says, that Shreya is for the flesh. The Pasuk says, in the Asheras, you shall destroy in the fire. It wasn't the sealed in the God. Torah explicitly says that the trees are to be destroyed. Ella Kafas Koritz Ra'anan B'Lam. That's the case. Then why do I read that phrase? Listen, the answer is happening with you. The phrase itself is confusing. Meaning, I understand as Elohim al-Harim. But I like the goals. But basically says, you shall destroy their gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to travel is always that which is on the hill, the mountain of itself, even if the hill itself is worship, even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to Asher, what does the Torah say? Kachas called Yitzra'ana. So why is that also Kachas? Kachas means what? Underneath the tree. So okay, I would have thought what is the Torah telling me? The tree itself cannot become a Avodah, but the items underneath the trees can. But one second, the Torah itself says, Vashrei Kisufin Vedish. The Torah itself says that what? You have to destroy the Asheras, which tells me what? That the Asheras can become. The Asheras can become Avodah. So what's going on? So if that's the case, the Asheras can become Avodah. So then why is Russia Achas Kodim to the Anan? So that's something to teach us what Rabbi is saying. Thus, how would you think that people does? Anyway, the Akiva came along and said, I managed the Pasuk to you. Come back and chat them with Yagawar, the Gilling Psalm, the Gilling Psalm, there's much of the time, sometimes can. And you can see, find the high mountain or a high hill. Get into the high mountain or a tree. That's the travel is no problem. No, what? No, there's not going to be that. So this is fascinating. With the phrase that has with this phrase, so you must be violating was a they understand this to be reference to a tree initially planted for Avodah Zarah purposes. Because when you'll see that you did not be invited on, and this will be the also means that possible teaching on both sides. That shame to support that which should teach me. But if a tree was initially planted for Avodah Zarah purposes, then what? Then the mice again it's also. So where is he learning that out from? So the mice says, Rabbi Yosef, you did not be invited on. Hachanan, breaking up situation. They will call it construct, or the initial trees, okay? But that is subsequently known is only being us. Breaking up the trees like that. And the Omer, Ivan Shenatu, or the Basov of was the manifest is of the tree that was initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again, we go on to travel these up. So let's say, let's just look at this structure one more time. So you'll say, you'll see today, so you will understand the phrase Asherim Kibbutz. So what's the treatment by Asheris? One tells you Asherim is written by burning Asheris. The other person says Asherim Kibbutz, cut down the Asheris. Now, why do I need to cut down again? I very quickly reflect about those four, right? You strike. Sliding through can cut it down. You'll see a lead associated fascinating. You see because there's a piece of an Australia tree which doesn't need to be burnt down, which is that case. That's a case of an Australia tree which is planted for a stop purposes, subsequently worshipped. So most of what becomes usher, that again, this is the topic of tomorrow's topic, we'll see more. But what happens when you have a piece like that is it appears that only that which grows after the actual result designation, if that becomes usher as a result. So if I goes up, a person who worships an Ashir, he was right for the stop purposes, a person who worships it, only that which grows after the first level, result designation, ultimately becomes a result. That's why the Pasuk says, Ashir to that unit. And in that kind of case, you have to display the shame. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the apple result designation. Most of the efforts to keep it according to two and then we say such a year before that even if you initially planted for mundane purposes, and subsequently worship as a result, will in fact be also, what is the truth ultimately again of the truth? Which is primary point of view. Only that which is cut off and that which goes afterwards. It says, the only two those questions was I, the high sense of the thing that we come out from us. That's how we got. Usually, that's the one second, but much like merge between the us. And merge between the us and how good is the one by that is right for us. Merge from the vision of us. But the also the vision of the one so will make some even better of us off on this. But the Russian people don't have us. That's what it is. And yet, you might be the person of a thing. Not the person of a fixed that you know. Which was people were there. Let's say if I'm people were there and I just had the person not to say you have to burn the idea. I used to Omer Hashem to the day. I would have said that to cut down the idea. What is that talking about? You even should not be making it on the side. I would have assumed that that which you had the Torah not said Hashem to the day. And all it would have said is Hashem to the day. I would assume that that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Abu Israel. The fact was that Hashem to the day was a lot of the teachings Hashem to the day working to the day. Look at what I like to have. Therefore, again, so now what do I do? I actually these guys they work tell you, I think you learn to not go to myself. What's the company which was initially trying to forward to the position and subsequently I have to go to the hold on. I like to go to the house. Now, according to the issue of Yuda, the emphasis is on the person. Again, subsequently working, that the tree becomes also as there's a learning that in the place that we want to attack. What about a country that I want to count on? We hold the also two classes here, which is one maybe the person is one. And then we work with it, that the tree that we use in the first, and the tree does not transfer the that way. So we want to be using the as I can figure out not my idea, because the tree is a for the judge and jury, which of all the scope public, ultimately was he was himself told them in the Google abolition. So he was told that in the conquest of every service, there were two steps in the destruction of abolition. The first step was cutting down the abolition. Because literally we do cutting down the abolition. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then we went back and destroyed the abolition. So that's an amazing story. So what happens again? We really open for public holding of people, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Israel, that's preceding the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, so ultimately they're going to have to cut down, put down, knock over, whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, it's going to have to be supposed. So however, people say it's supposed to be in the also the country plus. العبد go ahead and فكان يعمل والآخر يكون شرط آخرين. And actually, conquered came to go back and So first go ahead and conquer the land, not kind of what as we go through it, conquer it, then go back there. This is what it's like. And so Yosef says, you shall go and deliver them spread them to the but so actually they touch on us because we actually right? Let's say so the joke is consume and then burn. We are taking it as a mandate here because of the mandate opening the council of the therefore the not the other desire how to destroy the stones, reconstruct the staples, and then the stones. Then you can open the furnace in the house. After that, Rabbanon, highly by labor, okay, so okay, well, it's the Habit, it's after the sun is Achara. Also, Rabbanon opened the youth spot. But when you come to that one, sorry, it's not just left to spread the access. It's not the sun is Achara. Also, the sun is Achara means you have to accept the new and the best of the Hadad. Again, Yosef, you from the sun is Achara another. Where the rest of you can burn. You have to go ahead and uproot the Achara. After that, you do the body to execute the Amakom. Ultimately, you have the race that you have destroyed from this place. That is So this is incredible yourself, somebody check this out. So I kind of find out, so this is so, it's incredible book of Safa. It is a book of the same about the brother, that is not just to start working with or to destroy the staff, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the sons is Shali Sahara, or to go with negative people, so you don't have negative people, no blood here, not just have to stop the negative stuff. say what is particular for the together. How much you get, that's up to your discretion. But I put you have to that's or not. Remember again, why however, again, the core on the mountain itself, the side that is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transferred level each other, or is expected to understand this to transfer each level each other. Kanakama summer, Kanakama home, for the times that they don't have. Kanakama home, that's covering up the mountain, it's not light enough, and therefore, this is therefore, what's the mountain coming up over there? That you also see summer, for the entire holiday, you also impose the no covering of the mountain, what management of the mountain, the mountain, I highly recommend it. 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofus.com. Tony at checkout. That's boxofus.com. No Tony for 20% off your first box. Well, the weather outside is frightful, and there's many things that can make it delightful. Freeze Fight is turning Black Friday into Green Friday with their biggest sales event of the year. 3% off your favorite sweater with a gift of the smartest grid freezer pipe. Welcome and freeze website to plan check out your traditional pipes and belts. Freeze Pipes uses twister chambers with chambers and crazy for elements. It's really true. I mean, you put the thing in the freezer, and somehow in just a few minutes it's frozen, and it's incredible technology. Be the holiday hero and shop Freeze Pipes Black Friday Cyber Monday sales running right now at thefreezepipe.com. It's the biggest sales event of the year, and there's never been a better time to discover a smarter way to store. That's freezepipe.com. Black Friday Cyber Monday sales hold on. Right now, see something you like that's not use the code Tony for 10% off your entire order. It's the Freeze Pipe code Tony for 10% off. So worth a shot, you get 10% off with the code Tony at the Freeze Pipe shows. Violated and you get a federal address when you're gonna shut. This Black Fest, it's never been stronger. It's never been better. And the accessibility to guests has never been more exciting. Tonight, one of the greatest comics on planet Earth is sitting in the seat with us. The reverse side of the show makes the most availability about say that anything to something although that you say the love that level of the Kaya immagine that as Kobichana for also time comes up with I think the likes of the series pattern and later on is working as a umbrella that cannot be transformed into a center of a why? Because he knows that that's what the time that is like what? It's like a healthy origin. What about Jesus that on the other side of the story? Jesus that on the end of the role it is private practice really to stand other warriors so then again the nice that because that's not what Jesus you do other and therefore they also on the other hand because we got that kind of business and work because we don't see for what's the reason really made up and the reason really comes along this way you don't see that the very like the origin of it you're about self also you're going to the hand you also hold the reason so even if it's not saying just for just family and then go ahead and watch you worship it that is not right that's not like why not so you use what Jesus is the other because also listening to the end of the also it turns out that according to this approach that's what you decide so this is the Patricia says what are you not welcome because that's what this is second line on the page and the kind of summer even nothing with yourself up the winter kind of come old the is trying to just stand attention not about the fellow just trying to stand and then when you worship afterwards it is worship why? Because then it's kind of coming to that type of feeling like what? Like the mountain or like the hill what about the Jesus like them both Jesus is the argument and comments of this only in principle of fun and the initial planting was not travel development and listen, really said this, and he says, no, we learn should not to myself unto ourselves. And he says, no, the tree, even if the tree is just stand without any specific distinction, and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree is still awesome. And what's that? Okay, but he has a really happy, but he also thinks that he did like a God of science. So you know, and he was going to Sarah, seems to have now come to the heart. Therefore, I want to make this not like the mountain or the heart, but in the place itself. You cannot see that. What's the other what you say? Why is that real? Why is that real? It is used by Jesus to the other. The Lord says, I'm sure there was I person, the person who spoke Jesus to the other. And anything that is open, not involved with possibility that anything else involved has the ability to evolve into the concept of our has the ability to transform into the concept of our because these words Jesus are like last year, also simply says anything that has Jesus to the other. What is that? My love, not spiritual, with us all. What's it because that not something to the case of see that initially is practice, just stop these sentences, and later on, ultimately, worship, tell you that such a tree does have the ability to catch but after that, you'll see that you need to suffer. Pretty much nothing of myself on the onset, and ultimately, again, even that you see that you get the tree was planted initially, and it's not and only worship later on. And that's how people, and also in Sunday, and you'll see that you get that. Talk, and we're listening to some of those times. You talk, and what am I? Elohim al Hahari. Where are all the Elohim? What's the name of that? That is part of the mind. The question itself, all the word is the first. That's the Russia. First place is God coming about himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al Hahari. Like your God on the mountain. Although a hundred Elohim, the mountains cannot become their gods. Transform the mountain into a place that are above. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim halakos, your gods on the face. What is the mountain? Elohim halakos, Elohim. The hills cannot become I would say, Shemaya as police, Ra'anan Elohim, Kamo Ra'anan Elohim, is everything. Plus, as police, Ra'anan, I would have taken it. And that's what we said to the lady. That is a Mitzvah, the low Ra'anan Elohim. So, the practice becomes and the Roma says that's really because it says Milos shall destroy the body. So that's what it says. Destroy. Ella has police that on the black. That's the case. And why do I think that it's after I wasn't happening here? Things itself is confusing. I understand but I like both. For this it says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall on the mountain and on the hills. This is no clear indication of what? That the obligation to defend the God is not to just honor or not to itself, even itself is what even itself is what. Yet when it comes to our shade of what does the Torah say? Achas kol Yitzra'ana. Why is that? Achas means what? Underneath itself, and out of what it does. The tree itself cannot come up with each other, but the idols underneath the trees. But one section, the Torah itself says, that's your age, the Torah itself says that what? That tells me what? Tells me what? That the Asherahs can become. The Asherahs can become Avodah. What's going on? So that's the way that the Asherahs can become Avodah. So then why use what the Achas called Yitzra'ana? That's what
What up, baby? Living a dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every move's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
I just want to go.
Well, hope you have a wonderful evening, my man. I love me too. Peace.
I love you more.
All right, big dog. Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful evening, my man. Take care, my man.
That means I love you.
No.
But you didn't say you love me more. So that means I love you.
No. I said, you said I love you. I said I love me too. You said,
Yeah, I said I love you. Shut up.
okay. Well, You want to think that way? Big dog. It's not a competition. I'm very lovable. I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not acknowledging what you said is true. Thanks, baby.
Hey, of course, of course, of course. Have a good night.
You too, big man.
So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is to counter the left. Destroy level results, especially this volume level result, it took me a lot of time. Well, as you said, remember again, keepers from through it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and see it. That's what Mark goes back to. Mark goes back to. So you said one of your last time. Tell me this. You pass them this before some, so what's the answer now again? Still same conquer. As the Yossi says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them as vehicles. But so actually, when you cast them, also actually does mean the casting means you deconstruct. You deconstruct. The casting you will deconstruct them as vehicles. Bahana, and you should bash them as much as yourself, break them as vehicles. Bahana, and leave them. Bahana, stop it out. So you know what, what's the burning? That is against it. You want to, you don't, the Akakas, right? So they don't be two, and then go. You are keeping the message of the land, because of the land is also the land, therefore, not the other is our attitude. Destroy stones, deconstructing the vehicles, it can be told. Don't you have instantly to burn it in the house. You have to have Rabbi, I by the open door, there was a cover, the judge, the sheriff, also the Rabbi ultimately used responsibility. But when you up to level, the sheriff, not just left in front of the judge, the sheriff, also said the judge, you have to continue and invest of the identity. You also need the sheriff of another. Where's the list you can burn? You have to go ahead and complete the identity afterwards. Not the land, you really benefit as a family and muscle up. Ultimately, you're there from the base, you can destroy the remains from this place. Like you do only the identity is incredibly useful as well.
So I can't like work really disgustingly loud. You can work disgustingly loud all right now, sound effects and keyboards and everything on. You have to hear
So this is incredible you showed. Incredible you showed. So let me check this podcast. So I was going to point out, so in this you showed, incredible, looking at stuff, which is the most of the same way that Bobby Zara, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it, or to destroy the calf, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the first Sari Sahara, also the most negative people say, you don't have negative leaders, no blood leaders, no people. It's not just enough to stop the negative characters, the negative behavior, it's not the Sari Sahara. So the people need to something. Everything negative is really something. It's not just enough to stop the behavior, but a person starts to Sari Sahara. Go ahead and ultimately you can find the third part and put it.
Steve Jones and everything. Do you know that any social skills or talents? How are you going to match that for? Are you going to have common sense or not? Really? Can you do that with your answer? Alright. Okay, you got a voice to it. I mean, it's 62, therefore, just visiting Richmond, Virginia. Would that have your answer? Look at that. Incredible. You got a real big animal. You guys listen.
So what it offers us is incredible.
And the first time we're there, maybe no, don't eat it. One time we're touring a group of friends and Steve Jones. Steve Jones. Where's his name? Let's see that. You guys ready for more? You get it? You see how it works? You're just coming in, getting an oven to
that's up to your discretion. But of course, you have to do that's number one.
Stage so far here. Very interesting. Is there a happy end coming? About Matt Alvarez. Matt Alvarez. Okay, here he comes right from the front of the gates. I see him already. This guy's ready to go. Explains one more time. He's getting a standing ovation. championship ring for their water match. For safety, division 1 in the English defense.
not like the mountain, and therefore,
Yeah,
in
I
this,
guess I'll get started.
therefore, if you worship it, the sun is
Making my hair
but you're saying you summer,
That was the
how
joke.
you
What's the always start with the joke?
no, covering the mountain, management of the mountain.
Okay, now my disclaimer. I am the director of the Libertarian Institute and the editorial director of Anti-War.com. The Chancellor Whenever someone dares to differ with the common government and TV narrative about Russia and their role in the war, that person is usually influenced to death as spouting Russia's talking points or being paid by Putin. This is probably especially the case this week, as Russia is pushing aggressive invasion against their neighbor Ukraine as we speak. Let's skip nonsense. Are they true? Back in the days of the communist Soviet Union, there were some Americans, many fewer than supposed, who felt the danger, but still, there were some Americans who shared an ideological affinity for communism. But they're just getting nothing was ever accomplished that day in the United States. Certainly not in either major party, nor within liberalism, progressivism, socialism, conservatism, populism, libertarianism, or any other thought-based group in America. Putin is no charismatic communist leader who rules international. He's a center-right Republican, essentially, tied closely to certain business. Certainly not in either major party, nor within liberalism, progressivism, socialism, conservatism, populism, libertarianism, or any other thought-based group. Putin is no charismatic communist leader who rules international. He's a center-right Republican, essentially, tied closely to certain business interests. His flag is red, white, and gold. His religion is Christian. We already know is a flexible intelligence worship. And he speaks quietly. There's not one single faction of any significance or maybe anywhere in this country that favors Russia or puts Russian interests. This doesn't exist. The people who claim that do so in order to avoid having to deal with the other side of the story. So what makes people become a narrative? Because our government lies. The truth is 20 years ago, began to push to lie us in the world with Saddam Hussein Iraq. The most important aspect of it was the way they tried to controversial and critical thinking. Those who contradicted the received wisdom were accused of being objectively true Saddam and his government. But the critics were sent by total was lying. This should have been that we will never let that to us ever again. As Stephen M. Holt of Harvard University, and leader of the so-called realist school of philosophy here this week, strategic empathy is about agreeing with the adversary's positions. It's about understanding. It's about giving fashion and appropriateness. Now, last Tuesday, the 22nd Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized the supposed independence of the two breakaway provinces in far eastern Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then sent soldiers into that area. On Wednesday, Russia launched a massive invasion of Crimea. As of this morning, it is not clear if they intend to conquer all of the land east of the Dnieper River, but possibly relatively Steve Levine was on the west of the land to the borders of Romania and Belarus. There's no indication that the Russians will go back after the initial assault into the Donbass. We just don't know yet exactly.
Like,
But in his speech last Monday,
what about
he's
Jesus?
arguing the dangers of Ukraine's independence, which will justify taking over the entire region. To be perfectly clear, I condemn all of this. Even considering what I'm about to tell you, taking into account his legitimate concerns for this region, necessary. The Twitter friend whose sister's life is in danger for the world right now. But the American hawks say this is all happening because Russian President Vladimir Putin is effectively conniving dictator bent on imperial expansion and becoming the next great Russian czar. It was unreasonable, but it was rational. A reaction. Understandable, not in a sympathetic, strictly responsible accusation of Ukraine and Russia. Vladimir Putin. The nuclear war it takes place within is primarily responsible. U.S. weapons
Why?
last
Because
30
kind of
years.
that type of
When I say 30 years, I mean it.
what about
Just this last Christmas Day was the 30th anniversary of the last the communist red flag came down, red flag movement
without any specific attention.
then the administration of Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, instead, they got us into this mess. This was primarily due to the policies of NATO expansion, tearing up important country, the installation of missile defense systems in Eastern Europe, overthrowing multiple governments friendly to Russia, including Ukraine, for 10 years, and spending the last 5 years sending sophisticated arms to Ukraine. They were they fought a defeat on the George Bush senior years. President Ronald Reagan had negotiated an end to the Cold War with the old Soviet Union. But then, under President H.W. Bush, the American policy, led by the neoconservatives, adopted a doctrine of world dominance. This was, as Lord Krauthammer put it, affairs in 1990, the U.S.'s so-called unipolar, an opportunity to lead the world out of the way and keep it that way. They call it leadership, hegemony, preeminence, predominance, or even spectrum dominance. It's war. Really, it's all for their own good, though. Keeping the peace, protecting the sea lanes, enforcing the global, faith, international order. Dick Cheney's Defense Department's post-Iraq War I, the Defense Planning Guidance from 1992, defined the doctrine for the new decade and into the new millennium. The U.S. must remain the single dominant power on the planet and must maintain enough military power to prevent any possible strategic rivals, such as Germany, Japan, Russia, or China, from considering an attempt to challenge U.S. power. As those same neoconservatives wrote in their 1998 Project for a New American Century study, rebuilding America's defense, expanding the U.S. presence in the Middle East, and the NATO alliance in Europe was at the core of their doctrine. But there was a problem. On February 9, 1990, President George H.W. Bush and his Secretary of State James Baker promised the Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev that if the U.S. would withdraw themselves and allow German reunification of the American NATO military alliance, they would not expand it, as Baker put it, quote, 1 inch eastward and quote, beyond that. West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, French President Francois Mitterrand, French Prime Ministers and German leader John Major all made the same promise. Of course, they lied about it. sense. At various times claiming this place either ever happened at all or doesn't count because it was set in writing. But in 2019, the records were posted at George Washington University National Security Archive. You can read the writing yourself. An American researcher just last week found in the British National Archives a totally secret document, minutes of a meeting with local directors of the foreign ministries of America, the UK, France, and Germany on March 6, 1991, in which the German representative, Jürgen Schobel, says, "We made it clear that to start negotiations that we would not expand NATO beyond NATO. We can therefore not offer NATO membership." As reported by the German paper Spiegel, U.S. Representative Raymond Sykes said, "We have made it clear to the Soviet Union in the two talks that elsewhere that we will not take advantage of the withdrawal of Soviet somewhat embarrassing, but important related fact. Did you guys know that President George Bush Sr. actually collected aid from the Soviet Union? It's true. He and his Secretary of State James Baker III and National Security Advisor General Fred Stovall, could retain control of the former Soviet republics, the Baltic states, Belarus, and Ukraine. The second-to-last American ambassador to the USSR, Jack Matthew, has explained the shift. Some of you may remember or have heard H.W. Bush's so-called Chicken Kiev speech in August 1991, as New York Times writer William Sapphire called it. It turns out the speech was written for Bush Sr. by Condoleezza Rice, later famously his son's National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. In this speech, Bush warned against Ukrainian agitation or independence from Russia. Anything but the Kremlin's delivered timetable. Telling their Central Committee, "Freedom is not the same as independence. Americans will not support those who seek independence in order to effectively profiteer despotism. It will not aid those who promote a suicidal nationalism based on hatred." It was probably rightly mocked for the USSR together in a new loose confederation rather than favoring its outright destruction. First, his caution about coalition reform, see it through to the end without the U.S. necessary backlash against it. And secondly, this did show his recognition of potentially dangerous nationalist forces in Ukraine. In doing so, Bush launched America's so-called New World Order, attempting to hold an agenda in a 30-year catastrophic war. It should be mentioned that President H.W. and the end of the war, and you could even say his whole passion by signing multiple treaties with the Soviets and then a successor Russian state to reduce both sides of stockpiles of nuclear weapons from the tens of thousands down to the much lower totals today, including the very last days of his presidency. He started expanding NATO in the second term. Hungary and the Czech Republic brought in 1999. Clinton and his advisors said that Russia was behind. Maybe they'll join. They created a NATO-Russia Council with a promise for further integration. Then the Kosovo War in 1999 ended all that talk. Orders inviting Russia to NATO, creating essentially a white army, has also been a disaster. The alternative our government has chosen has been many compromises, such as H.W. Bush's best friend, National Security Advisor General Brett appointed Secretary of Defense William Perry, George Guinness, who had coined the containment policy back in the 1940s, and his rival Nixon, who had favored a much more aggressive Soviet policy of Soviet warfare. And back there, Secretary of Defense during most of the war in Vietnam, former CIA Director National Stance Alternative National Gates, Ambassador Jack Matlock, Senators Daniel Moynihan, John Warner, Sam Nunn, Bradley, anti-communist academics like Richard Pipes and Edward Warner, and dozens more of the highest-ranking active and retired generals, admirals, and Force Service and Foreign Service officers. Not to go. In an open letter signed by President Eisenhower's Grand Number 6 and 50, these individuals, establishment they warned in the current U.S. limit to expand NATO is a policy error. We believe that NATO expansion will increase Allied security and unsettle European stability. In Russia, NATO expansion, which continues to be opposed across the entire political spectrum, will strengthen the non-democratic opposition under governments in favor of integration with the West. To the entire world, more settled, and galvanize resistance to the new retreat. In Europe, NATO expansion was an division between the ins and the outs, fostering instability, and ultimately diminish the sense of security of those countries which are not destroyed. In NATO expansion, which the alliance has indicated is open-ended, will inevitably degrade NATO's ability to carry out its primary mission to support U.S. security guarantees to countries with serious border and national minority problems, and unevenly developed systems of democratic Jeffrey Epstein's close friend Bill Clinton has said they would build and secure a new Europe, peaceful, democratic, undivided at last. But he wasn't uniting people. He was re-uniting people. Ambassador Matlock warned that Russia with the expanded alliance would necessarily be against them. Here, in a world that had already been over for years, the final end of the USSR, and the USA was already Kennedy wrote in the New York Times in 1997, expanding NATO would be the most fateful era of American policy in the entire post-Cold War era. Such a decision may be expected to inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion to have an adverse effect on the development of Russian democracy. East-West relations and to limit Russian foreign policy in directions decided not. Kennedy complained to the Times Thomas Hill Freeman in 1998. I think NATO expansion is the beginning of a new world. I think the Russians will gradually react quite adversely. It will affect their policies. I think it is a tragic mistake. So, however, people started to start putting on the field. This expansion will make the founding fathers of this country turn over in their graves. We have signed up to protect the serious future, even though we have neither the resources nor the intention to do so in any serious way. The people understand our differences with the Soviet communist regime. But now we are turning our backs on the very people who mounted the greatest bloodless revolution in history. First, there is going to be a bad reaction from Russia. And then the NATO experts will say that we always told you that is how the Russians It's not a right or a wrong. Our July 5th, Thursday, that Russia's recent actions have nothing to do with NATO expansion. That this is merely a thin excuse by Vladimir Putin's government. Well, in 2016, Military Secretary of Defense William Perry admitted that in the last few years, most of the blame can be pointed at the actions Putin has taken. But in the early years, I have to say, the United States deserves much of the blame. Our first action that really set off in a bad direction was when NATO started to expand, bringing in Eastern European nations, some of them were Russia. At that time, we were working closely with Russia, and they were beginning to get used to the idea that as a potential at that time, we were working closely with Russia, and they were beginning to get used to the idea that NATO would be a friend rather than an enemy. But they were very uncomfortable having NATO right up on their borders, and they made a strong appeal to us not to go ahead with that. It wasn't that we listened to their arguments and we don't agree with them. Basically, the people I was arguing with when I tried to put the Russian point of view out there, the response that I got was really, yeah, we'll take it. They're a great country. And of course, their point of view got across to the Russians as well. That was when we started. Secretary Perry also resigned over NATO expansion back then. He also in the interview blamed the U.S. for provocative missile defense systems in Europe, and rebels in Russia's near-pearl In fact, he said that for sure the U.S. was plotting to overthrow him too, something which Perry did not seem to think far-fetched himself. After he came to office, he came to believe that the United States had an active and robust program to overthrow his regime. And from that point on, a switch went on in Putin's mind that said, I'm no longer going to work with the West. I don't know the facts behind Putin's belief that he actually had a program to prevent revolution in Russia.
So this is an incredibly so incredibly somebody takes
Burns.
so I was gonna put that so
In January of that year, he met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei
Lavrov that it's not just enough to stop Russian or to destroy or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again
Julian Assange
sacrifice
in the Mount Burns Road. During his annual review of Russia's foreign policy, January 22nd to 23rd, Foreign Minister Lavrov stressed that Russia had to view continued eastward expansion of NATO, particularly to Ukraine and Georgia, as a potential military threat. While Russia might believe statements from the West that NATO was not directed against Russia, we looked at recent military activities in NATO countries, establishment of U.S. forward operating locations, etc. They had to be evaluated not by stated intentions, but by potential. Lavrov stressed that maintaining Russia's sphere of influence in the neighborhood was anachronistic, and acknowledged that the U.S. and Europe had legitimate interests in the region. He argued that countries were free to make their own decisions about their security and which political military structures to join. They needed to keep in mind the impact on their neighbors. Ukraine and Georgia's NATO aspirations not only touch a raw nerve in Russia, they engender serious concerns about the consequences for stability in the region. Not only does Russia perceive and serve in efforts to undermine Russia's influence, but it also fears unpredictable and uncontrolled consequences, which would severely affect Russian security interests. Experts tell us that Russia is particularly worried that the strong divisions in Ukraine over NATO membership, with much of the ethnic Russian community have guessed Russia, could lead to a major split involving violence, or at worst,
how much you do that, that's up to you.
In that eventuality, Russia would have to decide whether to intervene, a decision Russia does not want to have to face. Ernst further elaborated in his memoir, The Back Channel, that he had noted as far back as 1995 that hostility to early NATO expansion is almost universally felt across the political spectrum. In another memo to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice in 2008, he wrote that, quote, Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red flags for the Russian elite, not just in more than 2.5 years of conversations with key Russian players, from knuckle draggers in the dark recesses of the Kremlin to Putin's sharpest liberal critics, I have yet to find anyone who views Ukraine and NATO as anything other than a direct challenge to Russian interests. He also wrote to Rice that it would be, quote, hard to overstate the strategic consequences, of bringing Ukraine into NATO, and hard, it would create fertile soil for Russian meddling in Crimea and eastern Ukraine. We see not just the guys at antiwar.com and the Cato Institute, but many of the grayest and wisest of all gray beards on counting foreign relations in academia, the state and defense departments, warned back in the 1990s in the strongest language available what was likely to happen. So we forget all that and simply presume, as TV does, that history began this morning, and none of this matters. So that would be foolish, because it doesn't. Obviously, very much. On top of the insult and danger of Western incorporation of former Warsaw Pact states into the NATO alliance was the so-called shock therapy economic policy of the Harvard Boys, Larry Summers, Jeffrey Sachs, David Lipman, and Robert Rubin, which totally destroyed the Russian economy. Instead of being a good sport at the end of a war historical peaceful victory, the U.S. under Bill Clinton just kept kicking while they were down. All at once, these so-called Harvard boys abolished all subsidies and price controls in the formerly completely communist economy, induced hyperinflation, destroyed all available capital for real investment, and used voucher and loans for share schemes that handed over entire industries to connected gangsters and oligarchs. The consequence for the economy and civilian population was beyond severe. They were devastated. Life expectancy fell like double digits across the country. Just imagine the whole communist country, and life expectancy fell like double digits across the board. They abandoned us because of American intervention in setting straight. The September 1999 congressional testimony of former Wall Street Journal reporter Ian Williamson explains the full scale of the tragedy and how they got away with it. I just interviewed her about it last week. In fact, the U.S. also rigged the Russian presidential election of 1996 with billions of dollars in last-minute loans for passing out bribes and a massive and sophisticated propaganda and ballot box stuffing campaign to secure the growth of U.S. votes in the election. That ancient history, Bill Clinton used two interventions against the Russian alliance service. The New World Order died in 1999. Bill Clinton decided to launch his victory lap Kosovo war after his acquittal on his impeachment charges in the U.S. Senate, in which he sided with the on-night-tied Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, against Serbia to break off the promise of ethnic Albania. Clinton bypassed the UN Security Council, where Russia had inherited the USSRC veto power, and waged the war and NATO. This humiliated Yeltsin and severely set back U.S.-Russian relations. It also set a precedent as being invoked by Russia this week, where an ethnic minority is claiming persecution. Great power can move right in and change their sovereign status unilaterally. International law. famous British singer James Blunt, then a colonel in the British Army, along with his superior, General Michael Patton, Native Commander General Wesley Clark's command. Major Thwart, NATO Commander General Wesley Clark's command, to attack the Russians when they seized the airport and defeated Serbian Germany. Quote, I'm not going to start a war for you. Jackson, the CIA, in alliance with Saudi Arabia, also supported the separatist Mujahideen fighters in Chechnya against the Russians. At the same time that they supported Russian efforts against the Chechens, as detailed by the Washington Post, the Stratford emails at WikiLeaks, and the journalism of former FBI lawyer Brown. These schemes, of course, contributed to the rise of Vladimir Putin, who ran the Chechen wars and was named prime minister by Yeltsin in 1999. Yeltsin then resigned in April to replace him as president on New Year's Eve. Putin has since isolated, exiled, and replaced America and Israel's favorite Russia. In his statement announcing the de facto absorption of the Donbass this last Monday, he mentioned this U.S. support for the Chechen Mujahideen as an example of how unfairly the West has treated Russia over these last few decades. He also referred to stories of jihadists from Syria, the very northern Syria, making openly alliances to fight against Russian-backed forces in eastern Ukraine and the Obama. That's true too. Israel has done it in the innocent. The George W. Bush years. Vladimir Putin was the first world leader to call George W. Bush in September 11, offering his condolences and cooperation, including the use of Russia's nuclear threat in Afghanistan, their Kazakh and Uzbek airspace, and the use of former Soviet bases in Kazakhstan. Putin is said to have spent considerable political capital facing down critics of his rights, Russian politics, and the media, and military to do so. Bush turned right around 3 months later and announced American withdrawal from the anti-ballistic missile treaty and plans to put defensive missiles in Poland and radar in Czech Republic. Attempting to avoid the obvious, the president claimed these were to protect Poland from ballistic missile attack from Ukraine. When Bush said this at a NATO or G8 meeting, I'm sorry I couldn't find it. That's where I called it first. The others all worked for that level of Instead, these missiles dangerously tip the balance of mutually assured destruction on potential first strike over Poland. This, of course, is considered a major threat by Russia. Bush's government also launched a project called the Alpha Revolution, primarily against Russian-leaning states there near abroad. These are essentially U.S. coup d'etats disguised as fake revolutions, backed by the CIA, National Endowment for Democracy, and friendly, supposedly private NGOs on one level. This trend started with mixed success in Albania in 1996, Montenegro and Croatia in 1997, Slovakia and Armenia in 1998, and Serbia in 2000. Bush brought the successful Serbian template to Georgia with the Rose Revolution in 2003, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, the failed Denim Revolution in Belarus in 2005, the short-lived Tulip Revolution in Tajikistan in 2005, the failed Cedar Revolution in Lebanon in 2005, and the disastrous Green Revolution in Iran in the 2004 Orange Revolution in Ukraine, the U.S. helped to overthrow the elected President Viktor Yanukovych from the Russian-leaning Party of Regions in favor of the Western-leaning Yushchenko and his allies, such as the so-called gas president Yulia Tymoshenko.
So I can be
Bush
sure
government
so language
also
wrong.
continued further
As
NATO
alors,
expansion
out
into
of
Eastern
police
Europe in
le gaz
violation
en
of the
besoin
Mother's
d'argent.
Clause,
Allah,
bringing 7
l'État
new
reste police
countries
d'Allah.
into the alliance.
The
The former Warsaw Pact nations of Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia, and the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Actually, all of them Soviet
Then
In
what?
2008, Bush announced America's intention to include Ukraine and Georgia in the alliance. But thus far, Germany and France
He's like, well, why do you have to give
NATO membership is a war guarantee.
Why do you need that?
People in charge act as though it's just an invite to a fancy cocktail party. Our international government socialists. Instead, it is a mutual defense pact. President Bush Sr.'s right-hand man and former national security advisor, President NATO expansion in the 1990s. He later explained that one major reason for it was that the Americans wanted to see Eastern Europe integrated with the West. He believed the European Union was the best vehicle for this. He said the French and the Germans were reluctant. So the U.S. instead, in part, chose to expand the NATO military alliance just to hurry along the process of Eastern nations' integration into the European continent. It go on. As Pat Buchanan, one fellow bird of Phil Warrior, bad old days likes to point out, the U.S. used to draw the line at the Elbe River, halfway across Germany. The threat was that if the Soviets invaded West Germany, threatening France, Belgium, Denmark, and the other Western democracies, it would go to Now, America has moved that line 1,200 miles to the east to Russia's very western border with the Baltic states. There's no real reason to fear it, but if Russia did decide to reconquer Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, our politicians have signed an OSMA to fight a war to defend them from a power that could in fact destroy our entire civilization in a single act. Getting down to it. The Georgia War of August 2008 could have turned into a real war. Georgia's president, Mikhail Saakashvili, victor of the U.S.-backed Rose Revolution of 2003, was incentivized to take bigger risks due to the Bucharest Declaration of America's intent to bring them into the NATO alliance just 4 months before. The U.S. military support and vague security assurances the Bush government had given his government that spring also contributed to his vote of confidence. Saakashvili launched an attack on the breakaway province of South Ossetia in the southern Caucasus Mountains and enjoyed full autonomy and protection by Russian peacekeepers under a deal that had been brokered by our European Union allies. The Russians, suffering casualties in the initial assault, quickly struck back, destroying Georgia's invading force and securing South Ossetia's independence. Georgia. Vice President James reportedly proposed missile strikes against the Russian troops coming from the Rocky Bush and decided better than to listen to him changed by that one. Imagine Georgia, this tiny, weak nation in the southern Caucasus Mountains between the Black and Caspian Seas, being included in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Usually Turkey was pushing it. Now, Georgia possibly adds the American alliance rather than to get the people of this country in a worst kind of trouble over issues that are absolutely not business. Bush gave a speech to a NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, the NATO meeting. In Bucharest in April 2008, telling the Western nations that, quote, the plan of this process of bringing as many of Russia's neighbors into the West's military alliance as possible is not directed against Russia or its allies. National security, not Russian expert at the Brookings Institution, who made herself famous for his agency's recommended against declaring a path to membership of Ukraine and Georgia because so many of the NATO allies but W. As Putin elaborated in an interview with Oliver Stone, whether America's motives are truly just centered around corporate welfare or not, the position the U.S. is putting him in requires him to respond to the heightened threat and target our anti-ballistic missile systems in Romania. Soon thereafter, in March 2018, Putin claimed in his annual address to the Duma that the Russian military has developed an entire new generation of nuclear weapons. These include new heavy verve, that is, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle missiles, which are designed to travel around the house, approaching from a direction where we have no defense, and is armed with that just one missile could kill every major city. Putin also boasted of new nuclear-powered cruise missiles with essentially unlimited range for evading U.S. defenses, virtually undetectable nuclear torpedoes for destroying American coastal cities and major ports, and hypersonic delivery vehicles that travel at speeds of Mach 5, which completely skew the balance of mutually assured destruction and reducing the amount of time that policymakers have to decide whether to go to nuclear war, 15 or 30 minutes, to perhaps less than 5. The primacy project did not create a permanent state of dominance and security. Instead, we got endless new liabilities, nothing real to show for it, and a new nuclear arms race, which it looks like bad. The Democrats, especially attack Russia. Perhaps we should take responsibility. President Obama continued down the same destructive path as his predecessors. First of all, his administration continued NATO expansion by adding the Balkan states, Albania and Croatia, to the alliance. He and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, after making such a big deal about their attempted so-called reset with Russia, then turned right around and made a chump out of the new Russian president Dmitry Medvedev by lying him into supporting the 2011 Libya war resolution. UN Security Council. His government claims they were going to launch a no-fly zone to protect civilians in Benghazi and Libya's coast against the pretended threat that Gaddafi meant to slaughter the entire civilian population. They then used the resolution as cover to launch a 9-month-long regime change war on behalf of Libyan veterans of World War II. Those who had fought for Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Libya as non-fighting, and Ansar al-Sharia, turned that country into a free zone a decade since. This discredited the apparently golden Bishop Medvedev and led to the accused the Obama administration of bankrolling dissenters protesting the Russian parliamentary elections in 2011. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton certainly did denounce the elections as unfair, and the State Department admitted to the means they and a live non-governmental organization is spending promoting the Democratic by negotiating the destruction of their chemical weapons stocks. And he also pressured the Ayatollah Khomeini to support President Hassan Rouhani's negotiating nuclear deal. Although they cite the right back to the Security Council, even libertarians, sometimes through TV and television. For example, during the crisis in Ukraine in 2014, the democratically elected Russian leading Russian leading government was overthrown by U.S.-backed
But why do I need that? It's I
Later chose speech by way of explanation. Let me say that we are not opposed to cooperation with NATO, for this is certainly not the case. The only internal processes within the organization, NATO remains military alliance. We are against having a military alliance making its right in our backyard or in I simply cannot imagine that we would travel to Sevastopol
Yo, what up?
to visit NATO sailors.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Yeah, you heard me. What's good in your neck of the woods? How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, tight. Well, look who the fuck shows up. Riser, how you living, pal? Are you ready to lose? I don't lose to you. I only dominate you. And that's all anybody knows. Yes. No, you're good.
No, he's not.
Right. Cool story, bro. You're good. Alright, Riser. Alright, sounds like a plan, dog. We'll hold our breath. Riser, you got an invitation. Everybody is waiting on you. Riser, what the fuck, dog? Hey, everybody. My name's Riser. Hey, everybody. Do you want to watch a documentary with me? Hey, everybody. Do you want to watch a documentary with me? Oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna sleep for 35 straight hours. Okay, cool. Excellent. And then on top of that, the motherfucker comes in here and I say, "Are you ready to lose?" And then he says, "Yeah." And I send him an invitation. He's like, "My phone died." Dog, I don't give a flying fuck about the battery level of your phone. You and Zoot have the same issue. In fact, I love how you make fun of Zoot, but in many ways, Zoot doesn't pull some of this shit that you do. I know that if Zoot comes in here, he'll be in here 55 times over the course of 12 hours if I don't catch him the first time. With you, it's like, oh, hey, let's make plans to do something, and then I will ghost you. I should fucking call you Casper. All right, well, how's Upcake? Everybody wants to know. CrowdSpark is excellent. That's not taken?
No, surprisingly, there was a company that trademarked the trademark expired in the US and Canada. Even though apparently, like, I could file for the trademark and it's still potentially people in other countries so that it is in Australia just because of the both on social media promoting it, especially the case of if you own the trademark for US my question is generative AI and like computer advertisement targeted personalized AI advertisement. How do you compete
This is an excellent question. The way that you could perhaps compete with it is being able to target emotions in environments where the audience is with people they highly regard, such as friends and family, so that you can have them share emotions as opposed to just having a really specific advertisement on a device or platform that's just like, hey, Riser, buy this type of potato chip. Like, that will get your attention. It'll freak you out a little bit, but you don't share that with anybody. But if you were like watching let's say a sporting event, and you watch an advertisement and you're connected with your family, that will be with you for the rest of your life. You'll remember. I mean, I can remember when I was a young person watching a commercial and remember laughing. Like, there's a thing about laughing that when you laugh, you subconsciously stare at the person you trust most in the room, and like the idea that people immediately want to share that joy with their loved ones is, I believe, quite a powerful way to connect with your audience.
Yeah, no, that's true. And
You know what isn't true? The fact that you're fast at joining this game. What the fuck is your question? You asked it like 10 minutes ago and then talk for another 9 minutes. You got to give me the question. Okay, so excellent question. People have generally been quite negative towards AI, and there's been a lot of pushback. And there will be some value in human creations, even in advertising. And people, like, for instance, I've been on TikTok a lot recently because I've been creating these bots, and I have a pretty good understanding of its advertising model. And a lot of its advertisers are simply just using very attractive AI models to have people sell products. These are AI models, and they're very attractive. You can tell they're AI though, just slightly, because of like how the mouth moves. but you could tell they're like 95% of the way there, to the point where even some of them, I don't 100% know if they're AI or not. I suspect that they are, but they're very close. Okay, with that being said, if I were to give you a an advertisement that said, "Hi, Riser, download the Discord app to chat with hot babes." That's cool. But if I were to make the same ad that says, "Hey, Riser, download the Discord app to chat with hot babes," and then put someone's hashtag or someone's at symbol in the corner, and you could connect to know that that was a real person, what they do, and learn more about them, that's a much more powerful way of advertising, because then people know that it's a real person. You can go explore about that individual. It's almost like when an advertiser has like a you know what sticks out in my mind? There's this girl. She is dating this, and she does uh, some kind of like campaign for like pajama pants or something. Not that. It's like it's almost like Spanx, but it's different. And what the fuck is her name? Anyway, I wouldn't know who she was. I would just be like, oh, that's a really hot chick who's doing that. But in the corner, they say her name and what she does. And then I know she's like a real person, and I know that I can follow stuff about her. I'll get her name. Olivia Dunn is her name. Um, and there's a difference when you do that. Basically, I can now follow her on Instagram. It connects that she's a real person. She's just not some paid actor who they just found some hot chick. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I can elaborate.
And then also they made the marketplace. You still have a company that is basically guessing what the investment advertisement will be, and with the filtering and the free research that the marketplace provides, and the sample group, create a lot of sample groups and people sample in, and so that so, and then also, like, the AI tool are, like, very close widely accessible as well. You can still have, like, a company that has access to AI, and, I mean, basically, still even with AI, you're going to have to type in or something, and you're going to have to say, it still just becomes like, it's still like originating from like humans, just because of AI is like pretty much an extension still of the human brain. I mean, you can say it's gonna pass this, depending on how science is, there's still a lot of human involved, and AI is more like an extension of people's creativity in a way, and like you need to modify that aspect to literally anyone in the world. I've got access to it, then it becomes just like those humans competing against each other, that they're using AI to enhance their creativity.
Can you please summarize it in 2 sentences?
one thing that is not censoring, which I think is important, and it actually makes the marketplace more valuable.
Yeah, but just one moment. I listen to you and I get to points where I'm like, oh yeah, I agree with that, or that was a good point, but I don't want to interrupt you, and then you will continue to talk, and I a lot of times just forget what I wanted to say. So that's why I asked you to summarize. It's not that I'm not paying attention to you, and I think you're saying good stuff. It's just I don't want to interrupt you.
That's funny that you say that because I have the same thing happens to me when you're speaking, and I don't want to keep going. There's way too much data to break down and just write it down.
I'm in agreement. Okay, so what were you gonna say?
Yeah, another interesting point is that, I mean, maybe you have this in mind, but you indicated to me when you first talked about it, that like the marketplace changed a lot of the data collected, but specifically around target audience of the company advertising to. So if you have like a product that's a women's product, something marketed to like 30-year-old women or something, so then when that advertisement content will have anyone able to vote on it, it's probably just going to vote on like money and like viral, or the clip that appeals most to the general public, which is good data, but what's even more valuable data to companies is the market research of their target audience of the 30-year-old female and what they think of those advertisements and what appeals to them most. And so the marketplace fails to basically sell that information separately to companies and profit off that data, but of course it requires getting that data from the user and then also compensating for making it worthwhile. There's a huge value proposition.
There's a huge value proposition in what? I know you were saying it, but just repeat exactly what you're saying.
Huge value proposition being able to tell companies what their target audience
Yes,
is actually, like their demographics specifically, how they're reacting to the general population.
I agree with you. There's a lot of fantastic data in this model. You crowdsource people's opinions. You get them to post on their own platforms. And there's even a way that you could connect that and like know how many likes they got when they posted on TikTok, let's say. Like, not only will they post on TikTok, let's give an example. You were talking about a women's product. Let's say female Viagra. I love that one because it exists, but nobody uses it, but it should be used. Okay. So let's say you are the pharmaceutical company behind female Viagra. And you say, hey, we're going to give the top advertisement that we receive $100,000. And all these people post on their platforms, on their Instagram, on their TikTok, their female Viagra ads. Not only are you going to get people who are on whatever you call it, the CrowdSpark or whatever, upvoting on there, but you're getting their link, and so you'll be able to see how popular those advertisements are on the person's own social media. Does that make sense? So it's like multiple ways of getting data. You're going to get data on your website, but you're also going to see how this advertisement performs on social media. On their exactly. It's extremely interesting. It adds another layer of the power of this platform because you don't have to just say, oh, well, this one only got, like, you might have a competition. You might say, on CrowdSpark, this idea got 100 votes. Like, let's say idea 1 got 100 votes, and idea 2 on CrowdSpark got 200 votes. So A got 100 votes, B got 200 votes. But on A's social media, it got 50,000 upvotes, and option B on their social media only got 50. Like, that's really interesting data to have. Like, is it the fact that person A had way bigger social media networks, or is it because the ad was really good? That's really interesting data to be able to parse, and how it affected people. You could use algorithms to study the comments, and people will be like that American or that United Airlines one that really connects with me, and not just me. I mean, I'm not a pilot, but it connected with like all the people in the chat, like how they talk about it, like they hear that song and it reminds them of their grandparents, or it reminds them of being a pilot or a flight attendant or whatever. Like, you could parse that and be able to give it a score, like at how it connects with the audience versus just 3 emojis or like a laughing face. Like, that stuff, that's okay, but that's not going to give you the same data that you could basically summarize. Like, you could go, so let's say, again, the female Viagra, person A posts, gets 100 upvotes or whatever. You go to their profile page, and you can have AI parse through all their comments and give you a summary. And basically, as a company, you could say, wow, if we summarize all these comments, the basic overall understanding is that this advertisement connected with people because of the song, because of the simplicity, because of the company, and overall it gives a rating of a strength of a 98% positivity rate. That's really strong. When we go to option 2, option B or whatever, that had 200 upvotes on our website, but it only had 50 upvotes on Instagram, people may say, oh, well, you can see the person here is asking their followers to upvote this on Upspark, or on whatever Spark, CrowdSpark. So that's going to influence the that's going to influence the metrics, basically. And also, it seems like this person just either has a lot of bots as their followers, or people who don't really engage, because the comments are just like, nice video, cool, happy smiley face. They're not going to be like, I was 18 years old when this video came out and this advertisement came out, and it brings back memories from 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, basically, AI will be able to give you excellent recommendations and overall summaries of the people's comments. So what does that mean for you as CrowdSpark? All right, so you're going to basically have the ability, as a company, you're the pharmaceutical company for female Viagra, and you're going to be able to see the top 10 or top 100 or whatever, and they're going to give scores and of like how much this connects with the audience, and you might get, let's say, of the top 10, just they rank anywhere from 90 to 95. But then you're going to get an outlier like 98, and you're going to go and read the summary of what the comments say and see how that message really came across and how strong it was. And in my opinion, make it easier on your pharmaceutical company to choose the right advertisement for them and what they feel is going to be best for their marketing strategy. And they're not going to get that from, like, if they just went to an advertising creative company like a Mad Men kind of marketing agency that tells them this is going to connect with your audience and here's why. Okay, but I mean, do you really know that? As opposed to, we have real market research here that says that the comments to this advertisement are going to connect with people decades into the future.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even if not really the marketplace, potentially, like, based on what you just said, I thought of on other different social media platforms, like TikTok or Instagram, like the number 2 or number 3 had like just exploded and just gone viral on a social media platform, and that would probably outweigh the number 1 spot on the ad marketplace. The ad marketplace is an indicator, but the other social media sites are also indicators, and then the companies have to evaluate just how entrenched the ad is, like, overall.
I agree. You're also going to have the ability, especially using AI, for demographics. And basically, like you're saying, we want to sell to, let's say, for female Viagra, 35 to 65-year-old women, something like that, maybe 35 to 75-year-old women. And you may get a creator, like a videographer, who's really creative and does cool edits and everything, but their audience is generally like 18 to 25-year-old individuals. And they may get tons of upvotes on that and stuff like that, but the comments aren't really in depth and they don't really talk about anything. But then you might get some small creator who puts out their ad, and they might have a market, or they may have a network that's your core population, your target population, and they may write more thorough comments about, I mean, almost like not just comments, but like what do you call it when you get a what do you call it where you get like you give your what do you call those things where you, not testimony, but like you give your experience of what things were like with this product. And yeah, perfect, thank you. Yeah, a review. People will do that in the comments. I mean, I think you've seen it, I've seen it, where you have an individual who is like, I bought this product and it really works. You get that all the time, and some of those are the most upvoted comments. Now, whether it's organic or not, you tell me. I think this is an excellent idea, and there's a need for it, and I really mean that. Like, I'm on X all the time, and of all of the platforms, TikTok, YouTube, X, Instagram, to me, the one that has the worst ads, well, YouTube has the longest ads, but I don't really watch those because of ad blockers. But Instagram or X has the just sometimes just garbage information, and I don't understand why they they don't work on their marketing more. Um, a lot of the like, what am I talking about?
The people that are advertising on X or the like Twitter like their own
That's an excellent question. Both. Um, so I'll get you'll get well. And they just introduced this thing. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I'm almost certain that you haven't, but it's called. Um, there's a thing when you put out a tweet now. There's a new selection that says something like advertiser supported tweet or something like that that they say they're going to crack down on. Like basically, uh, and there's a guy who his name's Andy Chan. He does, yeah, exactly. And he hosted a space on this. Now, that guy, he bots all of his spaces. I don't know how much I believe him. Like literally, if you had like a person who was 18 years old and you gave them $100,000 to build up really good social media, just buying followers and buying, um, like engagement, that's a really good strategy long term for people because then they can just become influencers. But yeah, so the Andy Chan guy, he yeah. Well, okay. So the ones that bother me the most are I'll look at a tweet, whatever it is. I look at the comments, and the comments literally have nothing to do with the tweet. It's an Instagram girl. It's like some car crash from Mumbai. It's like a bunch of people who aren't even speaking English, and these are like the top ranked replies. And I have to literally scroll down, and there's no rhyme or reason to the replies. It's not like they're in order of upvotes. It's just somehow, or chronologically. I don't understand how it works, and I almost feel like um, they don't. Elon Musk doesn't care. It's become very evident to me that he bought that app basically so that he couldn't have his voice canceled in terms of Tesla and business and such. He bought that app to literally hook up with chicks. He's already impregnated like at least 5 influencers on there. And they have like children with him. He has like 18 children right now, and perhaps a lot more, which isn't nearly as many as the guy from Telegram has. That guy has over 100 kids. But basically, Elon Musk has put no work into improving the app. I know people will say Grok, but Grok is like different. That's like a different project. And I know people will say, like, here's the big instance for me. On Android, you cannot do a video space, but on iOS, you can. It's been like that for more than 2 years now. You would think that you would give the same options to both of your platforms. I've talked about this a lot as an app developer, but a user should have similar experiences on both Android and iOS, and it's just not that way. And with that being said, the marketing of X is, I think, it's brutal. And so your project, I think, can really help with this. That you could have people with really engaging, interesting advertising, and that will make people stop scrolling and check out the product, and that's what people want. And it's one thing to just do it with AI, and everybody's just become numb to that. And it's another thing to do it with someone who's real, and you can put their contact information on there, and people know that this person is real. And
you worship it, that is not.
I just think that's a better way to market to people. And I know I did. Yeah, but there always has been. So, for instance, like, I I agree with you. Um, I think that this platform certainly could help big platforms like advertisers on X and LinkedIn and Instagram and YouTube, certainly. But then for your small mom and pop, which are becoming extinct, but for their survival, you, I'm sure, I am absolutely sure that you could have a small mom and pop coffee shop in San Francisco that has somebody, pardon me? Exactly. Somebody who has an idea that they go to this coffee shop and they're like, hey, or the coffee shop just like crowdsources it, and that makes them a very popular coffee shop. Um, Not just in their area, but like it connects with people. Like what would be an example of this? Like Hawk to a Girl, like that kind of. I don't know. I'm sure that was a setup or something, but or like that lady who's on the plane. That's like, um, did you see that shit or whatever? She thought there was like an alien next to her or something. Or I mean, these are just memes, but even when it comes to advertising, um, I just think that, like, what would give? I've got to give a better example than Hawk to a Girl than that lady on the plane. Um, we have for a company. Um, well, let's see. Okay, I don't know if this is perfect, but there's like the last Blockbuster in the United States is located in Bend, Oregon. I don't know if Blockbuster was ever in Canada. Was it? Okay, so the last one is in Bend, Oregon, and it's become a tourist destination. People go on road trips there. People get married there. It's become like this cult classic little place. You know, there's a place in LA that is a video store that all they do is it's actually an art installation, but all they do is accept the movie Jerry Maguire, I believe. And so everybody from around the world who has a VHS of Jerry Maguire donates it to this place, and they just have it top to bottom. It's an art installation, just one movie that they have. And there's almost like a viralness to that. That, at least in my mind, has been made it stick out a little bit, and that can help a small business survive. These little um, these little media articles or whatever that people write do make an impact on the psyche of the audience, and I mean even to the point where people like literally like travel thousands of miles to a location just to see what was going on, whatever. Um, and I think that your CrowdSpark has the ability to do that a lot more. Um, I than like your average um, media organization. I think that, I mean, um, if you know how these advertising agencies work, they get really big clients whether it's American Airlines or United Airlines or Coca-Cola or Pepsi. And then they have a room of creative people, they call it creatives, usually about, I don't know, 10, 20 people maximum. And they come up with really interesting content. They sit around a table and they bounce things off, and then they give it to the big company. The big company doesn't come up with this stuff. They go to these advertising agencies. And that to me is a dying breed. Like I don't think you ever saw Mad Men, but that's essentially what Mad Men's about. It's the Madison Avenue. That's the mad part of advertising, and I think that that's no longer necessary. You have an idea here that could replace that, and it's much cheaper. It's much more authentic, um, and I think that it works. Like, to summarize myself, it works for really big companies, but it also works for small companies and um, little startups, and it's not going to be that expensive. I mean, you could. You're going to take 10% of a cut on whatever anything any kind of contest is, and uh, to a small coffee shop in San Francisco, they might not be able to give a give a grand prize of $10,000, but they might be able to give $100 in coffee um, gift certificates and give you $10, and there will be people. You could feature like small businesses on like a carousel on your front page. They'd be like, people are going to click on that and just be like, oh, I want to help a small business. People will do this because they feel they're helping people, and they are. That's the beauty of it. You're helping the artist, you're helping the business, and you're helping yourself.
Well, you know, the big famous thing about
Exactly. That's an excellent point. I still want to go through a little more, if we can, before we play. What happens when? Sure, absolutely. So you're saying, like, there's an advertising budget. How much of that goes to the creatives or whatever, and how much of it goes to actually producing the advertising? It definitely depends on the campaign. So, like a Super Bowl commercial, you're gonna have to pay like $10 million for ad time, and then depending if you're going to have celebrities in the ad, they're going to want $1 million or so each. And then on top of that, the advertiser itself, or the advertising agency is going to want some money. So you're probably, it depends. The Super Bowl commercial is going to be exceptional, but you're probably looking at like $15 million just for a 30-second ad, and that's going to be a lot different than something like just a banner ad on a website where you might not need a celebrity endorser, and it's going to be cheaper, and there are a lot of opportunities for people to for the advertiser to be able to cut costs. So it depends on what kind of campaign it is. So that's going to be a hard thing to answer. If you were to ask, like, do the like what kind of advertising works best? It depends as well on the product and what you consider to be success. So I think it's difficult to quantify, but not impossible. There are certainly people who measure these things, and it's really through metrics. There's an equation I can give you, at least in radio, which is something like the amount of listeners times the amount of purchases equals the amount of listeners times the amount of overall purchases. Or perhaps this is actually a different equation. The audience divided by the amount of purchases equals the success rate. Something like that. And so if you have a really big audience and a bunch of people who bought stuff, then you're going to have like closer to a 1-to-1 success rate. But then if you have a really big audience and nobody buys the product, then you're going to have a different success rate. But basically, there are metrics that can be studied and argued. The thing is, you're going to be able to give all of this information to a company and basically say that someone's social media post got X amount of impressions, and all of these advertisers, they care about impressions. That's what they sell on. I know I've said this before, but like ESPN comes to your business and they say, hey, do you want to advertise on ESPN? We can guarantee you 250,000 impressions a day by people listening to the radio. And then a billboard company comes to you and they say, we can offer you 1 million impressions a day. Well, it depends on what the impression is. An impression is literally just eyes perceiving something or ears perceiving something. But that's what they sell on. And you're going to be able to say, we can get your campaign X amount of impressions, but here's the thing that makes our platform better, is our impressions are very powerful impressions because they're going to be targeted to your audience. We already know that these things are successful on social media, and this is why you should choose, this given marketing Um,
I heard there
okay, so let's use baking. Let's use baking as our thing. Um, okay, so you could go to one of these major marketing companies and say, "Hey, we need an ad for selling cookies or whatever, a type of batter, Betty Crocker, or what?" And they're going to put out a really nice ad for Betty Crocker, and that's cool. And that's going to cost millions of dollars. Or you can have some little lady who is like, "Hi, welcome to Amy's Baking Company. I've been baking cookies for the last 25 years, and I only ever use Betty Crocker mix, and here's why. It tastes good, it's easy to make, it's easy to clean up, and it's affordable. Please consider buying Betty Crocker baking products the next time that you make a purchase." And when a baker sees the highly polished advertising agency thing, that's cool. But the baker, he or she's going to connect with this little baking company because they've been doing it for 25 years, and there's a certain idea that, hey, this is who I connect with, and that's why I think this advertising strategy is better. Does that make sense? Can you repeat or elaborate on that last part? Yeah. Well, either that or like her kid could do it. Her kid could be like, "Hey," or just someone who knows her could be like, "Hey, I'd like to use you as a spokesperson in um, this ad." But those kind of people are already influencers generally. Like they already have a business, so they're already familiar with editing videos on a phone. This doesn't have to be that complicated, you know. It's just like, "Hey, we need 5 different short videos of you, and you just clip them together, and then you combine them, do a 30-second ad, and then you submit it, and that lady like is going to be familiar with doing it, and if she's not, she'll know someone who is. Like, companies used to do this a lot, and they don't anymore. But they used to just like, let me even look it up. And I'm gonna ask, just companies used to do contests a lot. Why don't they do contests as much anymore? Especially like for the best idea or new invention or something like that. While companies still use contests, their approach has been evolved due to research revealing significant flaws in traditional formats. Innovation contests are often criticized for being poorly designed and counterproductive. Studies show that excessive competition can undermine creativity, as participants become stressed, doubt their chances of winning, or feel constrained by others' ideas, leading to lower quality submissions. Key issues include too much competition. Seeing many competing ideas reduces originality. Research found that participants who saw 10 ideas scored 4.4% lower than those who only saw two. Incentive misalignment. Prizes like gadgets or gift cards rarely support the project's real needs. Teams often create funding, mentorship, or executive time, not tokens. Political manipulation. Without transparent, objective criteria, outcomes can be influenced by favoritism or alliances, damaging morale. Short-term focus. Most contests are annual events, but innovation requires ongoing processes, not one-off pitches. Despite these challenges, companies still use contests, but with improvements. They now focus on collaborative elements, thematic grouping, limiting visible competition, and aligning prizes with project needs. The goal is to foster innovation sustainably, not just host a popularity contest. That's different, though. That's like for a company, like not necessarily advertising. The fact that other people are seeing the advertisement is a benefit. It's different than saying, "Hey, come up with a new color of crayon." Like, of course, people are going to be like, "Well, there have already been all of the blues have been submitted. I'm not going to try." But there's another difference to be able to be said for, "Hey, you know what? I've seen other people's ideas, and I think I could do it better." And the idea, pardon me, and the idea that more and more people are viewing this builds brand association, builds connectivity with the brand. These are all positive things, and that's what you want as a company. You want more people to connect with yourself. I mean, I can like I don't I just okay. So what am I thinking? Okay, so I don't think that this is still a thing, but well, I know I'm almost certain it's not. Okay, so my family doesn't smoke cigarettes, but when I was a kid, I would see people wearing cigarette-oriented, um, like swag, and I would learn that there was like I think it like the Marlboro company, so Philip Morris had um, had like a magazine that they would send to people, and if you collected enough what were called Marlboro miles, you would be able to buy swag. It's the same idea as that Pepsi Harrier jet kind of idea. Now, the fact that my family, nobody smokes Marlboros, no one wears Marlboro stuff, still has had a connection with me 25 years later or 30 years later that this was a contest that was put on by this company, even though my family really didn't have any connection to it. It's the idea that they put out something like that. Another one, I don't like cereal. I never have liked cereal. But General Mills had the box tops promotion for many years, where you could send in box tops and they would, I don't know, give your school money or something like that. And again, my family never sent in box tops. That's not something that I don't like cereal. It's just not my thing. However, I still remember that this went on. Uh, the the McDonald's Monopoly contest. I don't eat at McDonald's, but the idea of monopoly, like like was a phenomenon in the United States in the 90s. You would see it on the ground. You would see it, on television or wherever. Like you would drive past the McDonald's and it would say Monopoly is back. And I like Monopoly, so that was always kind of like an interesting thing. Like, what is this all about? But those kind of advertising um, contests have connected. Now, I understand I'm unique, but I can just say that like those kinds of things are really powerful. And then the smartest things these companies can ever do is get you to wear their swag. I mean, it's the smartest thing that Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tanino ever did was give me all the merchandise because I'm literally on camera every day wearing their shit. I don't even pay attention to it anymore. I haven't paid attention to it in years. But it's like it's everywhere, and it's on there, and that means I talk about it. That means people ask me about it. Okay, so what does that mean in your case? Well, you're not going to be doing. So, okay, here's a good example. Let's say you're in college, and there's some girl in your college class or whatever who you like, and you see that she made a 30-second film for Coca-Cola or whatever was being crowdsourced. You don't think that you're not going to connect this girl to Coca-Cola and drink Coca-Cola for the rest of your life because you know that Jane Doe was positive about this brand? You will. There will be people 50 years from now, 60, 70 years from now, and they will be asked, why do you drink Coca-Cola? And you'll be like, oh, because funny story, which is how these things start. My friend made a submission for Coca-Cola or for General Mills or for FedEx or whatever it is. It's brand association. But the thing is, the way the audience is going to see the brand is on someone who they trust social media. And that's extremely powerful. Exactly. Exactly. Like, imagine if you came in here. Well, okay, just this, like the fucking sriracha. I have a bottle of sriracha here, and one of the reasons why I don't mind having the sriracha on my stream is because the kosher organization. I'm friends with the guys who run it. It's the Rabbinical Council of California, and thus I feel like I'm helping them by just keeping a product on my stream that I know they from which they benefit. And when people watch my streams in the future, the price of sriracha or the impact of sriracha is going to be a phenomenon. Just because I showed that I like this, because people will like me, and then they will in turn think that I like sriracha, which I do. Or I. It's like okay, this is a weird one, but I can tell you this is very interesting. The way that I ever first saw this personally ever work out, I talked to you about this in the past. I worked at a startup with this very overarching owner of the business. And then from there, I became an accountant for just a year, almost exactly 365 days. And I have told you about it. It's like Catch Me If You Can. And the first day that I went into work, there was a camera literally right behind my head. Now, I had worked at the other organization that had cameras everywhere as well, but this organization had one right behind my head. I remember asking the other um, the other accountant at the time, like, wow, this is very Big Brother. Like, literally, there is a camera right behind your head that can see absolutely everything that you're doing on your computer and on your desk. And one time had an accountant who was embezzling from her, and she had to prosecute this person. So she's really very, very uh, watchful of anything that's going on. And that's absolutely true. She absolutely was. And I would many times bring groceries from like the store for my lunch, and I would notice the things that I would eat. This woman would end up eating things that were very similar. So let me give examples. I would eat like bagels and lox, which is like bagels and like salmon. And this woman would, I've never seen her with a bagel, never saw her, but the second that I started eating bagels, all of a sudden this woman started having bagels. Or it happened like 3 or 4 different foods that I could notice that this person, like the fact that I was eating it meant that other people were eating it. And then I've noticed that on my streams that like I'll eat or drink something or whatever, and it makes other people want to do it. And it just shows you the. Well, there you go. And would I endorse that? I mean, you can. You get asked about it. It kind of looks wild merch. Um, but there you go. And that's just how it works. That's like how advertising works. But I noticed it the first time I ever. Well, okay, so I don't know. Did you ever see the movie Speed starring Keanu Reeves and um, Sandra Bullock? All right. Well, Speed was like a really big movie in LA in the 90s specifically because one of the scenes, the idea of the movie, it's like a movie in 3 parts. It actually was 3 movies that they combined into one. It's a very good movie. But they, the idea is this: there is a terrorist guy who used to work for the LAPD, and he has um, rigged a bus that the bus goes less than 55 miles an hour, it will blow up. So basically, the bus driver has to keep the bus going at 55 miles an hour, and that's really difficult to do in LA traffic. And there was this so that becomes an issue, and they have to like get gas to the bus like while it's running. There's like all of these things, challenges that they have to overcome. And one of the freeways in Los Angeles, it's the 105 freeway, was not quite yet built uh, during the time of this filming. And so they used it. They used one of the on ramps to show the bus basically like flying over an unfinished part of the freeway and like landing on the other side, almost like you would see in like a Hot Wheels commercial or something like that. And um, there's this one scene where the hacker guy, the enemy, the terrorist guy, basically has hacked into a video system. Like this is before internet was really used or whatever, but just for the benefit of the movie, this guy had hacked into the video system of the bus, and he was calling Sandra Bullock by a nickname. And the reason why he used the nickname was Wildcat. And they wonder why is he calling her Wildcat? Well, she had a Wildcat sweatshirt on her, like while she was wearing it. She was like, she had to end up being the bus driver basically, and that has always stuck with me. Like this idea that subconsciously, even if you don't know people are watching you, you can have an impact on them. Anyway, the same thing happened during when I worked as an accountant. Like I said, I went for a long period, it was fine. But then when I started bringing groceries, like everything that I would bring in, someone else, because she was watching me on these cameras, and what I was eating was looking good and desirable, and it just impacted her. It happened with somebody else too, just on the stream. It's happened a lot, but I want to either connect with me or just subconsciously do the same thing. Um, that's exactly right. And the old adage, you don't sell the steak, you sell the sizzle. Basically, like the elements around the the product are sometimes more important than the product itself. Um, I I recognize that the power of an influencer and the power of an advertiser. So, in your case, with this platform, you will have the ability to have a major organization not need to go to $1 million a minute advertising agency, and they'll be able to crowdsource this stuff. And it what I love about it is that what I love about this idea is the fact that it's going to benefit artists, people who are sitting at home, who are creative but have been put out of work because of AI. They now have a resurrected career. They could literally be on Crowd Spark all day long and make content for those people and put that content on their social media and make money, perhaps by just winning contests. And then the other major element of this is just the power of the brand. If you can get an influencer, even if they don't know it, promote your product on their social media page, everyone who likes them will connect them to that um, to that product, and will have generally a positive sensation from it. And I'm trying to think of like someone who, um, oh, like I know my grandparents would drink, would sometimes like especially around holidays and like have a type of wine. It's Manischewitz, and it's not the best kind of kosher wine. However, it's really sweet, and they would let the kids have some of it during holidays. And for that reason, like Manischewitz has always been like part of my it's been a brand I've always connected with. Um, just because I know that my family enjoys it, or just there are quite a few of them, but like I'm partial to those brands, and it would be very hard for me to buy. I mean, I buy other types of wine, but um, if I were in the same position where I needed a really sweet kosher wine, it would be very hard for me to buy anything other than that because it's like it's become tradition, and that's like a really important aspect of humanity. Like uh, Coca Cola during like December puts out those bears, and or like Budweiser puts out like Clydesdales. Like they want to connect with you in a way that is not just uh, they want to create traditions within your family, and that's a very powerful way of advertising, as opposed to just hey, we're gonna give you a pop-up ad. That can be powerful as well, but to me, the best kind of advertising is the kind that connects with on a different level with you. And I think your type of crowdsourcing of these types of ideas can do that much better than some advertising agency can. Um, But one thing I wanted to talk about was the role of AI in all of this. So what do you do when AI can make these ads way better than anybody else? Okay, that's fine. Um, there's going to be some rejection of AI, not completely, but just like I'm starting to see AI stand-up comedy, and it's pretty good. It used to not be very good, but it's pretty good now. But I don't appreciate it as much because I know that not one single individual came up with it, and I appreciate real, like the risk factor of real stand-up comedy, that someone had to go up and be very vulnerable to hecklers and to mispronunciation and to just forgetting or bombing. There's something attractive to me about that I know that um, AI stand-up comedy lacks. And even though the AI stand-up comedy may be very, very funny, there's just not the same vulnerability as organic stand-up comedy. And with an advertiser, dude, I think it can. There's this little baby on TikTok that does stand-up comedy that it delivers it extremely well. Just, just like it. I mean, exactly. Right. Um, Look, it's the thing that I think is what is really important about my stream, and anybody could have an AI generator of someone living their life over the course of 4 years, moving on five. Anybody could do that, but it wouldn't be organic. Nobody wants to watch that. It's not like it's not attractive to people to know that somebody at any given time could have had an earthquake or a fire or could have fallen and stubbed their toe or whatever. Like all the things that can happen in life, there's some vulnerability to that. Also, the idea that you are peeking into someone's life is extremely interesting to people as well. There's a voyeuristic element to it. And um, I don't know. I think that's something that makes my stream very attractive to people. That yes, AI could create a human model that you can watch all the time, but it doesn't have the unpredictability of a real person, and also doesn't have the ability for a real person to have the vulnerabilities that a real human has. That's what makes things attractive. Uh, with AI and your idea, that's exactly right. And I was just going to give that example with the baker lady, the lady who is like, "Hey, buy Betty Crocker or whatever." She may say, "Look, I'm not feeling well. I'm not in the like I don't look the best way that I could, but I can make myself with AI and make like little videos and snip them together or whatever, and then just put my name on it, and that's going to give that advertisement um, a lot more legitimacy than just if I don't. Then people don't realize. Then people are just like, this is just an AI slop, as opposed to, hey, this is a real, um, this is a real person behind this. There's this, so like, there's this. There, okay, so the radio station that I listen to literally 24/7 is going through all kinds of changes. Um, just because of how radio's dying, and they're trying to make all these fixes, and it's a dying art. But nevertheless, it provides news 24/7, which is important to my stream. anyway, there's this one radio show that they put out an AI picture of the team that is behind the radio show, and there were people critiquing it, like, this is AI slop, nobody wants this, blah 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 blah. Blah. But then there were other people who were like, this is no different than when you would have a caricaturist, like someone who would make caricatures of celebrities in the past, just do that, but they're just doing it quicker and more efficiently and for less cost. And I've got to say that, like, there's an argument to that. That okay, maybe AI is not not rewarding the artist. I get that, but that doesn't mean that the that people can't use it for their own benefit. Just like this radio show used it to benefit themselves, and in the same way, we could have the baker lady say, "Look, I don't want to be on camera, but you can use some pictures of me and make an AI model, and then at the end, my ad, and then they can see all my stuff on social media." Submitting a lot of AI stuff, and that's cool. It's a person is connected to a real product. Can I go to someone else's social media and like see that this is real stuff, and then connect with them and send them a message? Now, what's going to get interesting to this is what happens when you make an AI baker, and you make this AI baker say, "I've been baking for 30 years with Betty Crocker," and you can't tell the difference, and you go to their Instagram and it really looks like she's a real person. That's when this becomes tricky. But in in the United States, the thing that sparked that, there was a law that was passed by Congress that said any use of AI for it was around the 2000 election or the 2022 midterms. Any use of AI has to be labeled, so that became the law in the United States, and then just became the standard on social media. And I have to pass that AI thing every single day, and I think like all the time, and I think to myself, I think in the future it will be very rare for someone to just not be clicking this thing all the time. That like I'm as organic as you get. I put out I will say this: I put out more content than any person on earth. I'm I'm sure of that. No one else is live on 20 different YouTubes right now, and 5 different Instagrams, and 3 different TikToks, and 2 different uh, Twitters, and I'm live in like 8 different Discords. Like, nobody is even close to that. And on top of that, it's all recorded, and it's all organic. It's a treasure trove of content for people. And in the future, I don't think you're going to be able to do this that easily. From what I've read, everything's going to be token based. So, like, you'll have to buy tokens to be able to use people's AI or to be able to live stream. You won't just be able to go in and be like, hey, I'm going to live stream for 24 hours. You will have a budget of tokens that you're going to have to buy, and then use those tokens to be able to either use the AI systems or use the streaming systems. Um, there is an argument to be made. I remember when social media first came out, the phrase that went around is in the techno sphere is, if the product is free, You are the product. And now things are starting to change where social media, you're going to have to, I've read this, things even, you'll have to start paying per time you post on social media. And in the future, you'll have to pay for each email you send, which will be very interesting. It's just another way to get money out of people, but it's a way to limit people from communicating as well. I mean, back in the day, you had to pay for every telephone call that you made. I've even read that companies will start to go to making people pay per text message again. When I was a kid, even just a young adult, you didn't text because it was extremely expensive. And very soon thereafter, like only the families that were wealthy enough to be able to allow for their kids to text would. I can even remember just paying for data, like paying hundreds of dollars for data bills. My parents would come to me and they'd be like, "What is this data bill?" And because unlimited data was just not a thing, and that could happen in the future. You've never heard of people paying for data on a per use basis? Yeah. Well, they've they've already started it with X. That's what X Premium is. Basically, if you want somebody to view your post, you need to have X Premium, or else it tells you, no, we are going to limit your interactions. And that, so like they started slowly, as you can tell. And I can also tell you, just like very interestingly, this was they limit things, they limit features. So you used to be able to go on X and live stream and save the live streams. Then they, about a year ago or so, said this was a premium feature. However, because they suck at programming, if you used an Android device or an iOS device, there was a way around this. But right when the war with Iran started, they stopped this. I mean, literally on day 2. I was using this every single day. That's how you used to see me, live streaming. And I can't live stream in that same way. I can live stream on video in a space, which is different, but it's still archiving my footage. But I could not do it on like I was. And that's now a premium feature. Other premium features are the influence of your posts. Also, if your post will get into the mainstream algorithm, you'll notice no one without a blue check mark gets into the mainstream algorithm. They also don't get into the people you may know. You know that like little feature where, or like similar accounts. Unless you have a blue check mark, you're not going to be in there. And very soon, they will just say you have to have a blue check mark to be able to post. Otherwise, you can still use the service, but you can only lurk. Exactly. You will own nothing and you will be happy. And yeah, and yeah, at least there's that. Yeah, thanks, big dog. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm okay with not owning anything if things are equal and just. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But the element of it is this: if you never knew that you had the ability, then you would be happy. But you wouldn't know like that in the past people did not necessarily have the abilities that you do. So like for instance, um, oh well, okay, so like television used to be free. I'm sure you remember analog television. When you were a little boy, you would go to the TV and you could just turn it on and you could get CBC and not have to be hooked up to like a box, right? Okay, well, um, television used to be free, and you didn't need a box. It was literally called over-the-air analog television. You just buy a TV, and it worked. Now you might only get 5 channels, but those 5 channels were always free. And then in 2009, a law was passed in the United States that basically said um, that everything was going to digital. And so now you either need like a tuner in your television to get over-the-air television, or you need you need to connect to like a special cable. But basically, like they even used to have something. Maybe you've heard of this. It was called public access television. Have you ever heard of that? You've never heard of public access television? Oh, very interesting. Okay, so back in the day, there used to be a law that said that in the media markets of the United States, people had to have the ability at no cost to be able to be on television. And let me get you like all of the specifics, but what was the deal with public access television and why isn't it still used? And was it free? What's the deal? Wasn't it something with the FCC that mandated that, like, because the airwaves belong to the people, they needed an ability to be on television? Public access television was a U.S. initiative beginning in the 1970s, established under FCC regulations that required cable systems in major markets to set aside channels for public, educational, and government use. The core idea was that because the airwaves are a scarce, publicly owned resource, private cable companies should offer free access to the public to create and broadcast their own content, ensuring a diversity of voices in a democratic society. Like, can you imagine? You not only could like put a random Instagram post up, but you could get on television and have like people would have call-in shows, and they would talk about UFOs and aliens and all kinds of like what at the time was considered bizarre but quite interesting topics. It was free to use in most cases, with equipment, studios, and airtime provided at no cost to individuals and community groups on a first-come, first-served, non-discriminatory basis, subject only to obscenity and libel laws. The goal was to empower communities, especially those excluded from mainstream media, to produce local programming ranging from political debates to personal stories. However, its future was undermined by a 1979 Supreme Court decision, FCC versus MVC, which ruled the FCC had no authority to mandate public access. Congress responded with the Cable Communications Policy Act of 1984, allowing local governments to require public education and government channels, but only if they chose to opt in. Many cities opted out, keeping cable franchise fees for general funds instead of funding public access. As a result, hundreds of public access centers have closed since the 1980s. Today, this access is not federally mandated, and its survival depends on local political will. While the FCC does not regulate cable news or content because cable uses private infrastructure, not public airwaves, the public interest obligation still applies to broadcast TV licenses, those who hold a license to use the public spectrum. So while the original version was rooted in the principle the airwaves belong to the people, The shift to private cable and deregulation has made public access fragile and inconsistent. But I'm telling you, when I was a kid, you would turn on the television and they would have some. And the other thing was there was no advertising on this, so you would just have somebody who would just take telephone calls for an hour, and you just imagine people would call in and just anything that people wanted to talk about, and it was very interesting. It was like a forum, but for the early days, and that's something that's just not available anymore. Um, anyway, no, it was raw. It was raw. So they might be on like a 5 second delay in case anybody said like a cuss word or something. But they aside from that, everything it was raw. So you get people on there who would just talk about politicians they don't like, or countries they don't like, or religions they don't like, or races they don't like, or football teams that. Yeah, it was usually like, uh, at least in LA, it was like Channel 3. Um, and yeah, well, there were, hold on, there are two kinds of television. It was like Channel 3. Um, but analog television, they had to be separate. That's why you'd have like Channel 5, Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 11. Like they wouldn't be usually right next to each other because that would give them too much overlap. We're done. Are we going to play or are we just going to talk about advertising? Oh, this. All right, you do that. You do that. I'm going to use the restroom myself and be back in 10 minutes, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Do you hear this asshole? He milks me for fucking all my knowledge and then bails. All right. All right, big dog. I understand. Sweet dreams, and we'll see you. Okay, that's fine. What I really want is Friday. We've got to watch $1 Billion Bowling. Yeah, your commitments are zoo commitments. In fact, I would say there's a better chance. At least Zoot, I'll be like, hey, Zoot, let's. I will literally do this all the time. I'll be like, Zoot, we're gonna play. Just one moment. I have to use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. And he'll be like, okay. And I'll be gone for 2 minutes. I'll come back, and he'll be gone. But he'll come back in 10 minutes. And you're the opposite of that. You won't come back. You'll just be like, I'm down Friday, 8 o'clock, let's do it, and then peace. But I understand. Being a giant bee, dog, I get it. No worries. No worries, big man. All right. Enjoy yourself. Get some sleep. Peace out, Girl Scout.
existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera was, remember again, this is something that by definition is part of the struggle landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, you see it is Avodah Zarah. So it was like using what we just learned before of Rosati the Alehem or Elohim Alaharim Alaharim Elohim. Why would I share that? So listen, when you go, Appreciation for Trisas Yad Hatam. Because it was like really true. Because Trisas Yad Hatam really the prosperity say has managed fingerprint. The idea is that this item has managed about Rashi's ability to manage about Sha'adam Gat a person can. So it was like because a person did something created by man, therefore by definition, it is subject ultimately to being transformed into our result. So it's like, in other words, what Misha seems to say is as follows. Anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship mountain, that's the power of the result. That's the power of the result. I using that magic, and that Sheva, which is a tree, which people worship, shouldn't be power of the result either. None of my trees do the power of the result, because the tree is planted by man. The tree is planted by man. Since the tree is planted by man, this Mishnah calls she is what Trisas will be as a person is involved in this activity. Therefore, this item can be transformed into an object about what the most used for Trisas is the other person, and also whatever ultimately has Trisas, whatever is created and is part by man, at least which means the time is not created by man, it's not created on its own. The license is the origin of that tree is something that is done by man, but by definition it can be transformed into other things. I'm going to be a keeper. So you see this as follows. I need Odin for Odin Bifana. So the keeper says, I'm going to Darshan, actually says that we are going to keep Odin for Odin Bifana, and Fanish for Odin Bifana, so that the keeper says, I'm going to teach you how to Darshan this person. How do you Darshan the person? شأنت موسي الرباع بما يسار كإتنا عنا دا شديش الشام أبو رسول فأصل أن يكون أن يستطيع فيها أصحابه and in fact seeking that you mentioned before are in fact going ahead and giving us the markers as to where to find Abu Desire. Also, what is that? The passage is Abu Tabinos Kala Philosopher of the Shalakari. Destroy all the places the Gentiles that and worship as our so Ashi'atim Yoshua, something what I mentioned on as Elohim al-Ahoyim Allah. Their gods on the tall mountains, but I like what was on the hills. The Tachas called Israel. Every was it Israel every so that the Akiva comes along, and the Akiva says, you understand, so it's not just coming to the application to Israel on his own. I didn't know that. The simple image of that Joshua is just coming to Israel on his own. Then what? What do you like? What's happening back there? So the Torah could have just said, destroy all the Torah. Why do you have to get into on the mountains, on the hills, on the trees? Why do you need that? But the key that says the Torah is actually giving us geographic markers. The Torah is giving us like a whole design of GPS. Telling you that, by the way, you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. On top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is often the trees. So therefore, again, that we keep on understands, the keep is not that discipline. That is keep it very well clean. Because the Jews kind of camera that you see. But we are not deceived. Everybody actually seems to be deceived. You can also it's a beautiful day for this Mishnah. It's one of this day of practice, day of Shalom. Manish a Mishnah to get spiritual drop. Let's get better. Mishnah that my focus is on a day of practice. All that the keeper is saying is in addition to the halakhic ramifications that the kind of camera music brought out of the Pasuk. There's another piece which is the applications that going to find for us where to even if one worships the mountain or a hill, so long as that transforms that object into a God in our own self. There is only one worship statue, not an other so it means one worship statue on the mountain, on the hill, those objects are our own self. Actually, that is different. That's why. And then this phrase is used that means that you because it's a person that was involved in the planting of the tree. Therefore, by definition, a person has the ability to transform the identity of the tree into the cancer of apple design. This is just an aside from the logic.
But it would be better to have them come and visit us, be our guests, rather than the other way. President Obama himself on CNN's great Zachariah. Mr. Putin made this decision around Crimea and Ukraine not because of some grand strategy, but essentially because he was caught off balance by the protests in the Maidan and Yanukovych after we had furthered the aid to transition power. Again, the Eastern Donbass region originally tried to join Russia back in February 2015, said no. The U.S. and its allies were threatening Russia's vital interests in the water naval force vessels off the Black Sea. That's the only reason. The status quo had held for 23 years since the red flag came down, despite majority support there for rejoining Russia instead of remaining with Ukraine. The Kremlin had been happy to leak support, and what happened? It was the U.S. that changed the situation, and it showed the face. And find out, in the sense that the Russians must feel the same way about their Iran as Americans. But the doctor itself actually promises to stay out of European affairs if they stay out of our in return. 199 years ago, President James promised in his 7th annual message, December 2nd, 1823, that in return for the European powers staying out of the Americas, our policy in regard to Europe may not to interfere in internal concerns of any of its powers, to consider the government de facto as the legitimate government for us, and to cultivate friendly relations. Now imagine if the ship was out in the city of Canada with the Russians, after having it's going to bring Latin America into their military arms. And they need to use neo-Nazis to do a street march against the government in Ottawa. They need to kick the United States out of its naval bases in Alaska. And now the new regime martial against the people of Vancouver, BC, refusing to recognize the new government and all to overthrow the government in Washington, D.C. And then the U.S. would invade Canada and probably Alaska. It's crazy. Creating Russians, especially on Vladimir Putin. Most dangerous freedom agents like we have on the planet, they'll just have a barricade to the Americans act as a person double. Speaking of which, I highly recommend you look up and check out the Foreign Affairs editor Indian Nathan Stephen Colbert show, bragging about the Kiev coup 2 days before, and how easy it was, and how we're stealing this important strategic asset away from Russia, just distracted with social so they can't do anything about it. Rose explains that Ukraine is formally part of the Vietnam, and that is basically Robin, Batman. And the challenge here is to try and trap the West to get it to flip sides.
explaining former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych's decision to turn away from a new trade deal with the European Union. He compares Ukraine to a woman in a dysfunctional relationship with exploits. Says trading up to nice young until Putin offered the Ukrainian government a bribe of $15 billion in the period leading up to the coup. When Colbert confirms that the good guys are winning now, and asks why Obama isn't lively and mocking Vladimir Putin's success, Rose explains that Putin began negotiating and kicked over the table like a game of risk and take Ukraine back. Yes, yes, they could send troops. He conceded. He says that's why we want to see you got the highest medal count at the Olympics. You did really well. A shiny object will just take an entire country away from you. Basically, this is similar to Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt's discussion, the famous FAEO phone call about getting regime change on set, including handpicking Ukraine's new leaders to figure out how to react. Nuland is saying FAEO because she's complaining that they're taking too long to get the coup going. Instead, they're going to bring in some help from the UN to Pyatt says, well, exactly. I think we've got to do something to make it stick together because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it. So we've got to hurry up and fight. Respect. Just as in Iraq, Libya, Syria, and Afghanistan, the force is on their own. And it's constantly responded to Biden and Xi Jinping. Then Vice President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, Biden's narrative that Biden is and that she is going to arrange a conference between him and the Ukrainian regime so he can give them a atom and get the visa stamp of his approval. 7 months later, Putin threatened the European Commission president, saying that he was also an Italian. What quantities take yes. These statements should have been taken much more seriously at the time. Again, another mainstream foreign policy established by Biden, even Thomas Elfring ran an iPhone in the New York Times, quoting his 1998 Hindenburg last week. Maybe instead of kicking Weimar Russia while they're down after the end of World War II in such a Versailles Treaty fashion, it would be better to help them to cultivate their stable Parker force, waiting for their chance. And on Russia's part, the various armed uprisings against the Assad regime was part of the 2012 destroyed by the regime there, with US, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, and Israel have not intervened on behalf of the supposed very quickly dominated by the jihadist followers of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, while Osama's powers merciless terrorism in Iraq. Instead, US allied intervention had motivated primarily for propaganda against Assad. Assad
and
regime
only worship
alliance with Iran
nevertheless,
led
we
directly to
will
the
still
rise of
be
an
us.
Islamic
And
State,
what's that again?
which
Yes,
conquered
we
western Iraq
but
in
you know, these are
2014
the other
and raised the real threat in
you know,
2015 that a combined assault against Damascus by advancing terrorist forces would lead to a flawed regime. We've been under Barack Obama and his betrayal, Rick Clinton, John Brennan, and John Kerry's treason threatened the final victim of Al-Qaeda and ISIS in the capital city of Damascus. Then Russia finally entered the war in late 2015. A secret recording of John Kerry and Secretary Kerry admitting to this fact was leaked to the press in 2016. There's no excusing the massive civilian collateral damage inflicted on people in Syria by Russian air force flying on behalf of their government. But again, none of this would have happened if the USA and its allies didn't create such a dangerous situation in the first place. And the rates of civilian casualties caused by their airstrikes were no greater than those caused by the U.S. air coalition and the anti-ISIS war in Iraq and Syria very same time. If you listen to them now, the thoughts are all screaming that Russia has returned that it's never 25 years. The sense it's their fault. They should listen to them. Half the time, these same people boast that the Russians can't afford it, and I would like to see them bogged down in an expensive fight. By the way, all three major chemical attacks blamed Bashar al-Assad's government in 2013, 2017, and 2018 were orchestrated by the bin Ladens to try to increase U.S. support for their cause. In the latter two cases, they got it. In the first case, Russia brokered a deal to allow the Organization for the Prevention of Chemical Weapons, to destroy Syria's chemical weapons as a compromise to avoid war after Obama's foolish declaration of his red dawn sale agreement. Premier Robert Perry believed that this cooperation between Obama and the U.S. in 2013 was one of the reasons he was conservative. I would say for the coup of 2014 to hit back on the relationship. Ran for one thing on the promise that he wanted to look closer the Trump years. Donald Trump ran for one thing, promising he wanted to work together with Russia. Not that he had any real idea what issues divided the U.S. and Russia, but Russia's done. He sued Death says the completely pedestrian insight that the evil empire ceased to exist nearly a generation ago, and that his predecessors' failures to forge a peaceful coexistence and partnership with Russia by this late date should be placed at their feet. He also parroted former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger's promise that the U.S. should seek a partnership with Russia to divide them from and use them against China. And in the answer, Ashby, for the wrong reason. Trump hired Paul Manafort, the lobbyist for foreign states, who had worked for the previous Russia-linked President Viktor Yanukovych in March 2016. Big panic. Never mind that Manafort, if anything, was serving American interests and attempting to persuade Ukrainian President Yanukovych and his party of regions to lean toward the U.S. and EU and away from Russia. They had a narrative. Trump was just going to get along with Russia. He wasn't giving the keys to the entire gas revolution. Now, I don't really know what Russiagate was just a big fake. CIA Director Brennan and FBI Director Comey and their lawyers knew that the entire story of Russian interference and Trump campaign support for collusion was nonsense. Investigation was the end in itself.
After the leaks of Russia's supposed hack, DNC emails failed to stop Trump's election. The CIA and the Democrats. I know this sounds so crazy. It sounds like I must be the one who's crazy. But really, check my facts in the New York Times. They wanted to have acting CIA director Mike Morrell read the electoral college that Trump had cheated with the Russians to win, and someday should follow the election. Or at least to the House of Representatives, which could then name former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney or Ohio Congressman John Kasich take his place. That, of course, went nowhere. Someone must have finally told them the electors for a state office, not the DC suburbs. There's no way in the world they were going to give Trump's win anything else. Then, 3 days before his inauguration came, the completely fake and stupid intelligence assessment, which is a made-up thing, written by a few people, and headed by John Brennan, in place of a real national intelligence estimate, which contained exactly 0 substance points. This was followed by the completely fake Christopher Steele dossier alleging Trump's illegal subordination to Russia and its goals going back years. The basis for the media printing the story was that the FBI's Comey had warned Trump about the fake activation in its release. After Trump fired Comey, the leaders of the Department of Justice wanted to try to invoke the 25th Amendment to get the cabinet to vote to remove Donald Trump from power. Once they were sure they would fall short if they tried it, they settled on a plan to just pretend to investigate the fake treason plot for another 2 years. If they couldn't get rid of him, they could at least rein him in, quote unquote, as FBI officials. Amazingly, they kept this lie going for just 3 years. But the DNC and the Destiny Commanders had never been done by Russia, and later admitted they have no link to the chain of custody to making external assumptions. Now, and which of course never prosecuted because it was not true. George Floyd and forward emails stolen by Russia. Which was revealed to be an FBI CIA setup. Florida Reigns alleged dealing with Russian sanctions. Yeah, sure. The Russians promised with no rule inside the Trump campaign a 98% ownership stake in Gazprom, the giant Russian government owned. If only he would seize control of American banks. The CIA asset the agency had told the FBI was a solid guy and no traitor. The FBI censored this with their FISA search warrant application against Page, alleging a pretended plea that he was an agent of the Kremlin in order to keep the investigation going. An FBI lawyer named Kevin Kleinsmith was convicted of this crime. Then there was Senator Sessions' senseless meetings with the Russian ambassador in his office and at a public speech. General Michael Flynn's Russian ambassador was sworn as treason for Russia, when in reality he was asking a favor of them on behalf of his endless cycle of details, which even Steele's source admitted was made up. That big nothing tower meeting that we were told for years was the certain Peter Walker president's son of conspiracy and treason. Trump's lawyer Michael Cohen's non-existent trip to Prague to arrange for the Russian Facebook ad campaign that in fact was not about the Russian government, was not aimed at influencing the election and likely did not do so. The Russian want to hack the power grid and shut off the heat in the dead of winter. And C-SPAN TV, the crop or blacklist of good journalists. The secret server communicating with Russian intelligence
blood not to over myself. Also, the country which was initially fighting for regulations and subsequently I perfectly content to survive state violence. A Havana syndrome of psychosomatic, hysterical, weaponized cricketures at the U.S. Embassy in Cuba. Yeah. The U.S. government said that Russians in Cuba using a mind-controlled beam weapon that was causing all sorts of terrible psychosomatic evidence on the state victims therein. It turned out to be the main cause of the Indian cricket. The Russians hacked all state parties' voter rolls. Remember that one? This one was an obvious hoax from the beginning. Before they admitted it, you can go ahead and start with a scoff. So, hold them
Security. They just want some attention. Then there was the Russian GRU's alleged intervention in Brexit and in French, German, EU parliamentary and other elections out of Europe. And through the supposed influence behind Trump's choice of exit CEO Rex Tillerson for the Secretary of State job, and then later arranging for his eventual firing. Then they eventually looked back and abandoned another few thousand dishonest, just like and smears against everybody who knew them along with them. Former FBI director Ronald Mueller would have let it known at least near the very beginning of his appointment as special counsel in 2017. As their investigation was not concluded that the President of the United States was guilty of treason, illegal encroachment to destroy our democracy and all. As Mueller explained in his 2018 fear, Trump had told his lawyer to give Mueller's team every scrap of paper from the 2016 campaign. No problem, nothing that lied or just as Justice Woodward understood and the Court of Justice quoted them, this meant that from the very beginning, there was nothing there to prove. They could have made that most important story clear in a reasonable amount of time as that. Instead, we got 1,000 leaks with the spies on the fence for another 2 years trying to make us believe it was all true. BuzzFeed somehow proved the crime by falsely claiming that Trump had instructed his lawyer Michael Cohen to advise the Congress to complete factually that nothing was true. Whether the sitting president is guilty of high treason, has the nation's most dangerous foreign power on the planet, sorry, you'll just have to wait and wonder and watch TV speculate for another couple of years until we get back. And reigning Trump worked in spades. Trump didn't have the intelligence or the strength to stand up to the national security state's onslaught. What a traitor he was to the American foreign policy establishment. Trump betrayed the American people and his promise to end the recent era of enmity and things out of Russia. Instead, he forced the additions of Montenegro and Northern Macedonia to NATO. Sent more American troops and equipment, military exercises have raised within Russia. Almost certainly sponsored an attempted color-coded revolution in Belarus, where Obama, the first black president to support a Nazi regime, forced factored countrymen in the eastern Donbass region for fear of a real escalation of war with Russia. Donald Trump has already sent Ukraine's Nazi president sniper rifles, RPGs, and javelin anti-tank missiles, as well as hundreds of millions of dollars worth of non-lethal weapons like these night vision goggles, radars, and armor. For training and joint military exercises. This is just a set of multiple pilots after a major Minsk II peace deal negotiated by Germany and France with Russia's Ukraine in 2015. had already been signed. The provocation of Russia provided by these arms, the last week seems to have shown that they entirely failed to deter the Russians or slow the advance into their country, or slow their advance into their country. If you can believe it, the House of Representatives of the United States of America actually intervened President Trump allegedly
this is incredibly so somebody
ex-vice president
so this is so incredible, which is almost the same thing I've always done, that it's not just that to stop worshiping the or to destroy,
which he blew graphic sex workers who cheated on his wife and dead mother's widow at the same time.
not just not to stop them.
But anyway, holding up that arms deal was really bad. The Democrats, and taking fight for Russia, which is one of the factions. Under Trump, the U.S. Navy stepped up its presence in the Black and Baltic Seas and armed U.S. frigates in the Baltic Sea with medium-range cruise missiles that reduced first strike warning times, which of course make the Russians' launch on-boarding trigger finger itch that much worse. He also increased U.S. Air Force operations right up to the line of Russian airspace in the Baltic, Black, and Arctic Seas, testing their radar and anti-aircraft abilities. The Trump administration also worked overtime to try to prevent the completion of the so-called Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline from Russia to Germany, even going so far as to sanction the Swiss and German firms for the project. And as Senator Rabbi pointed out in a recent speech, this is about mercantilism, the power of American firms to lobby the U.S. government to intervene so that they can sell the Germans natural gas instead. But it also seems to be an effort to prevent the Germans from deepening their ties with Russia. Lord Hastings Lionel Italy, NATO's first Secretary General, said the purpose of the alliance was to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. The strengthening economic ties between Russia and Germany could lessen their supposed need for defense of the U.S. military and the NATO alliance to protect them from a country they're getting along with just fine. Who needs the Americans then? You might remember from history that the last two times Russia and Germany fought, it was the worst thing that had ever happened. 30 million people were killed on the Eastern Front in World War II. That is a conservative estimate. No matter the cost of dollars, that minority economic interdependence between these two major powers could be the greatest invention in the history of peace. Valuable beyond measure. First of all, Trump withdrew the U.S. from the intermediate nuclear forces treatment, which withdrew also from the Open Skies Treaty and had promised to let new START expire in 2021 had been elected. Open Skies, Dwight Eisenhower's finally signed by President Bush Sr. in 1992, allowed for aircraft overflights of the U.S. and Russia by each other's air forces for surveillance, so that each side could reassure themselves the other was not mobilizing for war. It's now dead. Putin offered to revive it. Biden declined. When Trump did propose negotiations for a brand new nuclear deal between the U.S. and Russia, the media slammed him as naive and dangerous and only proved once again what a treacherous agent of a dastardly clever. This is the deadly legacy of the Democrats, FBI, and CIA's Russiagate hoax. Millions of Americans caught up in the lies of these monsters came to believe that their country had quite literally been conquered by the Russians in a way that the communists only ever could. They had installed a Manchurian candidate, a compromised white supremacist agent of the Kremlin, in the Oval Office with his finger on a big red button. Narratives about politicians and statesmen fighting for regional power and influence gave way to cartoonish morality plays full of heroes and villains, black and white issues and perceptions about Russia taken from appraisals of Nazi Germany back in the 1940s that just do not apply to Russia today. You cannot negotiate with evil, as Dick Cheney might say. One note about the INF Treaty. The MK-31 missile launchers bombing Romania were supposedly for firing defensive missiles, but they also fit medium-range Tomahawk missiles, which can be tipped with hydrogen bombs. So the U.S. broke at least the spirit of the INF Treaty first. The same was true with the ships in the Baltic Sea, which also employed these possible dual-use launchers. Russia then developed some new missiles that were probably also in violation, but were only being used for deployment near Russia's frontier with China. Yeah, that's why the U.S. wanted out of the treaty too, so they could deploy medium-range missiles against China. So instead of saying, hold on now, and trying to negotiate a continuation of the treaty, this important Reagan-era treaty that kept medium-range nuclear missiles out of Europe for 30 years is now perhaps first of all, Trump's official national security strategy announced a return to so-called great battle competition, specifically citing the Russian threat and called for the development and deployment of so-called usable nuclear missiles. Announced that the United States will not seek ratification of the U.S. nuclear test ban treaty, and even announces the non-proliferation treaty, which of course America signed back in 1968. The existence of an obvious fake rumor that the Russians were paid power to kill U.S. troops in Afghanistan. The truth is, there was no truth in this. The Russians paid the Taliban for the same reason the U.S. spent the last years of the war flying as their air force. They won the war far better than ISIS. This was enough to preemptively cancel any attempts by Trump to try to bait that summer. September 2021, trying to evacuate Joseph so far. Joe Biden came to power seemingly determined to increase tensions with Moscow. He vastly increased provocative naval missions to the Black Sea and increased weapons transfers to Ukraine. On the other hand, he did say just the fast-standing nuclear weapons treaty and the overall deployment of Russia. And he also finally gave up the sanctions on the bill. I vowed to reinforce America's close commitment to the NATO alliance in Europe and pull back Russia. Controlling was a 20-year war in Afghanistan and turning into a war again of militias and bin Laden. The bureaucrats and alliance headquarters started to get nervous. The New York Times headline at the end of 2020 says NATO needs to adapt quickly to stay relevant for 2030. Yes, they do not even know to be embarrassed. This is what is my self-looking ice cream now. If the NATO alliance is not relevant, why do we have it at all? How can a mission be safe when they had to hold an emergency study to decide what it is? The answer they came up with? China. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization's new reason for existing is China. Or maybe they just got one fucking This is how the Bush and Obama governments talked about the Afghanistan war as well. It was a team building exercise for the Atlantic Alliance. In other words, these policies exist because all the vested interests want to stay made without having to get misunderstood. Unacceptable. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky visited Washington in September 2021 and asked to begin negotiations toward Ukraine admission to NATO. This may have been the final straw before President Putin began to build forces at bases adjacent to Ukraine last fall. Putin proposed a treaty saying that Ukraine will not be brought into the alliance, that the U.S. promises not to station troops or offensive weapons there, and to revise the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, and for the U.S. to withdraw its military footprint in NATO member nations in Eastern Europe, as the Bill Clinton administration had promised not to do when embarking on the expansion project in 1997. Putin knows the U.S. will not agree to these terms, but he knows the U.S. will not seek to integrate Ukraine into NATO in the medium term at least. Like I said repeatedly, he does not seek to integrate Ukraine into the alliance or station missiles there, and in his written response to it, offers serious guarantees that the U.S. will not deploy Tomahawk cruise missiles to Romania and Poland, even with Ryan and Drake being dead, and including offered for a new negotiations for a new verification regime. These major points are apparently, the situation in the Donbass and the failure of the Kiev government since 2015, which would have given the Donbass increased autonomy and also veto power over the foreign policy decisions of the government in Kiev. Monday the 21st, the 8th anniversary of the 2014 coup against counter-coverage. Putin announced he was recognizing the so-called independence of two right-wing offices of Donetsk and began purging his so-called peace was in. At the time I'm giving this, on Saturday the 26th, the Russian invasion of Ukraine seemed to be in the process of in his statement Monday, Putin certainly made an argument broad enough to justify seizing the entire country and integrating it into Russian federation. As I said at the beginning, it's not the alliance in a way, the resolution of the Donbass is actually Russia. Major says to leave that strongly pro-Russian population like Ukraine to at least possibly one day again serve as a balance against the Western Ukrainian nationalists. Back in early 2015, when they voted to ask to join Russia. Now that Putin has taken them away from Ukraine, he has strengthened the hands of the Russians. Now he has escalated. Now it seems he has escalated to full scale. Possibly even solve that problem. So far, the U.S. and its allies have launched a all-out economic policy against Russia. Future demands will
the issue.
Where to find that? Where to find it out? Where to find it?
I hate to consider it.
Listen, it's the bottom line.
U.S. will not fight for Ukraine. They would still escalate economic and diplomatic war to a point
And I love
to
that
break out into a world peace. The Germans have already announced the cancellation of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and all of the Western nations and East Asian allies have also announced a massive sanctions against Russia. Thankfully, still not yet. It doesn't happen this way. The U.S. should send some Secretary of State to hammer out a deal. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Douglas McGregor, an expert on the top of his field on how to fight against Russia in Eastern Europe, if it ever came down to it, is proposing a deal recognizing Ukrainian neutrality in exchange for Russia staying east of the Dnieper River. At this point, that would mean they would have to withdraw from Kiev and Odessa. Either way, it shows that this is a peripheral interest to America. It's obviously central to Russia's goals. And we have to go back on military presence in Eastern Europe because the Russians really do have this is not spreading east. Destabilization. The Soviet government is dead for 30 years now. That's correct. He consistently refers to America as Russia's successfully launched a rocket and satellite into orbit together.
What happens if the mountain
Again,
sequence has
about containing Russian aggression, which exists in all the minds of their aggressive accusers. Entire GDP last year.
What's the size
If you couple the VA and the energy department's guaranteeing a new subsidy to spend $1 trillion per year. We have more than a million-man army spread across the world. They have 420,000 men able to follow the operations types in Ukraine. Those in some areas where again the U.S. has proposed intervention in the response the Russians have therefore broken down Congressman Adam Schiff in California says we have to fight them over there. So we don't have to fight them over here. He really said that. So far, it has absorbed the Donbass region and authorities to do so in the name of recognizing their so-called independence from Kiev. Experts claim that Putin is determined to recreate the USSR or beat all Russian Empire. Mutual fear of the Russiagate hoax has tainted America's position so badly, it's hard to know how serious any of that is. Has begun insisting that NATO be pulled back to Germany, like in the deal George H.W. Bush made. Whether he really intends to call America's level remains to be seen. The man has been president of Russia for 20 years. Trade uninterrupted, and up until now, betrayed no intention of going this far. Again, in February 2015, the Donbass movement joined
an expert of defense priorities, formally naval war knowledge, to beyond lead the failed staged by the U.S. in Belarus last year. Calculations. Decades of slides. In his speech last February the 21st, Putin announced his government's recognition of the so-called independence of the Donbass region. But he gave quite explicit terms Trump's decision to allow independence, not only for the United States, but also for so-called politics led by the Ukrainian Belarus and Ukraine, leaving ethnic Russians behind and allowing for security threats on their borders. He brought the Ukraine's admission to NATO and the eventual deployment of missiles. The administration intention of installing such missiles. They should have given all the assurances necessary to satisfy Russia's security concerns. Again, not justifies Russia as the fear of worsening problems and on the search to confront. Many of his worst accusations of the actions of the U.S.-led West in Ukraine were true, including the breaking of Bush Sr.'s no-NATO expansion policies, CIA support of online terrorists in Chechnya, Libya, World War II, and Bush's withdrawal from the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Soldiers at ABM sites in Eastern Europe, U.S. training their fighters involving areas of allied arms and alliances with countries since 2014, cooperation with the U.S. Navy, he says puts the Russian flag at risk. He also critically claimed that the Ukrainian military had already been integrated into NATO and has given access to U.S. surveillance drones and planes. He says it's just a psycho case who wants to be rigged so I don't think possibly acting this way. I think this part of his speech is including after the U.S. destroyed the INF Treaty, the Pentagon has developed many land-based attack weapons, missiles that are capable of hitting targets at a distance of $5,500. If deployed in Ukraine, such systems will be able to hit targets in Russia's entire European part. Flying cruise missiles to Moscow will be less than 35 minutes. Ballistic missiles will take 7 to 8 minutes. Hypersonic missiles to 5 minutes. It is like a knife to the throat. And this all provided with a compelling narrative to his domestic audience that Ukrainian independence was a mistake because it just cannot be without the West taking it over. Echoing the arguments of George W. Bush and Barack Obama, on the screen, Ukraine and he is determined to protect the people of the Donbass from genocide. He claimed that Ukraine has been reduced to power regime by the United States, and essentially argued that it would be justified conquering the entire country. Again, I am not saying that his actions are reasonable. They are not. His approach is rational.
And then when he worships afterwards, it is looking. Why? Because he's going to kind of Like what? Like the mountain or like the hill? Hi, what about the East Side Street Urban Road? East Side Street Urban Road had a company that was only a principle of pride, and the initial planting was done by what was our first. And you'll say, movie service, maybe says, no, Elon should not do it. So I'll do also. And you'll say, we says, no, you look at you as a street light, just stop. Without any specific intention, only worship activities. Nevertheless, the tree is still us. And what's that? Again, you'll say, you do not but she also speaks as if they are the daughters. So, you know, in the film, there was no intention to have a Zara. Excuse me, and she has to have a Zara to move on. Therefore, I don't feel like I do not start from the identity of the tree, and it was not like the mountain.
This is not just anti-com.
It was a place, but that's not why you guys should have
Regional security concerns here in the U.S. and its allies should recognize that and treat them with the respect they deserve. None other than that would just the only risk of the United States itself is that our government will get us into a nuclear war over a country where we have no national interests whatsoever. The original war invasion occupation scenario makes for a hilarious and awesome.
my man,
Tommy, it's Houston. Speaking of Wolverines, what will the U.S. train neo-Nazi infested state-aligned militias and saboteurs accomplish against Russia? Will the U.S. and its allies provide them safe haven or forge to fight? Why is the U.S. government taking such risks? It's the money. As Richard Cummings did such a great job of explaining in his 2007 article, Monkey Stock is too small to be barrels. 1990s era U.S. committee to expand NATO was a project Lockheed Martin Vice President. Second was just a racket for selling jets, either directly to the Eastern European states or failing that to force the American taxpayer to pay down. A fun anecdote about that, in the spring of 2014, Harper's Magazine reporter Andrew Cohen reported that he had a source who admitted a big story in Crystal City, outside of Washington, D.C., an area heavy with military contractors and lobbyists. When it was announced that the postal sailors would be in place, they all started laughing, cheering, celebrating. We're in control of Washington president. Massive buildup against the new nation threat was exactly what Congress meant. They are threatening the future of our entire species. So they have to get real jobs. You will know the Flying Air Force over Eastern Europe, the Navy and Marines are much concerned with implementing their air-sea battle doctrines in East Asia. The Special Operations Command is busy doubling down in Iran, Syria, what if your defense services perception of the threats facing America? That's all in the game. The entire U.S. military is a self-organized dedicated to its own perpetuation and conveniently, continually creating the disasters which are said to require the next intervention. Central dominance is a government program. As such, it is the means and the end in itself. Of course, we shouldn't sell the Americans on policy establishment too short. They are not only great, but seem to truly believe their own public life. About how smart and what conceptions they are. As Bill Clinton, Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright explained in 1998, quote, if we have to use force in disinformation, we stand tall. We see through into the future, and we see the danger here toward us. She was defending Congress. bases in Saudi Arabia, which got 3,000 Americans killed just 3 years later. Killed in the war here, of course, the hydrogen bombs was known as strategic nuclear weapons. One of these, with a high kiloton or megaton range, can kill you in a single shot. While of course massive appropriation, revamping the entire U.S. Air Force, as well as a complete overhaul of the entire industry. It seems the same project now they say it's $1.75 trillion. We'll be lucky if it's only $3 or $4 trillion by the time they're done. And then, after spending $6 trillion, the military nuclear arsenal during the last 20th century. This was if the New START Treaty ratified by the Senate, financial needs must be satisfied without having any of that subsidized much of the time. If you listen to the DC News talk about it, the H-bombs just go without saying. Of course, everybody knows that both sides are one to the team. But then, they just seem to get let down. With the entire plan to the destructions of the entire plan to destruction if you really just like a conventional war, when you sound fantasy, but you are taking a stay-at-home organization. Both sides still have a 5,000 nuclear bombs with approximately another 4,000 in reserve. Possibly even more dangerous than the multi-megaton city killers or the new IOAU bombs capable of being detonated at some low yield strengths in the tens rather than single-digit kilotons. They also come with proximity fuses that make the far more accurate. This might sound like an important but at the same time, it makes the actual use of these weapons seem more relevant to the man who controls them. Was only announced 2 years ago that the first of a new generation of these weapons have been deployed to U.S. submarines. The Americans have a theory that the Russians' new military doctrine in Europe is to escalate techniques. That is, in the event of to dissuade any further escalation by our side.